Part 2.
Section 17 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 17. Book 4. Chapters 1 and 2. Book 4. The Battle with Conscience. Chapter 1. Lawyer and Priest. It happened that certain persons had selected this evening as a suitable occasion for a friendly visit to the House of White Shadows. Jacob Hartrich, the banker, was one of these. The banker was accompanied by his wife, a handsome and dignified woman, and by his 2 daughters, whose personal attractions, enhanced by their father's wealth and their consequent expectations, would have created a sensation in fashionable circles. Although in his religious observances Jacob Hartrich was by no means orthodox, he did not consider himself less a true Jew on that account. It is recognized by the most intelligent and liberal-minded of his race in the civilized countries of the world that the carrying out of the Mosaic law in its integrity would not only debar them from social relations, but would check their social advancement. It is a consequence of the recognition of this undoubted fact that the severe ordinances of the Jewish religion should become relaxed in their fulfillment. Jacob Hartrich was a member of this band of reformers, and though his conscience occasionally gave him a twinge, he was none the less devoted, in a curiously jealous and illogical spirit, to the faith of his forefathers, to which he clung with the greatest tenacity because his daily habits compelled him to act, to some extent, in antagonism with the decrees they had laid down. Master Pierre Lamont was also at the villa. His bodily ailments were more severe than usual, and the jolting over the rough roads, as he was drawn from his house in his hand-carriage, had caused him excruciating suffering. He bore it with grins and grimaces, scorning to give pain an open triumph over him. Fritz was not by his side to amuse him with his humor. The fool was at the court on this last day of Gautran's trial, as he had been on every previous day, hastening thence every evening to Pierre Lamont to give him an account of the day's proceedings. Father Capel was there, a simple and learned ecclesiastic, with a smile and a pleasant greeting for old and young, for rich and poor alike. A benevolent, sweet-natured man, who, when trouble came to his door, received it with cheerful resignation. Universally beloved, a man whose course through life was strewn with flowers of charity and kindness. The visit of these and other guests was unexpected by Adelaide, and she inwardly resented the interruption to a contemplated quiet evening with Christian Almer, but outwardly she was all affability. The principal topic of conversation was the trial of Gautran, and Pierre Lamont was enthusiastic on the theme. "The trial will end this evening," he said, "and intellect will triumph." "Truth, I trust, will triumph," said Jacob Hartrich gravely. "Intellect is truth's best champion," said Pierre Lamont, "but some mortals believe themselves to be omniscient, and set up a standard of truth which is independent of proof. I understood that you were to have been on the jury at the trial." "I was excused," said Jacob Hartrich, "on the ground that I had already formed so strong a view of the guilt of the prisoner that no testimony could affect it." "Decidedly," observed Pierre Lamont, "an unfit frame of mind to take part in a judiciary inquiry of great difficulty. For my own part, I would willingly have given a year of my life, which cannot have too many years to run, to have been able to be in Geneva these last few days. It will be long before another trial so celebrated will take place in our courts." "I am happy to think so." "It has always been a puzzle to me," said Adelaide, whose feelings toward Pierre Lamont were of the most contradictory character, now inclining her to be exceedingly partial to him, now to detest him, "how such vulgar cases can excite the interest they do." "It is surprising," was Pierre Lamont's comment, "that the wife of an advocate so celebrated should express such an opinion." "There are stranger things than that in the world, Master Lamont." "Truly, truly," said Pierre Lamont, regarding her with curiosity. "But cannot you understand how even these vulgar cases become, at least for a time, great and grand when the highest qualities of the mind are engaged in unraveling the threads which bind them?" "No, I cannot understand it," she replied with an amiable smile. "I believe that you lawyers are only happy when people are murdering and robbing each other." "My friend, the advocate," said Pierre Lamont, bending gallantly, an exertion which sent a twinge of pain through his body, "is at least happy in one other respect, that of being the husband of a lady whom none can see without admiring. If I were a younger man, I should say without loving." "Pierre Lamont," said Jacob Hartrich, "gives us here a proof that love and law can go hand in hand." "Nay," said Pierre Lamont, whose eyes and mind were industriously studying the face of this beautiful hostess, "such proof from me is not needed. The advocate has supplied it, and words cannot strengthen the case." And he waved his hand courteously towards Adelaide. These compliments were not wasted upon her, and Pierre Lamont laughed secretly as he observed their effect. "You are worth studying, fair dame," he thought, "with your smiling face, and your heart of vanity, and your lack of sympathy with your husband's triumphs. If not with his triumphs, then not with him, feeling you must have, though it is born of selfishness. Ah, the curtain is drawn aside. Which one, you beautiful animal?" His eyes traveled from one to the other in the room until they fell upon Christian Almer, whose eyes at that moment met those of Adelaide. "Ah!" and he drew a deep breath of enjoyment. "Are you the favored one, my master of this house of shadows? Then we must take you into the game, for it cannot be played without you." The old lawyer was in his element, probing character and motive, and submitting them to mental analysis. Physically he was helpless amidst the animated life around him. Curled up in his invalid chair, he was dependent for every movement upon his fellow creatures. Despite his intellect, he was at the mercy of a hind. But he was nevertheless the strongest man in all that throng, the man most to be feared by those who had anything to conceal, any secret which it behooved them to hide from the knowledge of men. "How such vulgar cases," he said aloud, to the astonishment of the advocate's wife, who deemed the subject dismissed, "can excite the interest they do! It surprises you. But there is not one of these cases which does not contain elements of human sympathy and affinity with ourselves. This very case of Gautran, what is its leading feature? Love, the theme of minstrel and poet, the sentiment without which human and divine affairs would be plunged into darkness. Crimes for which Gautran is being tried are caused by the human passions and emotions which direct our own movements. The balance in our favor is so heavy when our desires and wishes clash with the desires and wishes of other men that we easily find justification for our misdeeds. Father Capel is listening to me with more than ordinary attention. he perceives the justice of my argument. "We travel by different roads," said Father Capel. "You do not take into account the prompting of evil spirits, ever on the alert to promote discord and instigate to crime. It is that consideration which makes me tolerant of human error, which makes me pity it, which makes me forgive it." "I dispute your spiritual basis. All motive for crime springs from within ourselves." "Nay, nay," gently remonstrated Father Capel. "Pardon me for restraining you. I was about to say that not only does all motive for human crime spring from within ourselves, but all motive for human goodness as well. If your thesis that evil spirits prompt us to crime is correct, it must be equally correct that good spirits prompt us to deeds of mercy and charity and kindness. Then there is no merit in performing a good action. You rob life of its grace, and you virtually declare that it is an injustice to punish a man for murdering his fellow creature. Plainly stated, you establish the doctrine of irresponsibility. I will not do you the injustice of believing that you are in earnest. Your tolerance of human error, and your pity and forgiveness for it, spring from natural kindliness, as my tolerance of it and my lack of pity and forgiveness for it spring from a natural hardness of heart, begot of much study of the weakness, perverseness, and selfishness of my species. In the rank soil of these imperfections grows that wondrous, necessary tree known by the name of law, whose wide-spreading branches at once smite and protect. You may thank this tree for preserving to some extent the decencies of society." "Well expressed, Pierre Lamont," said Jacob Hartrich approvingly. "I regret that the advocate is not present to listen to your eloquence." "Ah," said Pierre Lamont, with a scarcely perceptible sneer, "does your endorsement spring from judgment or self-interest?" "You strike both friend and foe," said Father Capel, with much gentleness. "It is as dangerous to agree with you as to dissent from you. But in your extravagant laudation of the profession of which you are a representative, you lose sight of a mightier engine than law, towering far above it in usefulness, and as a protection no less than a solace to mankind. Without religion, law would be powerless, and the world a world of wild beasts. It softens, humanizes, invents," sneered Pierre Lamont, with undisguised contempt, "fables which sober reason rejects." "If you will have it so, yes. Fables to divert men's minds from sordid materialism into purer channels. Be thankful for religion if you practice it not. In the Sabbath's holy peace, in the hush and calm of one day out of the turbulent 7, in the influences which touch you closely, though you do not acknowledge them, in the restraint imposed by fear, in the charitable feelings inspired by love, in the unseen spirit which softens and subdues, in the yearning hope which chastens grief when one dear to you is lost, lie the safeguard of your days, and much of the happiness you enjoy. So much for your body. For your soul I will pray tonight." "Father Capel," said Pierre Lamont in a voice of honey, "if all priests were like you, I would wear a hair shirt tomorrow." "What need, my son," asked Father Capel, "if you have a conscience?" "Let me pay for my sins," said Pierre Lamont, handing his purse to the priest. Father Capel took a few francs from the purse. "For the poor," he said. "In their name I bless you." "The priest has the best of it," said Adelaide to Christian Almer. "I hate these dry arguments. It is altogether too bad that I should be called upon to entertain a set of musty old men. How much happier we should be, we two alone, even in the mountains where you have been hiding yourself from me." "You are in better health and spirits," said Jacob Hartrich, drawing Almer aside, "than when I last saw you. The mountain air has done you good. It is strange to see you in the old house. I thought it would never be opened again to receive guests." "It is many years since we were together under this roof," said Christian Almer, thoughtfully. "You were so young at the time," rejoined the banker, "that you can scarcely have a remembrance of it." "My remembrance is very keen. I could have been scarcely 6 years of age, and we had no visitors. I remember that my curiosity was excited because you were admitted." "I came on business," said Jacob Hartrich, and then, unwilling to revive the sad reminiscences of the young man's childhood, he said abruptly, "Almer, you should marry." His eyes wandered to his two comely daughters. "What is that you are saying?" interposed the advocate's wife. "That Mr. Almer should marry? If I were a man, how I wish I were, nothing in the world would tempt me to marry. I would live a life without chain or shackle." So, my fair dame," thought Pierre Lamont, who had overheard this remark, "bright as you appear, there is a skeleton in your cupboard. Chains and shackles, but you are sufficiently self-willed to throw these off." And he said aloud, "Can you ascertain for me if Fritz the Fool has returned from Geneva?" "Certainly," replied Adelaide, and Dionetta being in the room, she sent her out to inquire. "If he has returned," said Pierre Lamont, "the trial is over. I missed the fool's nightly report of the proceedings, which he has given me regularly since the commencement of the inquiry." "If the trial is over," said Christian Almer, "the advocate should be here." "You need not expect him so soon," said Pierre Lamont. "After such exertion as he has gone through, an hour's solitude is imperative. Besides, Fritz can travel faster than our slow-going horses. He is as fleet as a hare." "A favor of yours, evidently." "I have the highest respect for him. This particular fool is the wisest fool in my acquaintance." Dionetta entered the room with Fritz at her heels. "Well, Fritz," called out Pierre Lamont, "is the trial over?" "Yes, Master Lamont, and we're ready for the next." "The verdict, Fritz, the verdict?" eagerly inquired Pierre Lamont, and everybody in the room listened anxiously for the reply. "If I were a bandy-legged man," said Fritz, ignoring the question, "I would hire some scoundrel to do a deed, so that you might be on one side and my lord the advocate on the other. Then we should witness a fine battle of brains." "Come, Fritz, the verdict," repeated Pierre Lamont impatiently. "On second thoughts," said Fritz quietly, "you would be no match for the greatest lawyer living. I would not have you on my side. It is as well that your pleading days are ended." "No fooling, Fritz. The verdict. Acquitted?" "What else? Washed white as driven snow." "I knew it would be so," cried the old lawyer triumphantly. "How was it received?" "The town is mad about it. The women are furious, and the men thunderstruck. You should have heard the speech. Such a thing was never known. Men's minds were twisted inside out, and the jury were convinced against their convictions. Why, Master Lamont, even Gautran himself for a few minutes believed himself to be innocent. "Enough," said Christian Almer sternly. "Leave the room." Fritz darted a sharp look at the newly returned master, and with a low bow quitted the apartment. The next moment the advocate made his appearance, and all eyes were turned towards him. Chapter 2. The White Shadow. He entered the room with a cloud upon his face. Gautran's horrible confession had deeply moved him, and, almost for the first time in his life, he found himself at fault. His heart was heavy, and his mind was troubled, but he had never yet lost his power of self-control, and the moment he saw his guests, the mask fell over his features, and they assumed their usual tranquil expression. He greeted one and another with calmness and courtesy, leaving his wife and Christian Almer to the last. "I am happy to tell you, Adelaide," he said, "that the trial is over." "Oh, we have already had the news," she said coldly. "Fool Fritz has given us a glowing account of it, and the excitement the verdict created." "Did it create excitement?" he asked. "I was not aware of it." "I take no interest in such cases, as you are aware," she rejoined. "You knew the man was innocent, or you would not have defended him. It is a pity the monster is set free." "Last but not least," said the advocate, turning to Christian Almer and cordially pressing his hand, "welcome, and again welcome. You have come to stay?" Adelaide answered for him. "Certainly he has. I have his promise." "That is well," said the advocate. "I am glad to see you looking so bright, Christian." "You have not derived much benefit from your holiday," said Christian Almer, gazing at the advocate's pale face. "Was it wise to take upon yourself the weight of so harassing a trial?" "Do we always do what is wise?" asked the advocate, with a smile in which there was no light. "But seldom, I should say," replied Almer. "I once had great faith in the power of will, but I am beginning to believe that we are as completely slaves to independent forces as feathers in a fierce wind, driven this way or that in spite of ourselves. Not inward but outward magnetism rules us. Perhaps the best plan is to submit without a struggle." "Of course it is," said Adelaide with a bright look, "if it is pleasant to submit. It is ridiculous to make one's head ache over things. I can teach you, in a word, a wiser lesson than either of you have ever learnt." "What is that word, Adelaide?" asked the advocate. "Enjoy," she replied. "A butterfly's philosophy. What say you, Christian? Shall we follow the teaching of this Solon in petticoats?" "May I join you?" said Pierre Lamont, who had caused himself to be drawn to this group. "My infirmities make me a privileged person, and unless I thrust myself forward, I might be left to languish like a decrepit spider in a ruined web." "Ill-natured people," remarked Adelaide, "might say that your figure of speech is a dangerous one for a lawyer to employ." "Fairest of dames," said Pierre Lamont, "your arrows are sugar-tipped. There is no poison in them. Use me as your target, I beg. You put new life into this old frame." "The old school can teach the new," said Christian Almer. "You should open a class of gallantry, Master Lamont." "I, with my useless limbs? You mock me." "He will not allow me to be angry with him," said Adelaide, smiling on the lawyer. Then Pierre Lamont drew the advocate into a conversation on the trial which the advocate would gladly have avoided, could he have done so without being considered guilty of a breach of courtesy. But Pierre Lamont was not a man to be denied, and the advocate was fain to answer the questions put to him until the old lawyer was acquainted with every detail of the line of defense. "Excellent, excellent!" he exclaimed. "A master-stroke! You do not share my enthusiasm," he said, addressing Jacob Hartrich, who had stood silently by, listening to the conversation. "You have no understanding of the intense, the fierce delight of such a battle and such a victory." "The last word is not spoken here on earth," said Jacob Hartrich. "There is a higher tribunal." "Well said, my son," said Father Capel. "Son," said Pierre Lamont to the banker, with a little scornful laugh, "resent the familiarity, man of another faith." "Better any faith than none," warmly remarked Jacob Hartrich, cordially taking the hand which Father Capel held out to him. "Good, good, good!" cried Pierre Lamont. "I stand renounced by church and synagogue." "You are uncharitable only to yourself," said Father Capel. "I, for one, will not take you at your word." Pierre Lamont lowered his eyes. "You teach me humility," he said. "Profit by it," rejoined Father Capel. "You formed the opinion that Gautran was guilty," said Pierre Lamont to the banker. "Upon what evidence?" "Inward conviction," briefly replied Jacob Hartrich. "You, at least," said Pierre Lamont, turning his wily face to Father Capel, "although you look at human affairs through divine light, have a respect for the law." "Undoubtedly," was the reply. "But this man of finance," said Pierre Lamont, "would destroy its very fabric when it clashes with his inward conviction. Argue with him, and your words fall against a steel wall, impenetrable to logic, reason, natural deduction, and even common sense, and behind this wall lurks a self-sufficient imp, which he calls inward conviction. Useful enough, nay, necessary in religion, for it needs no proof. Faith answers for all. Accept and rest content. I congratulate you, Jacob Hartrich, but does it not occur to you that others, besides yourself, may have inward convictions antagonistic to yours, and that occasionally theirs may be the true convictions, and yours the false? Our friend the advocate, for instance, do you think it barely possible that he would have undertaken the defense of Gautran unless he had an inward conviction, formed upon a sure foundation, that the man was innocent of the crime imputed to him? It was with some indignation that Jacob Hartrich replied, "That a man of honor would voluntarily come forward as a defender under any conditions than that of the firmest belief in the prisoner's innocence is incredible." "We agree upon this point, I am happy to know, and upon another, that in the profession to which I have the honor to belong, there are men whose actions are guided by the highest and finest principles, and whose motives spring from what I conceive to be the most ennobling of all impulse, a desire for justice." "Who can doubt it?" "How, then, stands the case as between you and my brother, the advocate? You have an inward conviction of Gautran's guilt, he an inward conviction of Gautran's innocence. Up to a certain time, you and he are on an equality. Your knowledge of the crime is derived from hearsay and newspaper reports. Upon that evidence you rest. You have your business to attend to, the value of money, the fluctuations of the exchanges, the public movements which affect securities, in addition to the anxieties springing from your private transactions. The advocate cannot afford to depend upon hearsay and the newspapers. It is his business to investigate, to unearth, to bring together the scattered bones and fit them one with another, to reason, to argue, to deduce. As all the powers of your mind are brought to bear upon your business, which is money, so all the powers of his mind are brought to bear upon his, which is Gautran, in connection with the crime of which he stands accused. His inward conviction of the man's innocence is strengthened no less by the facts which come to light than by the presumptive evidence he is enabled by his patience and application to bring forward in favor of his client. You and he are no longer on an equality. He is a man informed. You remain in ignorance. He has dissected the body, and all the arteries of the crime are exposed to his sight and judgment. You merely raise up a picture, a dark night, a river, a girl vainly struggling with her fate, a murderer with veiled face, flying from the spot, or looking with brutal calmness upon his victim. That is the entire extent of your knowledge. You seize a brush. You throw light upon the darkness. You paint the river and the girl. You paint the portrait of the murderer, Gautran. All is clear to you. You have formed your own court of justice. Imagination affords the proof, and prejudice is the judge. It is an easy and agreeable task to find the prisoner guilty. You are satisfied. You believe you have fulfilled a duty, whereas you have been but a stumbling block in the path of justice. Notwithstanding which, said Jacob Hartrich, who had thoroughly recovered his good humor, I have as firm a conviction as ever in the guilt of Gautran the woodman. Admonish this member of a stiff-necked race, Father Capel, said Pierre Lamont, and tell him why reason was given to man. Earnest as the old lawyer was in the discussion, and apparently engaged in it to the exclusion of all other subjects, he had eyes and ears for everything that passed in the room. Retirement from the active practice of his profession had by no means rusted his powers. On the contrary, indeed, for it had developed in him a finer and more subtle capacity of observation. It gave him time, also, to devote himself to matters which, at an earlier period in his life, he would have considered trivial. Thus, when he moved in private circles, freed from larger duties, there lurked in him always a positive danger, and although he would not do mischief for mischief's sake, he was irresistibly drawn in its direction. The quality of his mind was such as to seek out for itself and unerringly detect human blemish. He was ready, when it was presented to him, to recognize personal goodness, but while he recognized, he did not admire it. The good man was in his eyes a negative character, pithless, uninteresting. His dominant qualities, being on the surface, presented no field for study. He himself, as has already been seen, was not loath to bestow money in charity, but he was destitute of benevolence. His soul never glowed with pity, nor did the sight of suffering touch his heart. While goodness did not attract him, he took no interest in the profligate or dissolute. His magnet was of the Machiavellian type, cunning, craft, duplicity, guile. Here he was at home in his glory, as easy to throw him off the scent as a bloodhound. Chiefly on this occasion was his attention given to the advocate's wife. Not a movement, not a gesture, Not a varying shade of expression escaped him. Any person, noting his observance of her, would have detected in it nothing but admiration, and to this conclusion Adelaide herself, she knew when she was admired, was by no means averse. But his eye was upon her when she was not aware of it. "Have I not heard of a case," asked a guest of Pierre Lamont, "in which a lawyer defended a murderer, knowing him to be guilty?" "Yes," said Pierre Lamont, "there was such a case. The murder was a ruthless murder, the lawyer a man of great attainments. His speech to the court was eloquent and thrilling, and in it he declared his solemn belief in the prisoner's innocence, and made an appeal to God to strengthen the declaration. It created a profound impression, but the evidence was conclusive, and the prisoner was found guilty. It then transpired that the accused, in his cell, had confessed to his advocate that he had perpetrated the murder." "Confessed before the trial?" "Yes, before the trial." "What became of the lawyer?" "He was ruined, socially and professionally. A great career was blighted." "A deserved punishment," remarked Father Capel. "Yes, it is an open question," said Pierre Lamont, "whether the secrets of the prison cell should not be held as sacred as those of the confessional." "Nothing can justify," said Father Capel, "the employment of such an appeal, used to frustrate the ends of justice." "Then," said Pierre Lamont with malicious emphasis, "you admit the doctrine of responsibility. Your prompting of evil spirits, what becomes of it?" Father Capel did not have time to reply, for a cry of terror from a visitor gave an unexpected turn to the gossip of the evening, and diverted it into a common channel. The person who had uttered this cry was the youngest daughter of Jacob Hartrich. She had been standing at a window, the heavy curtains of which she had held aside in an idle moment to look out upon the grounds, which were wrapped in a pall of deep darkness. Upon the utterance of her terrified scream, she had retreated into the room, and was now gazing with affrighted eyes at the curtains, which her loosened hold had allowed to fall over the window. Her mother and sister hurried to her side, and most of the other guests clustered around her. What had occasioned her alarm? When she had sufficiently recovered, she gave an explanation of it. She was looking out, without any purpose in her mind, thinking of nothing, as she expressed it, when, in a distant part of the grounds, there suddenly appeared a bright light, which moved slowly onward, and within the radius of this light, of which it seemed to form a part, she saw distinctly a white figure, like a spirit. The curtains of the window were drawn aside, and all within the room, with the exception of Pierre Lamont, who was left without an audience, peered into the grounds below. Nothing was to be seen, no glimpse of light or white shadow, no movement but the slight stir of leaf and branch, but the young lady vehemently persisted in her statement, and, questioned more closely, declared that the figure was that of a woman. She had seen her face, her hair, her white robe. The three persons whom her story most deeply impressed were the advocate's wife, Christian Almer, and Father Capel. With the advocate it was a simple delusion of the senses. With Jacob Hartrich, nerves. Christian Almer and Father Capel went out to search the grounds, and when they returned reported that nothing was to be seen. During this excitement Pierre Lamont was absolutely unnoticed, and it was not till a groan proceeded from the part of the room where he sat huddled up in the wheeled chair in which he was imprisoned that attention was directed to him. He was evidently in great pain. His features were contracted with the spasms which darted through his limbs. "It almost masters me," he said to the advocate, as he laughed and winced, "this physical anguish. I will not allow it to conquer me, but I must humor it. I am tempted to ask you to give me a bed tonight." "Stop with us, by all means," said the advocate. "The night is too dark and your house too far for you to leave while you are suffering." So it was arranged, and within half an hour all the other guests had taken their departure. End of section 17. Section 18 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 18. Book 4, Chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3. The Watch on the Hill. For more than 20 years the House of White Shadows may be said to have been without a history. Its last eventful chapter ended with the death of Christian Almer's father, the tragic story of whose life has been related by Mother Denise. Then followed a blank, a dull uniformity of days and months and years, without the occurrence of a single event worthy of record in the annals of the family who had held the estate for 4 generations. The doors and windows of the villa were but seldom opened, and on those rare occasions only by Mother Denise, who had too strict a regard for the faithful discharge of her duties to allow the costly furniture to fall into decay. Suddenly all this was altered. Light and life reigned again. Startling was the transformation. Within a few short weeks the House of White Shadows had become the center of a chain of events, in which the affections which sway and the passions which dominate mankind were displayed in all their strangest variety. At a short distance from the gate, on this dark night, upon the rise of a hill which commanded a view of the villa, sometimes stood and sometimes lay a man in the prime of life. Not a well-looking man, nor a desirable man, and yet one who in his better days might have passed for a gentleman. Even now, with the aid of fine feathers, he might have reached such a height in the judgment of those who were not given to close observation. His feathers at the present time were anything but fine, a sad fall, for they have been once such as fine birds wear, no barn-door fowls, but of the partridge's quality, so that between the man and his garments there was something of an affinity. He was tall and fairly presentable, and he bore himself with a certain air which, in the eyes of the vulgar, would have passed for grace. But his swagger spoiled him, and his sensual mouth, which had begot a coarseness from long and unrestrained indulgence, spoiled him, and the blotches on his face spoiled him. His hands were white, and rings would have looked well on them, if rings ever looked well on the hands of a man, which may be doubted. As he stood or lay, his eyes were for the chief part of his time fixed on the House of White Shadows. Following with precision his line of sight, it would have been discovered that the point which claimed his attention were the windows of the advocate's study. There was a light in them, but no movement. "Yet he is there," muttered the man, whose name was John Van Brugh, "for I see his shadow." His sight unassisted would not have enabled him to speak with authority upon this, but he held in his hand a field-glass, and he saw by its aid what would otherwise have been hidden from him. "His guests have gone," continued John Van Brugh, and he has time to attend to me. I have that to sell, Edward, which it is worth your while to purchase, nay, which it is vital you should purchase. Every hour's delay increases its price. It must be near midnight, and still no sign. Well, I can wait, I can wait. He had no watch to take count of the time, which passed slowly, but he waited patiently nevertheless, until the sound of footsteps approaching in his direction diverted his attention. They came nearer, nearer, until this other wanderer of the night was close upon him. Who, he thought, has taken it into his head to come my way? This is no time for honest men to be about. And then he said aloud, for the intruder had paused within a yard of him, "What particular business brings you here, friend, and why do you not pass on?" A sigh of intense relief escaped the breast of the newcomer, who was none other than Gautran. With the cuff of his shirt he wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and muttered in a grateful tone, "A man's voice! That is something to be thankful for." The sound of this muttering, but not the words, reached Vanbrugh's ears. "Well, friend?" said Vanbrugh, who, being unarmed, felt himself at a disadvantage. "Well?" repeated Gautran. "Are you meditating an attack upon me? I am not worth the risk, upon my honor. If you are poor, behold in me a brother in misfortune. Go to a more profitable market." "I don't want to hurt you." "I'll take your word for it. Pass on, then. The way is clear for you." He stepped aside, and observed that Gautran took step with him instead of from him. "Are you going to pass on?" asked Gautran. "Upon my soul, this is getting amusing, and I should enjoy it if I were not angry. Am I going to pass on? No, I am not going to pass on." "Neither am I." "In the name of all that is mischievous," cried Vanbrugh, "what is it you want?" "Company," was the answer, "till daylight, that is all. You need not be afraid of me." "Company!" exclaimed Vanbrugh. "My company?" "Yours, or any man's. Something human, something living. And you must talk to me. I'm not going to be driven mad by silence. You are a cool customer, with your this and that. Are you aware that you are robbing me?" "I don't want to rob you." "But you are, of solitude. And you appropriate it. No further fooling. Leave me." "Not till daylight." "There is something strange in your resolve. Let me have a better look at you." He laid his hand upon Gautran's shoulder, and the man did not resent the movement. In the evening, when he had arrived in Geneva, he had made an unsuccessful attempt to enter the court-house. Therefore, Gautran being otherwise a stranger to him, he did not recognize in the face of the man he was now looking into, and which he could but dimly see in consequence of the darkness of the night, the prisoner whose trial for murder had caused so great an excitement. "If I am any judge of human nature," he said, "you are in a bad way. I can see sufficient of you to discern that from a social point of view you are a ruin, a very wreck of respectability, if your lines ever crossed in that direction. In which respect I, who was once a gentleman, and am still, cannot deny that there is something of moral kinship between us. This confers distinction upon you, upon me a touch of obloquy. But I am old enough not to be squeamish. We must take the world as we find it, a villainous world. What say you?" "A villainous world. Go on talking." Vanbrugh stood with his face towards the House of White Shadows, watching for the signal he had asked the advocate to give him. Gautran, facing the man upon whom he had forced his company, stood, therefore, with his back to the villa, the lights in which he had not yet seen. "Our condition may be borne," continued Vanbrugh, "with greater or lesser equanimity, so long as we feed the body, the quality of our food being really of no great importance, so far as the tissues are concerned. But when the mind is thrown off its balance, as I see by your eyes is the case with you, the condition of the man becomes serious. What is it you fear?" "Nothing human." "Yet you are at war with society." "I was, but I am a free man now." "You have been in peril, then, plainly speaking, a jail-bird. What matters? The world is apt to be too censorious. I find no fault with you for your misfortune. Such things happen to the best of us. But you are free now, you say, and you fear nothing in human shape? What is it, then, you do fear?" "Were you ever followed by a spirit?" asked Gautran, in a hoarse whisper. "A moment," said Vanbrugh. "Your question startles me. I have about me 2 mouthfuls of an elixir without which life would not be worth the living. Share and share alike." He produced a bottle containing about 1/4 of a pint of brandy, and saying, "Your health, friend," put it to his lips. Gautran watched him greedily, and when he received the bottle, drained it with a gasp of savage satisfaction. "That is fine, that is fine," he said. "I wish there were more of it." "To echo your wish is the extent of my power in the direction of fulfillment. Now we can continue. Was I ever followed by a spirit? Of what kind?" "Of a woman," replied Gautran, with a shudder. "Being a spirit, necessarily a dead woman." "Ay, a dead woman, one who was murdered." A look of sudden and newly awakened intelligence flashed into Vanbrugh's face. He placed his hand again upon Gautran's shoulder. "A young woman?" he said. "Ay," responded Gautran. "Fair and beautiful?" "Yes." "Who met her death in the river Rhone?" "Ay, it is known to all the world." "One who sold flowers in the streets of Geneva, whose name was Madeline?" The utterance of the name conjured up the phantom of the murdered girl, and Gautran, with violent shudders, gazed upon the spectre. "She is there! She is there!" he muttered, in a voice of agony. "Will she never, never leave me?" These words confirmed Vanbrugh's suspicion. It was Gautran who stood before him. "Another winning card," he said, in a tone of triumph, and with a strange smile. "The man is guilty, else why should he fear? Vanbrugh, a life of ease is yours once more. Away with these rags, this money pinch which has nipped you for years. Days of pleasure, of luxury, are yours to enjoy. You step once more into the ranks of gentlemen. What would the great advocate in yonder study think of this chance encounter, knowing, what he has yet to learn, that I hold in my hands what he prizes most, his fame and honor?" Gautran heard the words. He turned and followed the direction of Vanbrugh's gaze. "There is but one great advocate, the man who set me free." "He lives yonder, then?" "You know it, rogue," replied Vanbrugh. "There are the lights in his study window. Gautran, you and I must be better acquainted." But he was compelled to submit to a postponement of his wish, for the next moment he was alone. Gautran had disappeared. Chapter 4. The Silent Voice. Alone in his study, the advocate had time to review his position. His first feeling, when he listened to Gautran's confession, had been one of unutterable horror, and this feeling was upon him when he entered the villa. From his outward demeanor, no person could have guessed how terrible was his inward agitation. Self-repression was in him a second nature. The habit of concealing his thoughts had been of incalculable value in his profession, and had materially assisted in many of his great victories. But now he was alone, and when he had locked the study door, he threw off the mask. He had been proud of this victory. It was the greatest he had ever achieved. He knew that it would increase his fame, and that it was an important step in the ladder it had been the delight of his life to climb. Cold as he appeared, and apparently indifferent to success, his ambition was vast, overpowering. His one great aim had been not only to achieve the highest distinction while he lived, but to leave behind him a name which should be placed at the head of all his class. A clear and unsullied name, which men in after times would quote as a symbol of the triumph of intellect. It was the sublimity of egoism, contemptible when allied with intellectual inferiority and weakness of character, but justifiable in his case, because it was in association with a force of mental gifts little short of marvelous. In the exercise of his public duties, he had been careful never to take a false step. Before he committed himself to a task, he invariably made a study of its minutest detail, conned it over and over, stripped it of its outward coverings, probed it to its very heart, added facets to it which lay not only within the region of probability, but possibility. And the result had been that his triumphs were spoken of with wonderment, as something almost higher than human, and within the capacity of no other man. It had sometimes occurred that the public voice was against a prisoner whose defense he had undertaken, but it was never raised against himself, and perhaps the sweetest reward which was ever bestowed upon him was when, in an unpopular cause which he had conducted to victory, it was afterwards proved that the man he had championed, whose very name was an offense, was in honest truth a victim instead of a wrongdoer. It had grown into a fashion to say, "He must have right on his side, or the advocate would not defend him." Here, then, was a triple alliance of justice, truth, and humanity, and he their champion, and the vindicator and upholder of right. In another sphere of life, and in times when the dragon of oppression was weighing heavily upon a people's liberties, such achievements as his would have caused the champion to be worshipped as a saint, certainly as a hero imbued with kingly qualities. No man really deserves this altitude, though it be sometimes reached. Human nature is too imperfect. Its undercurrents are not sufficiently translucent for truth's face to be reflected as in a crystal. But we judge the deed, not the doer, and the man is frequently crowned, the working of whose inner life, were it laid bare, would shock and disgust. It was when he was at the height of his fame that the advocate met Adelaide. Hitherto he had seen but little of women, or, seeing them, had passed them lightly by. But there comes a time in the lives of most men, even of the greatest, when they are abruptly arrested by an influence which insensibly masters them. Only once in his life had the advocate wandered from the path he had formed for himself. But it was an idle wandering, partly prompted by a small and unworthy desire to prove himself of two men, the superior, and he had swiftly and effectually thrown the folly aside, never again to be indulged in or renewed. That was many years ago, and had been long forgotten, when Adelaide appeared to him, a star of loveliness, which proved what few men would have believed, that he had a heart. The new revelation was to him at first a source of infinite gladness, and he yielded to the enchantment. But after a time he questioned himself as to the wisdom of this infatuation. It was then, however, too late. The spell was upon him, and it did not lay in his power to remove it. And when he found that this sweet pleasure did not, as it would have done with most men, interfere with his active duties, nay, that it seemed to infuse a keener relish into their fulfillment, he asked himself the question, why not? In the simple prompting of the question lay the answer. He possessed an immense power of concentration. With many subjects claiming close attention, he could dismiss them all but the one to which it was necessary he should devote himself, and after much self-communing he satisfied himself that love would be no block to ambition. And indeed so it proved. Adelaide, dazzled by the attentions of a man who stood so high, accepted his worship, and, warned by friends not to be exigent, made no demands upon his time which interfered with his duties. He was a devoted but not a passionate lover. On all sides she was congratulated. It gratified her. By many she was envied. It delighted her, and she took pleasure in showing how easily she could lead this man, who to all other women was cold as ice. In those days it was out of her own vanity and thirst for conquest that she evolved pleasure from the association of her name with his. After their marriage he strove to interest her in the cases upon which he was engaged, but discovering that her taste did not lie in that direction, he did not persist in his endeavor. It did not lessen his love for her, nor her hold upon him. She was to him on this night as she had ever been, a sweet, affectionate, pure woman, who gave him as much love and honor as a man so much older than herself could reasonably expect. Something of what has been here expressed passed through his mind as he reflected upon the events of the day. How should he deal with Gautran's confession? That was the point he debated. When he undertook the defense, he had a firm belief in the man's innocence. He had drawn the picture of Gautran exactly as he had conceived it. Vile, degraded, brutal, without a redeeming feature, but not the murderer of Madeline, the flower girl. He reviewed the case again carefully, to see whether he could have arrived at any other conclusion. He could not perceive a single defect in his theory. He was justified in his own eyes. He knew that the entire public sentiment was against him, and that he had convinced men against their will. He knew that there was imported into this matter a feeling of resentment at his successful efforts to set Gautran free. What, then, had induced him to come forward voluntarily in defense of this monster? He asked the question of himself aloud, and he answered it aloud. A reverence for justice. He had not indulged in self-deception when he declared to Gautran's judges that the leading principle of his life had been a desire for justice in small matters as well as great, for the meanest equally with the loftiest of his fellow creatures. That it did not clash with his ambition was his good fortune. It was not tainted because of this human coincidence. So far, then, he was justified in his own estimation. But he must be justified also in the eyes of the world, and here intruded the torturing doubt whether this were possible. If he made it known to the world that Gautran was guilty, the answer would be, "We know it and knew it, as we believe you yourself did while you were working to set him free. Why did you prevent justice being done upon a murderer?" "But I believed him innocent," he would say. "Only now do I know him to be guilty." "Upon what grounds?" would be asked. "Upon Gautran's own confession, given to me, alone, on a lonely road, within an hour after the delivery of the verdict." He saw the incredulous looks with which this would be received. He put himself in the place of the public, and he asked, "Why, at such a time and such a spot, did Gautran confess to you? What motive had he? You are not a priest, and the high road is not a confessional." He could supply to this question no answer which common sense would accept. And say that Gautran were questioned, as he would assuredly be, he would deny the statement point blank. Liberty is sweet to all men. Then it would be one man's statement against another's. He would be on an equality with Gautran, reduced to his level, and in the judgment of numbers of people Gautran would have the advantage over him. Sides would be taken. He himself, in a certain sense, would be placed upon his trial, and public resentment, which now was smothered and would soon be quite hushed, would break out against him. Was he strong enough to withstand this? Could he arrest the furious torrent and stand unwounded on the shore, pure and scatheless in the eyes of men? He doubted. He was too profound a student of human nature not to know that his fair fame would be blotted, and that there would be a stain upon his reputation which would cling to him to the last day of his life. Still, he questioned himself. Should he dare it, and brave it, and bow his head? Who humbles himself lays himself open to the blow, and men are not merciful when the chance is offered to them. But he would stand clear in his own eyes. His conscience would approve. To none but himself would this be known. Inward approval would be his sole reward, his sole compensation. A hero's work, however. For a moment or two he glowed at the contemplation. He soon cooled down, and with a smile, partly of self-pity, partly of self-contempt, proceeded to the calmer consideration of the matter. The meaner qualities came into play. The world did not know. What reason was there that it should be enlightened, that he should enlighten it, to his own injury? The secret belonged to two men, to himself and Gautran. It was not likely that Gautran would blurt it out to others. He valued his liberty too highly, so that it was as safe as though it were buried in a deep grave. As for the wrong done, it was a silent wrong. To ruin oneself for a sentiment would be madness. No one really suffered. The unfortunate girl was at rest. She was a stranger. No person knew her, or was interested in her except for her beauty. She left no family, no father, mother, or sisters, to mourn her cruel death. There was certainly the woman spoken of as Pauline, but she had disappeared, and was probably in no way related to Madeline. What more likely than that the elder woman's association with the younger arose out of a desire to trade upon the girl's beauty, and appropriate the profits to her own use? A base view of the matter, but natural, human. And having reaped a certain profit out of their trade in flowers, larger than was suspected, the crafty woman of the world had deliberately deserted Madeline and left her to her fate. Why, then, should he step forward as her avenger, to the destruction of the great name he had spent the best fruits of his mind and the best years of his life to build up? To think of such a thing was quixotism run mad. One of the threads of these reflections, that which forced itself upon him as the toughest and the most prominent, was contempt of himself for permitting his thoughts to wander into currents so base. But that was his concern. It affected no other person, so long as he chose to hold his own counsel. The difficulty into which he was plunged was not of his seeking. Fate had dealt him a hard stroke. He received it on his shield instead of on his body. Who would say that that was not wise? What other man, having the option, would not have done as he was about to do? Cunning sophist, his conscience whispered to him. Think not that, wandering in these crooked paths of reasoning, you can find the talisman which will transform wrong into right, or remove the stain which will rest upon your soul. He answered his conscience, To none but myself is my soul visible. Who, then, can see the stain? His conscience replied, God. I will confess to him, he said, but not to man. There is but one right course, his conscience said. Juggle as you may, you know that there is but one right course. I know it, he said boldly, but I am cast in human mold, and am not heroic enough for the sacrifice you would impose upon me. Listen, said his conscience. A voice from the grave is calling to you. He heard the voice. Blood for blood. He stood transfixed. The images raised by that silent voice were appalling. They culminated in the impalpable shape of a girl, with pallid face, gazing sadly at him, over whose form seemed to be traced in the air the lurid words, Blood for blood. Heaven's decree. The vision lasted but for a brief space. In the light of his strong will, such airy terrors could not long exist. Blood for blood. It once held undisputed sway, but there are great and good men who look upon the fulfillment of the stern decree as a crime. Mercy, humanity, and all the higher laws of civilization were on their side. But he could not quite stifle the voice. He took another view. Say that he yielded to the whisperings of his conscience. Say that, braving all the consequences of his action, he denounced Gautran. The man had already been tried for murder, and could not be tried again. Set this aside. Say that a way was discovered to bring Gautran again to the bar of earthly justice. Of what value was the new evidence that could be brought against him? His own bare word. His recital of an interview of which he held no proof, and which Gautran's simple denial would be sufficient to destroy. Place this new evidence against the evidence he himself had established in proof of Gautran's innocence, and it became a featherweight. A lawyer of mediocre attainments would blow away such evidence with a breath. He would injure only him who brought it forward. He decided. The matter must rest where it was. In silence lay safety. There was still another argument in favor of this conclusion. The time for making public the horrible knowledge of which he had become possessed was past. After he had received Gautran's confession, he should not have lost a moment in communicating with the authorities. Not only had he allowed the hours to slip by without taking action, but in the conversation initiated that evening by Pierre Lamont, in which he had joined, he had tacitly committed himself to the continuance of a belief in Gautran's innocence. He saw no way out of the fatal construction which all who knew him, as well as all who knew him not, would place upon this line of conduct. He had been caught in a trap of his own setting, but he could hide his wounds. Yes, the question was answered. He must preserve silence. This long self-communing had exhausted him. He could not sleep. He could neither read nor study. His mind required relief and solace in companionship. His wife was doubtless asleep. He would not disturb her. He would go to his friend's chamber. Christian Almer would be awake, and they would pass an hour in sympathizing converse. Almer had asked him, when they bade each other good night, whether he intended immediately to retire to rest, and he had answered that he had much to do in his study, and should probably be up till late in the night. "I will not disturb you," Almer had said, "but I too am in no mood for sleep. I have letters to write, and if you happen to need society, come to my room, and we will have one of our old chats." As he quitted the study to seek his friend, the soft silvery chimes of a clock on the mantel proclaimed the hour. He counted the strokes. It was midnight. End of section 18. Section 19 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 19. Book 4, Chapters 5 and 6. Chapter 5. Gautran finds a refuge. When John Vanbrugh found himself alone, he cried, "What? Tired of my company already? That is a fine compliment to pay to a gentleman of my breeding. Gautran! Gautran!" He listened. No answer came. "A capital disappearance," he continued, "in its way dramatic. The scene, the time, all agreeing. It does not please me. Do you hear me, Gautran?" he shouted. "It does not please me. If I were not tied to this spot in the execution of a most important mission, I would after you, my friend, and teach you better manners. He drank my brandy, too, the ungrateful rogue. A waste of good liquor, a sheer waste. He gets no more without paying its equivalent." Vanbrugh indulged in this soliloquy without allowing his wrath to interfere with his watch. Not for a single moment did he shift his gaze from the windows of the advocate's study. "Now, what induced him," he said after a pause, "to spirit himself away so mysteriously? From the violent fancy he expressed for my company, I regarded him as a fixture. One would have supposed he intended to stick to me like a limpet to a rock. Suddenly, without rhyme or reason, and just as the conversation was getting interesting, he takes French leave and makes himself scarce. I hope he has not left his ghost behind me, the ghost of pretty Madeline. Not likely, though. When a partnership such as that is entered into, uncommonly unpleasant and inconvenient it must be, it is not dissolved so easily. Perhaps he was spirited away, wanted after the fashion of our dear Lothario, Don Giovanni. There was no blue fire about, however, and I smell no brimstone. No, he disappeared of his own prompting. It will repay thinking over. He saw his phantom. Even my presence could not keep her from him. He murdered her, not a doubt of it, and the advocate has proved his innocence. Were it not a double tragedy, I should feel disposed to laugh. We were speaking of the advocate when he darted off. But you cannot escape me, Gautran. We shall meet again. An acquaintanceship so happily commenced must not be allowed to drop, nor shall it, while it suits my purpose. At length, John Vanbrugh, you are learning to be wise. You allowed yourself to be fleeced, sucked dry, and being thrown upon the rocks, Stripped of fortune and the means to woo it, you strove to live as knaves live, upon the folly of others like yourself. But you were a poor hand at the trade. You were never cut out for a knave, and you passed through a succession of reverses so hard as almost to break an honest man's heart. It is all over now. I see the sun. Bright days are before you, John, the old days over again. But you will spend your money more prudently, my lad. No squandering. Exact its value. Be wise, bold, determined, and you shall not go down with sorrow to the grave. Edward, my friend, if I had the liquor, I would drink to you." As it was, he wafted a mocking kiss towards the house of white shadows, and patiently continued his watch. Meanwhile, Gautran had not been idle. Upon quitting Vanbrugh, the direction he took was from the house of white shadows, but when he was not at a safe distance from Vanbrugh, out of sight and hearing, he paused, and deliberately set his face towards the villa. He skirted the hill at its base, and walking with great caution, pausing frequently to assure himself that he was alone and was not being followed, arrived at the gates of the villa. He tried the gates. They were locked. Could he climb over them? He would have risked the danger, they were set with sharp spikes, had he not known that it would take some time, and feared that some person passing along the high road might detect him. He made his way to the back of the villa, and carefully examined the walls. His eyes were accustomed to darkness, and he could see pretty clearly. It was a long time before he discovered a means of ingress, afforded by an old elm which grew within a few yards of the wall, and the far-spreading branches of which stretched over the grounds. He climbed the tree, and crept like a cat along the stoutest branch he could find. It bent beneath his weight, as he hung suspended from it. It was a fall of 20 feet, but he risked it. He unloosed his hands, and dropped to the earth. He was shaken, but not bruised. His purpose, thus far, was accomplished. He was within the grounds of the villa. All was quiet. When he had recovered from the shock of the fall, he stepped warily towards the house. Now and then he was startled and alarmed at the shadows of the trees which moved athwart his path, but he mastered these terrors, and crept on, till he heard the soft sound of a clock striking the hour. He paused, as the advocate had done, and counted the strokes. Midnight. When the sound had quite died away, he stepped forward, and saw the lights in the study windows. Was anybody there? He guessed shrewdly enough that if the room was occupied, it would be by no other person than the advocate. Well, it was the advocate he came to see. He had no design of robbery in his mind. He stealthily approached a window, and blessed his good fortune to find that it was partly open. He peered into the study. It was empty. He climbed the sill, and dropped safely into the room. What a grand apartment! What costly pictures and vases! What an array of books and papers! Beautiful objects met his eyes whichever way he turned. There was the advocate's chair, there the table at which he wrote. The advocate had left the room for a while, this was Gautran's correct surmise, and intended to return. The lamps fully turned up were proof of this. He looked at the papers on the table. Could he have read, he would have seen that many of them bore his own name. On a massive sideboard there were bottles filled with liquor and glasses. He drank 3 or 4 glasses rapidly, and then, coiling himself up in a corner of the room, in a few moments was fast asleep. Chapter 6. Pierre Lamont reads love verses to Fritz the Fool. The bedroom allotted to Pierre Lamont by Mother Denise was situated on the first floor, and adjoined the apartments prepared for Christian Almer. As he was unable to walk a step, it was necessary that the old lawyer should be carried upstairs. His body servant, expressly engaged to wheel him about and attend to his wants, was ready to perform his duties, but into Pierre Lamont's head had entered the whim that he would be assisted to his room by no person but Fritz the Fool. The servant was sent in search of Fritz, who could not easily be found. It was quite half an hour before the fool made his appearance, and by that time all the guests, with the exception of Pierre Lamont, had left the House of White Shadows. Out of sympathy with Pierre Lamont's sufferings, Father Capel had remained to chat with him until Fritz arrived. But the priest was suddenly called away. Mother Denise, entering the room, informed him that a peasant who lived 10 miles from the House of White Shadows urgently desired to see him. Father Capel was about to go out to the man, when Adelaide suggested that he should be brought in, and the peasant accordingly disclosed his errand in the presence of the advocate and his wife, Pierre Lamont, and Christian Almer. "I have been to your house," said the peasant, standing, cap in hand, in humble admiration of the grandeur by which he was surrounded, "and was directed here. There is a woman dying in my hut." "What is her name, and where does she come from?" "I know not. She has been with us for over 3 weeks, and it is a sore burden upon us. It happened in this way, Reverend Father. My hut, you know, is in the cleft of a rock at the foot of the Berger Pass, a dangerous spot for those who are not familiar with the track. Some 24 days ago it was that my wife in the night roused me with the tale of a frightful scream, which, proceeding from one in agony near my hut, pierced her very marrow, and woke her from sleep. I sprang from my bed and went into the open, and a few yards down I found a woman who had fallen from a height and was lying in delirious pain upon the sharp stones. I raised her in my arms. She was bleeding terribly, and I feared she was hurt to death. I did the best I could, and carried her into my hut, where my wife nursed and tended her. But from that night to this we have been unable to get one sensible word from her, and she is now at death's door. She needs your priestly offices, Reverend Father, and therefore I have come for you." "How interesting!" exclaimed Adelaide. "Who will pay you for your goodness to this poor creature?" "God," said Father Capel, replying for the peasant. "It is the poor who help the poor, and in the kingdom of heaven our gracious Lord rewards them." "I am content," said the peasant. "But in the contemplation of the hereafter," said Pierre Lamont, "let us not forget the present. There are many whose loads are too heavy, for instance, asses. There are a few whose loads are too light, scoffers like myself. You have had occasion to rebuke me this night, Father Capel, and were I not a hardened sinner, I should be groaning in tribulation. That to the last hour of my life I shall deserve your rebukes proves me, I fear, beyond hope of redemption. Still I bear in mind the ass's burden. You have used my purse once in penance. Use it again, and pay this man for the loss inflicted upon him by his endeavors to earn the great spiritual reward, which, in all humility I say it, does not put bread into human stomachs." Father Capel accepted Pierre Lamont's purse, and said, I judge not by words, but by works. Your offering shall be greatly administered. Come, let us hasten to this unfortunate woman." When he and the peasant had departed, Pierre Lamont said, with mock enthusiasm, "A good man, a good man. Virtue such as his is a severe burden, but I doubt not he enjoys it. I prefer to earn my seat in heaven vicariously, to which end my gold will materially assist. It is as though paradise can be bought by weight or measure. The longer the purse, the greater the chance of salvation. Ah, here is Fritz. Good night, good night. Bring dreams to all. Gently, Fritz, gently," continued the old lawyer, as he was being carried up the stairs. "My bones are brittle." "Brittle enough, I should say," rejoined Fritz. "Chicken bones they might be, from the weight of you." "Are diamonds heavy, fool?" "Ha, ha!" laughed Fritz. "If I had the selling of you, Master Lamont, I should like to make you the valuer. I should get a rare good price for you at that rate." In the bedroom, Pierre Lamont retained Fritz to prepare him for bed. The old lawyer, undressed, was a veritable skeleton. There was not an ounce of superfluous flesh on his shriveled bones. "What would you have done in the age of giants?" asked Fritz, making merry over Pierre Lamont's attenuated form. "This would have served," replied Pierre Lamont, tapping his forehead with his forefinger. "I should have contrived so as to be a match for them. Bring that small table close to the bedside. Now place the lamp on it. Put your hand into the tail pocket of my coat. You will find a silk handkerchief there." He tied the handkerchief, the color of which was yellow, about his head, and as the small thin face peeped out of it, brown-skinned and hairless, it looked like the face of a mummy. Fritz gazed at him and laughed immoderately, and Pierre Lamont nodded and nodded at the fool, with a smile of much humor on his lips. "Enjoy yourself, fool, enjoy yourself," he said kindly, "but don't pass your life in laughter. It is destructive of brain power. What do you think of the spirit, Fritz, the appearance of which so alarmed one of the young ladies in our merry party tonight?" "What do you think of it?" asked Fritz in return, with a quivering of his right eyelid, which suspiciously resembled a wink. "Ah, knave!" cried Pierre Lamont, chuckling. "I half suspected you." "You will not tell on me, Master Lamont?" "Not I, fool. How did you contrive it?" "With a white sheet and a lantern. I thought it a pity that my lady should be disappointed. Should she leave the palace without some warranty that spirits are here, the house would lose its character. Then there is the young master, your Christian Almer. He spoke to me very much as if I were a beast of the field instead of a fool, so I thought I would give him food for thought." "A dangerous trick, Fritz. Your secret is safe with me, but I would not try it too often. Are there any books in the room? Look about, Fritz, look about." "For books!" exclaimed Fritz. "People go to bed to sleep." "I go to bed to think," retorted Pierre Lamont, "and read. People are idiots. They don't know how to use the nights." "Men are not owls," said Fritz. "There are no books in the room." "How shall I pass the night?" grumbled Pierre Lamont. "Open that drawer. There may be something to read in it." Fritz opened the drawer. It was filled with books. Pierre Lamont uttered a cry of delight. "Bring half a dozen of them, quick! Now I am happy." He opened the books, which Fritz handed to him, and placed them by his side on the bed. They were in various languages. Lavater, Zimmermann, a Latin book on demonology, poems of Lope de Vega, Klingemann's tragedies, Italian poems by Zappi, Filisaja, Cassiani, and others. You understand all these books, Master Lamont? Of course, fool. What language is this? Latin. And this? Spanish. And this? Italian. No common mind collected these books, Fritz. The master that's dead, father of him who sleeps in the next room. Ha ha! Interposed Pierre Lamont, turning over the pages as he spoke. He sleeps there, does he? Yes, his father was a great scholar, I've heard. A various scholar, Fritz, if these books are an epitome of his mind. Love, philosophy, gloomy wanderings in dark paths. Here we have them all. The lights and shadows of life. Which way runs your taste, fool? I love the light, of course. What use in being a fool if you don't know how to take advantage of your opportunities? Well said. Let us indulge a little. These poets are sly rascals. They take unconscionable liberties, and play with women's beauty as other men dare not do. Fritz's eyes twinkled. It does not escape even you, Master Lamont. What does not escape me, fool? Woman's beauty, Master Lamont. Have I not eyes in my head and blood in my veins? Asked Pierre Lamont. It warms me like wine to know that I and the loveliest woman for 100 miles around are caged within the same roof. Fritz indulged in another fit of laughter, and then exclaimed, She has caught you too, eh? Now who would have thought it? Two of the cleverest lawyers in the world fixed with one arrow. Beauty is a divine gift, Master Lamont. To possess it is almost as good as being born a fool. I shall lie awake and read love verses. Listen to Zappi, fool. And in a voice really tender, Pierre Lamont read from the book, 100 pretty little loves in fun were romping, laughing, rioting one day. 100, cried Fritz, chuckling and rubbing his hands. 100 pretty little loves. If Father Capel were to hear you, his face would grow as long as my arm. Wrong, Fritz, wrong. His face would beam, and he would listen for the continuation of the poem. And Pierre Lamont resumed, Let's fly a little now, said one, I pray. Whither? To beauty's face. Agreed, 'tis done. Faster than bees to flowers they wing their way, to lovely maids, to mine, the sweetest one, and to her hair and panting lips they run, now here, now there, now everywhere they stray. My love, so full of loves, delightful sight, two with their torches in her eyes, and two upon her eyelids with their bows alight. You read rarely, Master Lamont, said Fritz. It is true, is it not, that when you were in practice you were called the lawyer with the silver tongue? It has been said of me, Fritz. The picture of this withered, dried-up old lawyer, sitting up in bed, with a yellow handkerchief for a nightcap tied around his head, reading languishing verses in a tender voice, and striving to bring into his weazened features an expression in harmony with them, was truly a comical one. Why, Master Lamont, said Fritz in admiration, You were cut out for a gallant. Had you recited those lines in the drawing-room, you would have had all the ladies at your feet, supposing," he added with a broad grin, "they had all been blind." "Ah me," said Pierre Lamont, throwing aside the book with a mocking sigh. "Too old, too old." "And shrunken," said Fritz. "It is not to be denied, Fritz, and shrunken." "And ugly." "You stick daggers into me. Yes, and ugly. Ah!" And with simulated wrath, he shook his fist in the air. "If I were but like my brother, the advocate. Eh, Fritz, eh?" Fritz shook his head slowly. "If I were not a fool, I should say I would much rather be as you are, old, and withered, and ugly, and a cripple, than be standing in the place of your brother, the advocate. And so would you, Master Lamont, for all your love songs. I can teach you nothing, fool. Push the lamp a little nearer to me. Give me my waistcoat. Here is a gold piece for you. I owe you as much, I think. We will keep our own counsel, Fritz. Good night." "Good night, Master Lamont. I am sorry that trial is over. It was rare fun." End of section 19. Section 20 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 20. Book 4, Chapters 7 and 8. Chapter 7. Mistress and Maid. "Dionetta." "Yes, my lady." The maid and her mistress were in Adelaide's dressing-room, and Dionetta was brushing her lady's hair, which hung down in rich, heavy waves. She smiled at herself in the glass before which she was sitting, and her mood became more joyous as she noted the whiteness of her teeth and the beautiful expression of her mouth when she smiled. There was an irresistible fascination in her smile. It flashed into all her features, like a laughing sunrise. She was never tired of admiring her beauty. It was to her a most precious possession, of which nothing but time could rob her. "Today is mine," she frequently said to herself, and she wished with all her heart that there were no tomorrow. Yes, today was hers, and she was beautiful, and gazing at the reflection of her fair self, she thought that she did not look more than 18. "Do you think I do, child?" she asked of Dionetta. "Think you do what, my lady?" inquired Dionetta. Adelaide laughed, a musical, childlike laugh, which any man, hearing, would have judged to be an expression of pure, innocent delight. She derived pleasure even from this pleasant sound. "I was thinking to myself, and I believed I was speaking aloud. Do you think I look 25? No, indeed, my lady, not by many years. You look younger than I do. And you are not 18, Dionetta." "Not yet, my lady." Adelaide's eyes sparkled. It was indeed true that she looked younger than her maid, who was in herself a beauty and young-looking. "Dionetta," she said presently, after a pause, "I have had a curious dream." "I saw you close your eyes for a moment, my lady." "I dreamt I was the most beautiful woman in all this wide world." "You are, my lady." The words were uttered in perfect honesty and simplicity. Her mistress was truly the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. "Nonsense, child, nonsense. There are others as fair, although I should not fear to stand beside them. It was only a dream, and this but the commencement of it. I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I had the handsomest features, the loveliest figure, and a shape that sculptors would have called perfection. I had the most exquisite dresses that ever were worn, and everything in that way a woman's heart could desire. A happy dream, my lady? Wait, I had a palace to live in a land where it was summer the whole year through. Such gardens, Dionetta, and such flowers as one only sees in dreams. I had rings enough to cover my fingers a dozen times over, diamonds in profusion for my hair and neck and arms, trunks full of them, and of old lace, and of the most wonderful jewels the mind can conceive. Would you believe it, child, in spite of all this, I was the most miserable woman in the universe? It is hard to believe, my lady. Not when I tell you the reason, Dionetta. I was absolutely alone. There was not a single person near me, old or young. Not one to look at me, to envy me, to admire me, to love me. What was the use of beauty, diamonds, flowers, dresses? The brightest eyes, the loveliest complexion, the whitest skin, all were thrown away. It would have been just as well if I had been dressed in rags, and were old and wrinkled as Pierre Lamont. Now, what I learn from my dream is this, that beauty is not worth having unless it is admired and loved, and unless other people can see it as well as yourself. Everybody sees that you are beautiful, my lady. It is spoken of everywhere. Is it, Dionetta? Really now, is it? Yes, my lady. And you are admired and loved. I think I am, child. I know I am. So that my dream goes for nothing. A foolish fancy, was it not, Dionetta? But women are never satisfied. I should never be tired, never, never, of hearing the man I love say, I love you, you are the most beautiful, the dearest, the sweetest. She leaned forward and looked closely at herself in the glass, and then sank back in her chair and smiled, and half closed her eyes. Dionetta, she said presently, what makes you so pale? It is the shadow, my lady, that was seen tonight, replied Dionetta in a whisper. I cannot get it out of my mind. But you did not see it? No, my lady, but it was there. You believe in ghosts? Yes, my lady. You would not have the courage to go where one was to be seen? Not for all the gold in the world, my lady. But the other servants are more courageous? They may be, but they would not dare to go. They said so tonight, all of them. They have been speaking of it, then? Oh, yes, of scarcely nothing else. Grandmother said tonight that if you had not come to the villa, the belief in the shadows would have died away altogether. That is too ridiculous, interrupted Adelaide. What can I have to do with them? If you had not come, said Dionetta, Grandmother said our young master would not be here. It is because he is in the house, sleeping here for the first night for so many, many years, that the spirit of his mother appeared to him. But your grandmother has told me she did not believe in the shadows. My lady, I think she is changing her opinion, else she would never have said what she did. It is long since I have seen her so disturbed. Adelaide rose from her chair, the fairest picture of womanhood eyes ever gazed upon, a picture an artist would have contemplated with delight. She stood still for a few moments, her hand resting on her writing-desk. Your grandmother does not like me, Dionetta. She has not said so, my lady, said Dionetta after an awkward pause. "Not directly, child," said Adelaide, "and I have no reason to complain of want of respect in her. But one always knows whether one is really liked or not." "She is growing old," murmured Dionetta apologetically, "and has seen very little of ladies." "Neither have you, child, yet you do not dislike me." "My lady, if I dare to say it, I love you." "There is no daring in it, child. I love to be loved, and I would sooner be loved by the young than the old. Come here, pretty one. Your ears are like little pink shells, and deserve something better than those common rings in them. Put these in their place." She took from a jewel case a pair of earrings, turquoise and small diamonds, and with her own hands made the exchange. "Oh, my lady," sighed Dionetta, with a rose light in her face, "they are too grand for me. What shall I say when people see them?" The girl's heart was beating quick with ecstasy. She looked at herself in the glass and uttered a cry of joy. "Say that I gave them to you because I love you. I never had a maid who pleased me half as much. Does this prove it?" And she put her lips to Dionetta's face. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and she kissed Adelaide's hand in a passion of gratitude. "I love you, Dionetta, because you love me, and because I can trust you." "You can, my lady. I will serve you with all my heart and soul. But I have done nothing for you that any other girl could not have done." "Would you like to do something for me that I would trust no other to do?" "Yes, my lady," eagerly answered Dionetta. "I should be proud." "And you will tell no one?" "Not a soul, my lady, if you command me." "I do command you. It is easy to do, merely to deliver a note and to say, 'This is from my mistress.'" "Oh, my lady, that is no task at all. It is so simple." "Simple as it is, I do not wish even your grandmother to hear of it." "She shall not, nor any person. I swear it." In the extravagance of her gratitude and joy, she kissed a little cross that hung from her neck. "You have made me your friend for life," said Adelaide, "the best friend you ever had, or ever will have." She sat down to her desk, and on a sheet of notepaper wrote these words: "Dear Christian, I cannot sleep until I wish you good night, with no horrid people around us. Let me see you for 1 minute only. Adelaide." Placing the sheet of notepaper in an envelope, she gave it to Dionetta, saying, "Take this to Mr. Almer's room, and give it to him. It is nothing of any importance, but he will be pleased to receive it." Dionetta, marveling why her lady should place any value upon so light a service, went upstairs with the note, and returned with the information that Christian Almer was not in his room. "But his door is open, my lady," she said, "and the lamps are burning." "Go then again," said Adelaide, "and place the note on his desk. There is no harm, child. He cannot see you, as he is not there, and if he were, he would not be angry." Dionetta obeyed without fear, and when she told her mistress that the note was placed where Christian Almer was sure to see it, Adelaide kissed her again and wished her good night. Chapter 8. In the Home of His Childhood. Upon no person had the supposed appearance of a phantom in the grounds of the House of White Shadows produced so profound an impression as upon Christian Almer. This was but natural. Even supposing him not to have been a man of susceptibility, the young lady's terror, as she gazed at the shadow, could not have failed to make an impression upon him. It was the first night of his return, after an absence of many years, to the house in which he had been born and had passed his unhappy childhood's life. And the origin of the belief in these white shadows, which were said to haunt his estate, was so closely woven into his personal history as almost to form a part of himself. He had never submitted his mind to a rigid test of belief or disbelief in these signs. One of the principal aims of his life had been not only to avoid the villa, but to shut out all thoughts of the tragic events which had led to the death of his parents. He loved them both with an equal love. When he thought of his mother, he saw a woman patient in suffering, of a temper exquisitely sweet, whose every word and act towards her child was fraught with tenderness. When he thought of his father, he saw a man high-principled and just, inflexible in matters of right and conscience, patient also in suffering and bearing in silence, as his mother did, a grief which had poisoned his life and hers. Neither of his parents had ever spoken a word against the other. The mystery which kept this tender, loving woman and this just, high-principled man apart was never disclosed to their child. On this subject they entrenched themselves behind a barrier of silence which the child's love and winning ways could not penetrate. Only when his mother's eyes were closed and her lips sealed by death was he privileged to witness how deeply his father had loved her. Much of what had been disclosed to the advocate's wife by Mother Denise was absolutely unknown to him. Doubtless he could have learned every particular of the circumstances which had led to the separation of his parents, had his wish lain in that direction, but a delicate instinct whispered to him not to lift the veil, and he would permit no person to approach the subject in his presence. The bright appearance of his sitting-room cheered him when he entered it, after bidding the advocate good night. But this pleasurable sense was not unalloyed. His heart and his conscience were disturbed, and as he took up a handful of roses, which had been thrown loose into a bowl, and inhaled their fragrance, a guilty thrill shot through his veins. With the roses in his hand, he stood before the picture of Adelaide, which he had hung above his desk. How bright and beautiful was the face! How lovely the smile with which she greeted him! It was almost as if she were speaking to him, telling him that she loved him, and asking him to assure her once more that her love was returned. For a moment the fancy came upon him that Adelaide and he were like two stars wandering through a dark and dangerous path, and that before them lay death, and worse than death, dishonor and irretrievable ruin, and that she, the brighter star, holding him tightly by the hand, was whispering, "I will guide you safely, only love me." There was one means of escape, death, a coward's refuge which might not even afford him a release from dishonor, for Adelaide, in her despair, might let their secret escape her. Why, then, should he torture himself unnecessarily? It was not in his power to avert the inevitable. He had not deliberately chosen his course. Fate had driven him into it. Was it not best, after all, to do as he had said to the advocate that night, to submit without a struggle? Men were not masters, but slaves. When the image of the advocate, of his friend, presented itself to him, he thrust it sadly from him. But it came again and again, like the ghost of Banquo. Conscience refused to be tricked. Crumbling the roses in his hand, and strewing the floor with the leaves, he turned and saw, gazing wistfully at him, the eyes of his mother. The artist who had painted her picture had not chosen to depict her in her most joyous mood. In his heart also, as she sat before him, love's fever was burning, and he knew, while his brush was fixing her beauty on the canvas, that his love was returned, though treachery had parted them. He had striven, not unsuccessfully, to portray in her features the expression of one who loved and to whom love was denied. The look in her eyes was wistful rather than hopeless, and conveyed, to those who knew her history, the idea of one who hoped to find in another world the happiness she had lost in this. Sad and tender reminiscences of the years he had lived with his mother in these very rooms stole into Christian Almer's mind, and he allowed his thoughts to dwell upon the question, why had she been unhappy? She was young, beautiful, amiable, rich. Her husband was a man honored and esteemed, with a character above reproach. What secret would be revealed if the heart of this mystery were laid bare to his sight? If it were in his power to ascertain the truth, might not the revelation cause him additional sorrow? Better, then, to let the matter rest. No good purpose could be served by raking up the ashes of a melancholy past. His parents were dead. And here occurred a sudden revulsion. His mother was dead, and but a few short minutes since her spirit was supposed to have appeared in the grounds of the villa. Almost upon the thought, he hurriedly left the room and made his way into the gardens. "My neighbor and master of this house," said Pierre Lamont, who was lying wide awake in the adjoining room, "does not seem inclined to rest. Something disturbs him." Pierre Lamont was alone. Fritz the Fool had left him for the night, and the old lawyer, himself in no mood for sleep, was reading and listening to the movements around him. There was little to hear, only an occasional muffled sound, which the listener interpreted as best he could. But Christian Almer, when he left his room, had to pass Pierre Lamont's door in his progress to the grounds, and it was the clearer sound of his footsteps which led Pierre Lamont to his correct conclusion. "He is going out of the house," continued Pierre Lamont. "For what? To look for his mother's ghost, perhaps. Fool Fritz, in raising this particular ghost, did not foresee what it might lead to. Ghosts! And fools still live who believe in them. Well, well, but for the fool's delusions, there would be little work for busy minds to accomplish. As a fantastic piece of imagery, I might conjure up an army of men sweeping the world with brooms made of brains, of knavery, folly, trickery, and delusion. What is that? A footstep? Human? No, too light for any but the feet of a cat." But here Pierre Lamont was at fault. It was Dionetta who passed his door in the passage, conveying to Christian Almer's room the note written by the advocate's wife. Before the arrival of her new mistress, Dionetta had always worn thick boots, and the sound of her footsteps was plain to hear. But Adelaide's nerves could not endure the creaking and clattering, and she had supplied her maid with shoes. Besides, Dionetta had naturally a light step. Christian Almer met with nothing in the grounds to disturb him. No airy shadow appeared to warn him of the danger which threatened him. Were it possible for the spirits to be dead to make themselves seen and heard, assuredly the spirit of his mother would have appeared and implored him to fly from the house without delay. Happy for him would it have been were he one of the credulous fools Pierre Lamont held in despisal. Happy for him could he have formed, out of the shadows which moved around him, a spirit in which he would have believed, and could he have heard, in the sighing of the breeze, a voice which would have impressed him with a true sense of the peril in which he stood. But he heard and saw nothing for which he could not naturally account, and within a few minutes of midnight he re-entered his room. "My neighbor has returned," said Pierre Lamont, "after his nocturnal ramble in search of the spirit of his dead mother. Hark! That sound again, as of some living thing stepping cautiously on the boards. If I were not a cripple, I would satisfy myself whether this villa is tormented by restless cats as well as haunted by unholy spirits. When will science supply mankind with the means of seeing, as well as hearing, what is transpiring on the other side of stone and wooden walls? Ah, that door of his is creaking. It opens, shuts. I hear a murmur of voices, but cannot catch a word. Almer's voice, of course, and the advocate's. No, the other voice and the soft footsteps are in partnership. Not the advocate's, nor any man's. Men don't tread like cats. It was a woman who passed my door, and who has been admitted into that room. Being a woman, what woman? If fool Fritz were here, he would ferret it out between us before we were 5 minutes older. Still talking, like the soft murmur of peaceful waves. Ah, a laugh! By all that's natural, a woman's laugh. It is a woman, and I should know that silvery sound. There is a special music in a laugh which cannot be mistaken. It is distinctive, characteristic. Ah, my lady, fair face, false heart, but woman, woman all over. And Pierre Lamont rubbed his hands, and also laughed, but his laugh was like his speech, silent, voiceless. End of section 20. Section 21 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 21. Book 4, Chapters 9 and 10. Chapter 9. Christian Almer receives 2 visitors. Upon Christian Almer's desk lay the note written by Adelaide. He saw it the moment he entered the room, and knew, therefore, that some person had called during his absence. At first he thought it must have been the advocate, who, not finding him in his room, had left the note for him. But as he opened the envelope, a faint perfume floated from it. "It is from Adelaide," he murmured. "How often and how vainly have I warned her!" He read the note. "Dear Christian, I cannot sleep until I wish you good night, with no horrid people around us. Let me see you for 1 minute only. Adelaide." To comply with her request at such an hour would be simple folly. Infatuated as he was, he would not deliberately commit himself to such an act. Surely she cannot have been here, he thought. But if another hand placed this note upon my desk, another person must share the secret which it is imperative should never be revealed. I must be firm with her. There must be an end to this imprudence. Fortunately, there is no place in Edward's nature for suspicion. He blushed with shame at the unworthy thought. 5 years ago, could he have seen, he who up to that time never had stooped to meanness and deceit, the position in which he now stood, he would have rejected the mere suspicion of its possibility with indignation. But by what fatally easy steps had he reached it? In the midst of these reflections, his heart almost stopped beating at the sound of a light footstep without. He listened, and heard a soft tapping on the door, not with the knuckles, but with the fingertips. He opened the door, and Adelaide stood smiling before him. With her finger at her lips, she stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. "It would not do for me to be seen," she whispered. "Do not be alarmed. I shall not be here longer than 1 little minute. I have only come to wish you good night. Give me a chair, or I shall sink to the ground. I am really very, very frightened. Quick, bring me a chair. Do you not see how weak I am?" He drew a chair towards her, and she sank languidly into it. "As you would not come to me," she said, "I was compelled to come to you." "Compelled?" he said. They spoke in low tones, fearful lest their voices should travel beyond the room. "Yes, compelled. I was urged by a spirit." His face grew white. "A spirit?" "How you echo me, Christian! Yes, by a spirit, to which you yourself shall give a name. Shall we call it a spirit of restlessness, or jealousy, or love?" She gazed at him with an arch smile. "Adelaide," he said, "your imprudence will ruin us." "Nonsense, Christian, nonsense," she said lightly. "Ruined because I happened to utter one little word. To be sure, I ought, so as to prove myself an apt pupil, to put a longer word before it, and call it platonic love. How unreasonable you are! What harm is there in our having a moment's chat? We are old friends, are we not? No, I will not let you interrupt me. I know what you are going to say. You are going to say, 'Think of the hour.' I decline to think of the hour. I think of nothing but you. And instead of looking delighted, as you should do, as any other man would do, there you stand, as serious as an owl. Now answer me, sir, why did you not come to me the moment you received my note? I had but just read it when you tapped at my door." "I forgive you. Where have you been? With the advocate?" "No, I have been walking in the grounds." "You saw nothing, Christian?" she asked with a little shiver. "Nothing to alarm or disturb me." "There was a light in the advocate's study, was there not?" "Yes." "He will remain up late, and then he will retire to his room. My life is a very bright and beautiful life with him. He is so tender in his ways, so fond of pleasure, pays me so much attention, and such compliments. It is so light-hearted and joyous, sings to me, dances with me. Oh, you don't know him, you don't, indeed. I remember asking him to join in a cotillion. You should have seen the look he gave me." She laughed out loud, and clapped her hand on her mouth to stifle the sound. "I wonder whether he was ever young, like you and me. What a wonderful child he must have been, with scientific toys, and books always under his arm. Yes, a wonderful child, holding in disdain little girls who wished him to join in their innocent games. What is your real opinion of him, Christian?" "It pains me to hear you speak of him in that way." "It should please you. But men are never satisfied. I speak lightly, do I not? But there are moments when I shudder at my fate. Confess, it is not a happy one." "It is not," he replied after a pause. "But if I had not crossed your path, life would be full of joy for you." It was not this he intended to say, but there was such compelling power in her lightest words that his very thoughts seemed to be under her dominion. "There would have been no joy in my life," she said, "without you. We will not discuss it. What is, is. Sometimes, when I think of things, they make my head ache. Then, I say, I will think of them no longer. If everybody did the same, would not this world be a great deal pleasanter than it is? Oh, you must not forget what the advocate called me tonight in your presence, a philosopher in petticoats. Don't you see that even he is on my side, though it is against himself? Of course, one can't help respecting him. He is a very learned man. He should have married a very learned woman. What a pity it is that I am not wise! But that is not my fault. I hate learning. I hate science. I hate theories. What is the good of them? They say this is not right, that is not right, and all we poor creatures can do is to look on in a state of bewilderment and wonder what they mean. If people would only let the world alone, they would find it a very beautiful world. But they will not let it alone. They will meddle. A flower, now, is it not sweet? Is it not enough that it is sent to give us pleasure? But these disagreeable people say, "Of what is this flower composed? Is it as good as other flowers? Has it qualities, and what qualities?" What do I care? I put it in my hair, and I am happy, because it becomes me, because it is pretty, because nature sent it to me to enjoy. Why, I have actually made you smile. Because there is a great deal of natural wisdom in what you are saying. Natural wisdom! There now! Does it not prove I am right? Thank you, Christian. It comes to you to say exactly the right thing, exactly at the right time. I shall begin to feel proud. And, continued Almer, if you were only to talk to me like that in the middle of the day instead of the middle of the night— She interrupted him again. You have undone it all with your ifs. What does it matter if it is in the middle of the day or the middle of the night? What is right, is it not, without thinking of the time? Don't get disagreeable. But indeed, I will not allow you to be anything but nice to me. You have made me forget everything I was going to say. Except one thing, he said gravely, which you came to say. Good night. The minute is not gone yet, she said with a silvery laugh. Many minutes, he said helplessly, and every minute is fraught with danger. I will protect you, she said with supreme assurance. Do not fear. I see quite plainly that if there is a dragon to kill, I shall have to be the St. George. Well, I am ready. Danger is sweet when you are with me. He was powerless against her. He resigned himself to his fate. Who brought your letter to my room? He asked. Dionetta? Have you confided in her? She knows nothing, and she is devoted to me. If the simple maid thought of the letter at all, as to what was in it, I mean, she thought, of course, that it was something I wanted you to do for me tomorrow, and had forgotten to tell you. But even here I was prudent, although you do not give me credit for prudence. I made her promise not to tell a soul, not even her grandmother, that queer good old Mother Denise, that she had taken a letter from me to you. She did more than promise. She swore she would not tell. I bribed her, Christian. I gave her things, and tonight I gave her a pair of earrings. You should have witnessed her delight. I would wager that she is at this moment no more asleep than I am. She is looking at herself in the glass, shaking her pretty little head to make the diamonds glisten. Diamonds, Adelaide? A simple maid like Dionetta with diamond earrings? What will the folks say? Oh, they all know I am fond of her. They started to their feet with a simultaneous movement. Footsteps, whispered Almer. "The advocates," said Adelaide, and she glided to the door and turned the key as softly as if it were made of velvet. "He will see a light in the room," said Christian. "He has come to talk with me. What shall we do?" She gazed at him with a bright smile. His face was white with apprehension, hers red with excitement and exultation. "I am St. George," she whispered, "but really there is no dragon to kill. We have only to send him to sleep. Of course you must see him. I will conceal myself in the inner room, and you will lock me in and put the key in your pocket, so that I shall be quite safe. Do not be uneasy about me. I can amuse myself with books and pictures, and I will turn over the leaves so quietly that even a butterfly would not be disturbed. And when the dragon is gone, I will run away immediately. I am almost sorry I came, it has distressed you so." She kissed the tips of her fingers to him and entered the adjoining room. Then, turning the key in the door, Christian Almer admitted the advocate. Chapter 10. A Brief Survey of the Web. Pause we here a moment and contemplate the threads of the web which chance, fate, or retribution was weaving around this man. With the exception of a few idle weeks in his youth, his life had been a life of honor and renown. His ambition was a worthy one, and success had not been attained without unwearying labor and devotion. Close study and application, zeal, earnestness, unflagging industry, these were the steps in the ladder he had climbed. Had it not been for his keen intellect, these qualities would not have been sufficient to conduct him to the goal he had in view. Good luck is not to be despised, but unless it is allied with brain power of a high order, only an ephemeral success can be achieved. Never, to outward appearance, was a great reputation more stable or better deserved. His wonderful talents, and the victories he had gained in the face of formidable odds, had destroyed all the petty jealousies with which he had to cope in the outset of his career, and he stood now upon a lofty pinnacle, acknowledged by all as a master in his craft. Wealth and distinction were his, and higher honors lay within his grasp, and in addition he had won for his wife one of the most beautiful of women. It seemed as if the world had nothing to add to his happiness, and yet destruction stared him in the face. The fabric he had raised, on a foundation so secure that it appeared as if nothing could shake it, was tottering, and might fall, destroying him and all he had worked for in the ruins. He stood at the door of the only man in the world to whom he had given the full measure of his friendship. With all the strength of his nature, he believed in Christian Almer. In the gravest crisis of his life, he would have called this friend to his side, and would have placed in his hands, without hesitation, his life, his reputation, and his honor. To Almer, in their conversation, he had revealed what may be termed his inner life, that life the workings of which were concealed from all other men. And in this friend's chamber his wife was concealed, and dishonor hung over him by the slenderest thread. Not only dishonor, but unutterable grief, for he loved this woman with a most complete, undoubting love. Little time had he for dalliance, but he believed in his wife implicitly. His trust in her was a perfect trust. Within the room at the door of which he was waiting stood his one friend, with white face and guilty conscience, about to admit him and grasp his hand. Had the heart of this friend been laid bare to him, he would have shrunk from it in horror and loathing, and from that moment to the last moment of his life, the sentiment of friendship would have been to him the bitterest mockery and delusion with which man could be cursed. Not 5 yards from where he stood lay Pierre Lamont, listening and watching for proofs of the perfidy which would bring disgrace upon him, which would cause men and women to speak of him in terms of derision for his blindness and scorn, for his weakness, which would make a byword of him, the great advocate, who had played his part in many celebrated cases in which woman's faithlessness and disloyalty were the prominent features, and which would cause him to regard the sentiment of love as the falsest delusion with which mankind was ever afflicted. In the study he had left but a few minutes since slept a man who, in a certain sense, claimed comradeship with him, a man whom he had championed and set free, a self-confessed murderer, a wretch so vile that he had fled from him in horror at the act he had himself accomplished. And in the open air, upon a hill 100 yards from the House of White Shadows, lay John Vanbrugh, a friend of his youth, a man disgraced by his career, watching for the signal which would warrant him in coming forward and divulging what was in his mind. If what John Vanbrugh had disclosed in his mutterings during his lonely watch was true, he held in his hands the key to a mystery which, revealed, would overwhelm the advocate with shame and infamy. Thus was he threatened on all sides by friend and foe alike. End of section 21. Section 22 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 22. Book 4, Chapters 11 and 12. Chapter 11. A Crisis. "Have I disturbed you, Christian?" asked the advocate, entering the room. "I hesitated a moment or two, hearing no sound, but seeing your lamp was lighted, I thought you were up and might be expecting me." "I had an idea you would come," said Almer, with a feeling of relief at the advocate's statement that he had heard no sound, and then he said, so that he might be certain of his ground, "You have not been to my room before tonight?" "No, for the last 2 hours I have not left my study. Half an hour's converse with you will do me good. I am terribly jaded." "The reaction of the excitement of the long trial in which you have been engaged." "Probably, though I have endured fatigue as great without feeling as jaded as I do now." "You must take rest. Your doctors who prescribed repose for you would be angry if they were aware of this strain you have put upon your mind." "They do know. The physician I place the greatest faith in writes to me that I must have been mad to have undertaken Gautran's defense. It might have been better if I had not entered into that trial." "You have one consolation. Defended by a lawyer less eminent than yourself, an unfortunate man might have been convicted of a crime he did not commit." "Yes," said the advocate slowly, "that is true." "You compel admiration, Edward. With frightful odds against you, with a public voice against you, you voluntarily engage in a contest from which nothing is to be gained, and come out triumphant. I do not envy the feelings of the lawyers on the other side." "At least, Christian, as you have said, they have the public voice with them." "And you, Edward, have justice on your side, and the consciousness of right. The higher height is yours. You must regard these narrower minds with a feeling of pity." "I have no feeling whatever for them. They do not trouble me, Christian. We will quit the subject of Gautran. You can well understand that I have had enough of him. Let me speak of yourself. I am an older man than you, and there is something of a fatherly interest in the friendship I entertain for you. Since my marriage, I have sometimes thought, if I had a son, I should have been pleased if his nature resembled yours, and if I had a daughter, it would be in the hands of such a man as yourself I should wish to place her happiness." "You esteem me too highly," said Almer in a tone of sadness. "I esteem you as you deserve, friend. Within your nature are possibilities you do not recognize. It is needful to be bold in this world, Christian, not arrogant or overconfident or vainglorious, but modestly bold. Unless a man assert himself, his powers will lie dormant, and not to use the gifts with which we are endowed is a distinct reproach upon us. I have heard able men say it is a crime to neglect our powers, for great gifts are bestowed upon us for others' good as well as for our own. Besides, it is healthy in every way to lead a busy life, to set our minds upon the accomplishment of certain tasks. If we fail, well, failure is very often more honorable than success. We have at least striven to mount the hill which rises above the pettiness and selfishness of our everyday life. We have at least proved ourselves worthy of the spiritual influences which prompt the execution of noble deeds. You did not reply to the letter I sent you in the mountains, but Adelaide heard from you, and that is sufficient. Sufficient also that you are here with us, and that we know we have a true friend in the house. You were many weeks in the mountains." "Yes." "Were you engaged on any work? Did you paint or write?" "I made a few sketches, which pleased me one day and displeased me the next, so I tore them up and threw them away. There is enough indifferent work in the world." "Nothing short of perfection will satisfy you," said the advocate with a serious smile. "But some men must march in the ranks." "I am not worthy even of that position," said Almer moodily. The advocate regarded him with thoughtful eyes. "If your mind is not deeply reflective, if your power of observation applies only to the surface of things, you are capable of imparting what some men call tenderness, and I call soul, to every subject which presents itself to you. I have detected this in your letters and conversation. It is a valuable quality. I grant that you may be unfit to cope with practical matters, but in your study you would be able to produce works which would charm if they did not instruct. There is in you a heart instinct, which, as it forms part of your nature, would display itself in everything you wrote." "Useless, Edward, useless. My father was an author. It brought him no happiness." "How do you know? It may have afforded him consolation, and that is happiness. But I was not speaking of happiness. The true artist does not look to results. He has only one aim and one desire, to produce a perfect work. His task being done, not that he produces a perfect work, but the ennoblement lies in the aspiration and the earnest application. That being done, he has accomplished something worthy, whatever its degree of excellence. The day upon which a man first devotes himself to such labor, he awakes within his being a new and delightful life, the life of creative thought. Fresh wonders continually reveal themselves, quaint suggestions, exquisite fancies, and he makes use of them according to the strength of his intellect. He enriches the world. And if he is a poor man, starves. Maybe, but he wears the crown. You, however, are rich. Nothing to be grateful for. I had no incentive to effort, therefore I stand today an idle, aimless man. You have spoken of books. When I looked at crowded bookshelves, I should blush at the thought of adding to them any rubbish of my own creation. I find no fault with you for that. Blush if you like, but work, produce. And let the world call me vain and presumptuous. Give it the chance of judging. It may be the other way. Perhaps the greatest difficulty we have to encounter in life is in the discovery of that kind of work for which we are best fitted. Fortunate the man who gravitates to it naturally, and who, having the capacity to become a fine shoemaker, is not clapped upon a watchmaker's bench instead of a cobbler's stool. Being fitted, he is certain to acquire some kind of distinction. Believe me, Christian, it is not out of idleness, or for the mere purpose of making conversation, that I open up this subject. It would afford me great pleasure if you were in a more settled frame of mind. You cannot disguise from me that you are uneasy, perhaps unhappy. I see it this very moment in your wandering glances, and in the difficulty you experience in fixing your attention upon what I am saying. You are not satisfied with yourself. You have probably arrived at that stage when a man questions himself as to what is before him, when he reviews the past, and discovers that he has allowed the years to slip by without having made an effort to use them to a worthy end. You ask yourself, is it for this I am here? Are there not certain duties which I ought to perform? If I allow the future to slip away as the past has done, without having accomplished a man's work in the world, I shall find myself one day an old man, of whom it may be said, "He lived only for himself. He had no thought, no desire beyond himself. The struggles of humanity, the advance of civilization, the progress and development of thought which have effected such marvelous changes in the aspects of society, the exposing of error, these things touched him not. He bore no part in them, but stood idly by, a careless observer, whose only ambition it was to utilize the hours to his own selfish pleasures. A heavy charge, Christian. What you want is occupation. Politics, your inclinations do not lead that way. Trade is abhorrent to you. You are not sufficiently frivolous to develop into a butterfly leader of fashion. Law is distasteful to you. Science demands qualities which you do not possess. For a literary life you are specially adapted. I say to you, turn your attention to it for a while. If it disappoints you, it is easy to relinquish it. It will be but an attempt made in the right direction. But understand, Christian, without earnestness, without devotion, without application, it will be useless to make the attempt. And that is precisely the reason why I hesitate to make it. I am wanting in firmness of purpose. I doubt myself. I should have begun earlier. But you will think over what I have said? Yes, I will think of it, and I cordially thank you. And now tell me how you enjoyed yourself in the mountains. Passably well. It was a negative sort of life. There was no pleasure in it, and no pain. One day was so exactly like another that I should scarcely have been surprised if I had awoke one morning and discovered that in the dull uniformity of the hours my hair had grown white, and I into an old man. The principal subject of interest was the weather, and that palled so soon that sunshine or storm became a matter of indifference to me. Look at me a moment, Christian. They sat gazing at each other in silence for a little while. There was an unusual tenderness in the advocate's eyes, which pierced Christian Almer to the heart. During the whole of this interview the thought never left his mind, if he knew the part I am playing towards him, if he suspected that simply by listening at this inner door he could hear his wife's soft breathing, in what way would he call me to account for my treachery? He dreaded every moment that something would occur to betray him. Adelaide was careless, reckless. If she made a movement to attract attention, if she overturned a chair, if she let a book fall, what was he to say in answer to the advocate's questioning look? But all was quiet within. He was tortured only by the whisperings of his conscience. "You are suffering, Christian," said the advocate. Almer knew intuitively that on this point, as on many others, it would be useless to attempt to deceive the advocate. To return an evasive answer might arouse suspicion. He said simply, "Yes, I am suffering." "It is not bodily suffering, though your pulse is feverish." He had taken Almer's wrist, and his fingers were on the pulse. "Your disease is mental." He paused, but Almer did not speak. "It is no breach of confidence," continued the advocate, "to tell you that on the first day of my entering Geneva, Jacob Hartridge and I had a conversation about you. There was nothing said that need be kept private. We conversed as two men might converse concerning an absent friend in whom both took an affectionate interest. He had noticed a change in you which I have noticed since I entered this room. When you visited him, he was impressed by an unusual strangeness in your manner. That strangeness of manner, without your being aware of it, is upon you now. He said that you were restless and ill at ease. You are at this moment restless and ill at ease. The muscles of your face, your eyes, your hands, are not under your control. They respond to the mental disease which causes you to suffer. You will forgive me for saying that you convey to me the impression that you would be more at ease at the present time if I were not with you." "I entreat you," said Almer eagerly, "not to think so." "I accept your assurance, which, nevertheless, does not convince me that I am wrong in my impression. The friendship which exists between us is too close and binding, I may even go so far as to say, too sacred, for me, a colder and more experienced man than yourself, to allow it to be affected by any matter outside its boundary. Deprive it of sympathy, and friendship is an unmeaning word. I sympathize with you deeply, sincerely, without knowing how to relieve you. I ask you frankly, however, one question which you may freely answer. Have you fixed your affections upon a woman who does not reciprocate your love?" The advocate was seated by the desk upon which Almer had, after reading it, carelessly thrown the note written to him by Adelaide, and as he put the question to his friend, he involuntarily laid his hand upon this damning evidence of his wife's disloyalty. Chapter 12. Self-Justification. The slight action and the significant question presented a coincidence so startling that Christian Almer was fascinated by it. That there was premeditation or design in the coincidence, or that the advocate had cunningly led the conversation to this point for the purpose of confounding him and bringing him face to face with his treachery, did not suggest itself to his mind. He was, indeed, incapable of reasoning coherently. All that he was momentarily conscious of was that discovery was imminent, that the sword hung over him, suspended by a hair. Would it fall? and in its fall compel into a definite course the conflicting passions by which he was tortured? It would, perhaps, be better so. Already did he experience a feeling of relief at this suggestion, and it appeared to him as if he were bending his head for the welcome blow. But all was still and quiet, and through the dim mist before his eyes he saw the advocate gazing kindly upon him. Then there stole upon him a wild prompting, a mad impulse, to expedite discovery by his own voluntary act, to say to the advocate, "I have betrayed you. Read that note beneath your hand. Take this key and open yonder door. Find there your wife. What do you propose to do?" The words did actually shape themselves in his mind, and he half believed that he had uttered them. They did not, however, escape his lips. He was instinctively restrained by the consideration that in his punishment Adelaide would be involved. What right had he deliberately to ruin and expose her? A cowardly act thus to sacrifice a woman who in this crisis relied upon him for protection. In a humiliating, shameful sense, it is true, but none the less was she under his direct protection at this moment. Self-tortured as he was, he could still show that he had some spark of manliness left in him. To recklessly dispose of the fate of the woman whose only crime was that she loved him, this he dared not do. His mood changed. Arrived at this conclusion, his fear now was that he had betrayed himself, that in some indefinite way he had given the advocate the key to his thoughts, or that he had, by look or expression, conveyed to his friend a sense of the terrible importance of the perfumed note which lay upon the desk. "You do not answer me, Christian," said the advocate. But Almer could not speak. His eyes were fixed upon Adelaide's note, and he found it impossible to divert his attention from the idle movements of the advocate's fingers. His unreasoning impulse to hasten discovery was gone, and he was afflicted now by a feeling of apprehension. It was his imperative duty to protect Adelaide. While the advocate's hand rested upon the envelope which contained her secret, she was not safe. At all risks, even at the hazard of his life, must she be held blameless. Had the advocate lifted the envelope from the desk, Almer would have torn it from him. "Why do you not speak?" asked the advocate. "Surely there is nothing offensive in such a question between friends like ourselves." "I can offer you no explanation of what I am about to say," replied Almer. "It may sound childish, trivial, pitiful, but my thoughts are not under my own control while your hand is upon that letter." With the slightest expression of surprise, the advocate handed Almer the envelope, scarcely looking at it as it passed from his possession. "Why did you not speak of it before?" he asked. But when a mind is unbalanced, trifling matters are magnified into importance. "I can only ask you to forgive me," said Almer, placing the envelope in his pocket-book. "I have no doubt in the course of your career you have met with many small incidents quite as inexplicable." Then an excuse which would surely be accepted occurred to him. "It may be sufficient for me to say that this is the first night of my return to the house in which I was born and passed a not too happy boyhood, and that in this room my mother died." The advocate pressed Almer's hand. "There is no need for another word. You have been looking over some old family papers, and they have aroused melancholy reminiscences. I should have been more thoughtful. I was wrong in coming to you. It will be best to say good night." But Almer, anxious to avoid the slightest cause for suspicion in the right direction, said, "Nay, stay with me a few minutes longer, or I shall reproach myself for having behaved unreasonably. You were asking—" "A delicate question, whether you love without being loved in return." "No, Edward, that is not the case with me." "You have no intention of marrying?" "No." "Then your heart is still free. You reassure me. You are not suffering from what has been described as the most exquisite of all human sufferings, unrequited love. Neither have you experienced a disappointment in friendship?" "No, I have scarcely a friend with the exception of yourself." "And my wife. You must not forget her. She takes a cordial interest in you." "Yes, and your wife." "It was Jacob Hartridge who suggested that you might have met with a disappointment in love or friendship. I disputed it, in the belief that had it been unhappily so, you would have confided in me. I am glad that I was right. Shall I continue?" "Yes." "The banker, who entertains the most kindly sentiments towards you, based all his conjectures upon a certain remark which made a strong impression upon him. You told him you were weary of the gaiety and the light and bustle of cities, and that it was your intention to seek some solitude where, by a happy chance, you might rid yourself of a terror which possessed you. I can understand your weariness of the false glare of fashionable city life. It can never, for any long period, satisfy the intellect. But neither can it instill a terror into a man's soul. That would spring from another and a deeper cause." "The words were hastily spoken. Look upon them as an exaggeration." "I certainly regard them in that light, but they were not an invention, and there must have been a serious motive for them. It is not in vain that I have studied your character, although I feel that I did not master the study. I am subjecting you, Christian, to a kind of mental analysis, in an endeavor to arrive at a conclusion which will enable me to be of assistance to you, and I do not disguise from you that, were it in my power, I would assist you even against your will. Our friendship, and my age and more varied experience, would justify me. I do not seek to force your confidence, but I ask you, in the spirit of true friendship, to consider, not at present, but in a few days, when your mind is in a calmer state, whether such counsel and guidance, as it may be in my power to offer, will not be a real help to you. Do not lightly reject my assistance in probing a painful wound. I will use my knife gently. There was a time when I believed there was nothing that could happen to either of us which we should be unwilling to confide each to the other, freely and without restraint. I find I am not too old to learn the lesson that the strongest beliefs, the firmest convictions, may be seriously weakened by the occurrence of circumstances for which the wisest foresight could not have provided. Keep, then, your secret, if you are so resolved, and bear in mind that on the day you come to me and say, 'Edward, help me, guide me,' you will find me ready. I shall not fail you, Christian, in any crisis." Almer rose and slowly paced the room, while the advocate sat back in his chair and watched his friend with affectionate solicitude. "Does this lesson," presently said Almer, "which you are not too old to learn, spring entirely from the newer impressions you are receiving of my character, or has something in your mind, which you have not disclosed, helped to lead you to it?" It was a chance shot, but it strangely hit the mark. The question brought forcibly to the advocate's mind the position in which he himself was placed by Gautran's confession, and by his subsequent resolve to conceal the knowledge of Gautran's crime. What a web is the world, he thought. How the lines which here are widely apart, but a short space beyond, cross and are linked in closest companionship. Both Christian and himself had something to conceal, and it would be acting in bad faith to his friend were he to return an evasive answer. It is not entirely from the newer impressions you speak of that I learn the lesson. It springs partly from a matter which disturbs my mind. Referring to me? No, to myself. You are not concerned in it. In his turn, Almer now became the questioner. A new experience of your own, Edward? Yes. Which must have occurred to you since we were last together? It originated during your absence. Which came upon you unaware, for which your foresight could not have provided? At all events, it did not. You speak seriously, Edward, and your face is clouded. It is a very serious matter. Can I help you? Is it likely that my advice would be of assistance? I can speak of it to no one. You also have a secret, then? Yes, I also have a secret. Christian Almer appeared to gather strength, a warranty, as it were, for his own wrongdoing, from the singular direction the conversation had taken. It was as though part of a burden was lifted from him. He was not the only one who was suffering. He was not the only one who was standing on a dangerous brink. He was not the only one who had drifted into dangerous waters. Even this strong-brained man, this advocate who had seemingly held aloof from pleasure, whose days and nights had been given up to study, whose powerful intellect could pierce dark mysteries and bring them into clear light, who was the last man in the world who could be suspected of yielding to a prompting of which his judgment and conscience could not approve, even he had a secret, which he was guarding with jealous care. Was it likely, then, that he, the younger and the more impressionable of the two, could escape snares into which the advocate had fallen? The fatalist's creed recurred to him. All these matters of life were preordained. What folly, what worse than folly, what presumption, for one weak man to attempt to stem the irresistible current! It was delivering himself up to destruction. Better to yield and float upon the smooth tide and accept what good or ill fate has in store for him. What use to infuse into the sunlight and the balmy air, and into all the sweets of life, the poison of self-torture? The confession he had extracted from the advocate was, in a certain sense, a justification of himself. He would pursue the subject still further. As he had been questioned, so he would question. It was but just. To judge from your manner, Edward, your secret is no light one. It is of most serious import. I almost fear to ask a question which occurs to me. Ask freely. I have been candid with you in my desire to ascertain how I could help you in your trouble. Be equally candid with me. But it may be misconstrued. I am ashamed that it should have suggested itself, for which, of course, the worser part of me is responsible. No, it shall remain unspoken. I should prefer that you asked it. Nay, I desire you to do so. There is no fear of misconstruction. Do you think I wish to stand in your eyes as a perfect man? That would be arrogant indeed. Or that I do not know that you and I and all men are possessed of contradictions which, viewed in certain aspects, may degrade the most noble? The purest of us, men and women alike, have undignified thoughts, unworthy imaginings, to which we would be loath to give utterance. But sometimes, as in this instance, it becomes a duty. I have had occasion quite lately to question myself closely, and I have fallen in my own estimation. There is more baseness in me than I imagined. Hesitate no longer. Ask your question, and as many more as may arise from it. These things are frequently hydra-headed. I shall know how far to answer without disclosing what I desire shall remain buried. Almer put his question boldly. Is the fate of a woman involved in your secret? An almost imperceptible start revealed to Almer's eyes that another chance arrow had hit the mark. Truly, a woman's fate formed the kernel of the advocate's secret, a virtuous, innocent woman who had been most foully murdered. He answered in set words, without any attempt at evasion. Yes, a woman's fate is involved in it. Your wife's? Had his life depended upon it, Almer could not have kept back the words. No, not my wife's. In that case, said Almer slowly, a man's honor is concerned. Your guess aright, a man's honor is concerned. Yours? Mine. For a few moments neither of them spoke, and then the advocate said, To men suspicious of each other, as most men naturally are, and generally with reason, such a turn in our conversation, and indeed the entire conversation in which we have indulged, might be twisted to fatal disadvantage. In the way of conjecture, I mean, as to what is the essence of the secret which I do not reveal to my dearest friend, and the essence of that which my dearest friend does not reveal to me. It is fortunate, Christian, that you and I stand higher than most. We have rarely hesitated to speak heart to heart and soul to soul, and if, by some strange course of events, there has arisen in each of our inner lives a mystery which we have decided not to reveal, it will not weaken the feeling of affection we entertain for each other. Is that so, Christian? Yes, it is so, Edward. Men of action, of deep thought, of strong passion, of sensitive natures, are less their own masters than peasants who take no part in the turmoil of the world. An uneventful life presents fewer temptations, and there is therefore more freedom in it. We live in an atmosphere of wine, and often miss our way. Well, we must be indulgent to each other, and be sometimes ready to say, The position of difficulty into which you have been thrust, the error you have committed, the sin, yes, even the sin, of which you have been guilty, may have fallen to my lot had I been placed in similar circumstances. It is not I who will be the first to condemn you. Even, said Almer, if that error or that sin may be a grievous wrong inflicted against yourself, even then you would be ready to excuse and forgive? Yes, even in that case. I should be taking a narrow view of an argument if I applied to all the world what I hesitated to apply to myself. So that the committal of a great wrong may be justified by circumstances? Yes, I will go so far as that. The fault of the child or the fault of the man is but a question of degree. Some err deliberately, some are hurried into error by passions which master them. By natural passions? All such passions are natural, although it is the fashion to condemn them when they clash with the conditions of social life. The workings of the moral and sympathetic affections are beyond our own control. Of those who have erred with deliberate intention, and those who have been hurried blindly into error, which should you be most ready to forgive?" "The latter," replied the advocate, conscious that in his answer he was condemning himself. "They are comparatively innocent, having less power over and being less able to retrace their steps." "You pause," said Almer, a sudden thrill agitating his veins. "Why?" "I thought I heard a sound, like a suppressed laugh. Did you not hear it?" "No, I heard nothing." Almer's teeth met in scorn of himself as he uttered this falsehood. The sound of the laugh was low but distinct, and it proceeded from the room in which Adelaide was concealed. The advocate stepped to the door by which he had entered, and looked up and down the passage, to which 2 lamps gave light. It was quiet and deserted. "My fancy," he said, standing within the half-open door. "My physicians know more of the state of my nerves than I do myself. It is interesting, however, to observe one's own mental delusions. But I was wrong in mixing myself up with that trial." Still that trial, always that trial. It seemed to him as if he could never forget it, as if it would forever abide with him. It colored his thoughts. It gave form to his arguments. Would it end by changing his very nature? "You are overwrought, Edward," said Almer. "If you were to seek what I have sought, solitude, it might be more beneficial to you than it has been to me." "There is no solitude enough for me in this retired village," said the advocate, "and had I not undertaken the defence of Gautran, my health by this time might have been completely established. We are here sufficiently removed from the fierce passions of the world. They cannot touch us in this primitive birthplace of yours. Do you recognize how truly I spoke when I said that men like ourselves are the slaves, and peasants the free men? Besides, Christian, there is a medicine in friendship such as yours which I defy the doctors to rival. Even though there has been a veil over our confidences tonight, I feel that this last hour has been of benefit to me. You know that I am much given to thinking to myself. As a rule, at those times, one walks in a narrow groove. If he argues, the contradiction he receives is of that mild character that it can be easily proved wrong. No wonder, when the thinker creates it for the purpose of proving himself right. It is seldom healthy, this solitary communionship. It leads rarely to just conclusions. But in conversation new by-roads reveal themselves, in which we wander pleasantly. New vistas appear, new suggestions arise, to give variety to the argument, and to show that it has more than one selfish side. He who leads entirely a life of thought lives a dead life. Good night, Christian. I have kept you from your rest. Good night. Sleep well. End of section 22. Section 23 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 23. Book 4, Chapters 13 and 14. Chapter 13. Shadows. Christian Almer stood at the door, gazing at the retreating figure of the advocate. It passed through the clear light of the lamps, became blurred, was merged in the darkness. The corridor was long, and before the advocate reached the end he was a shadow among shadows. In Almer's excited mood, the slightest impressions became the medium for distorted reflection. The dim form of the advocate was pregnant with meaning, and when it was finally lost to sight, Almer's eyes followed an invisible figure moving not through space, but through events in which he and his friend and Adelaide were the principal actors. A wild world of images crowded to his mind, presenting in the midst of their confusion defined and distinct pictures, the leading features of which were the consequences arising from the double betrayal of love and friendship. Violent struggles, deadly embraces, in houses, in forests, on the brinks of precipices, in the torrents of furious rivers. The proportions of these images were vast, titanic. The forests were interminable, the trees rose to an immense height, the rivers resembled raging seas. The presentments of animated life were of unnatural magnitude. Even when he and Adelaide were flying through a trackless wood, and were overtaken by the advocate, this impression of gigantic growth prevailed, as though there were room in the world for naught but themselves and the passions by which they were swayed. He was recalled to himself by a soft tapping at the door of the inner room. He instantly unlocked it and released Adelaide, who raised her eyes, beaming with animation, to his. He was overcome with astonishment. He thought to see her pale, frightened, trembling. Never had he beheld her more radiant. "He is gone," she said in a gay tone. "Hush," whispered Almer. "He may return." "He will not," she said. "You will see him no more tonight." "Thank heaven the danger is averted. I feel as if I had been guilty of some horrible crime. Whereas you have simply indulged poor innocent me in a harmless fancy. Christian, I heard every word." "I thought you would have fallen asleep. How could you have been so imprudent, so reckless, as to laugh?" "How can I help being a woman of impulse? Were you very much frightened?" "I was not. I rather enjoyed it. Christian, there is not a single thing my immaculate husband does which does not convince me he has no heart. Just think what might have happened if he had come to the right door and thrown it open and seen me. There! You look so horrified that I feel I have said something wrong again. Christian, what did you mean by saying to him, 'My thoughts are not under my control while you have your hand on that letter'? What letter was it?" "Your note, which Dionetta left in the room. He was sitting by the desk upon which I had laid it, and his hand was upon it." "And it made you nervous? To think that he had but to open that innocent bit of paper! What a scene there would have been! I should have gloried in the situation. Yes, indeed. There is no pleasure in life like the excitement of danger. Those who say women are weak know nothing of us. We are braver than men, 1,000,000 times braver. I tried to peep through the door, but there wasn't a single friendly crevice. What a shock it would have given him if I had suddenly called out as he held the letter, 'Open it, my love, open it, and read it.'" "That is what you call being prudent?" asked Almer in despair. "Tyrant! I cannot promise you not to think. I have a good mind to be angry with you. You are positively ungrateful. You shut me up in a room all by myself, where I quietly remain, the very soul of discretion, you did not so much as hear me breathe, only forgetting myself once, when my feelings overcame me, and you don't give me one word of praise. Tell me instantly, sir, that I am a brave little woman. You are the personification of rashness. How ungrateful! Did you think of me, Christian, while I was locked up there? My thoughts did not wander from you for a moment. If you had only given me a handful of these rose leaves, so that I might have buried my face in them, and imagined I was not tied to a man who loves another woman than his wife. You seem amazed. Do you forget already what has passed between you? If it had happened that I loved him after his confession tonight, I should hate him. But it is indifferent to me upon whom he has set his affections. With all my heart, I pity the unfortunate creature he loves. She need not fear me. I shall not harm her. You got at the heart of his secret when you asked him if a woman was involved in it, and you compelled him to confess that his honor, and of course hers, mine does not matter, was at stake in his miserable love affair. He loves a woman who is not his wife. With all his evasions, he could not help admitting it. And this is the man who holds his head so high above all other men, the man who is never known to commit an indiscretion. Of course, he must keep his secret close. Of course, he could not speak of it to his friend, whom he tries to hoodwink with professional and twisted words. He married me, I suppose, to satisfy his vanity. He wanted the world to see that, old as he was, grave as he was, no woman could resist him. And I allowed myself to be persuaded by worldly friends. Is it not a proof of my never having loved him, that instead of hating him when in my hearing he confesses he loves another, I simply laugh at him and despise him? I should not shed a tear over him if he died tonight. He has insulted me, and what woman ever forgets or forgives an insult? But he has done me a good service, too, and I thank him. How sleepy I am! Good night. My minute is up, and I cannot stay longer. I must think of my complexion. Good night, Christian. That is all I came to say. Chapter 14. The Advocate fears he has created a monster. The Advocate did not immediately return to his study. Darkness was more congenial to his mood, and he spent a few minutes in the gardens of the villa. Although he had stated to Christian Almer that the conversation which had passed between them had been of benefit to him, he felt, now that he was alone, that there was much in it to give rise to disturbing thought and conjecture. He had not foreseen the difficulty, in social intercourse, of avoiding the subject uppermost in his mind. A morbid self-consciousness, at present in its germ, and from which he had hitherto been entirely free, seemed to unlock all roads in its direction. It was, as it were, the converging point of all matters, even the most trivial, affecting himself. Having put the seal upon his resolution with respect to Gautran's confession, he became painfully aware that he had committed himself to a line of action from which he could not now recede, without laying himself open to such suspicion, from friend and foe alike, as might fatally injure his reputation. He was a lawyer, and he knew what powerful use he could make of such a weapon against any man, high or low. If it could be turned against another, it could be turned against himself. He must not, therefore, waver in his resolution. Only his conscience could call him to account. Well, he would reckon with that. It was a passive, not an active accuser. Gautran would seek some new locality in which he would be lost to sight. As a matter of common prudence, it was more than likely he would change his name. The suspicion which attached itself to him, and the horror with which he was regarded in the neighborhood in which he had lived, would compel him to fly to other pastures. In this, and in the silence of time, lay the advocate's safety, for every day that passed would weaken the fever of excitement created by the trial. After a few weeks, if it even happened that Gautran were insanely to make a public declaration of his guilt, and to add to this confession a statement that the advocate was aware of it during the trial, by whom would he be believed? Certainly not by the majority of the better classes of the people, and in the event of such a contingency, he could quote with effect the poet's words, "Be thou chaste as ice, and pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny." So much, then, for himself, but he was more than ever anxious and ill at ease regarding Christian Almer. The secret which his friend dared not divulge to him was evidently of the gravest import, probably as terrible in its way as that which lay heavily on the advocate's soul, and the profound mystery in which it was wrapped invested it with a significance so unusual, even in the advocate's varied experience of human nature, that he could not keep from brooding upon it. Was it a secret in which honor was involved? He could not bring himself to believe that Almer could be guilty of a dishonorable act, but a man might be dragged into a difficulty against his will, and might have a burden of shame unexpectedly thrust upon him, which he could not openly fling off without disgrace. And yet, that he should be so careful in concealing it from the knowledge of the truest of friends, it was inexplicable. Ponder as long as he might, the advocate could arrive at no explanation of it, nor could his logical mind obtain the slightest clue to the mystery. The cool air in the garden refreshed him, and he walked about, always within view of the lights in his study windows, with his head uncovered. It was during the first 5 minutes of his solitude that an impression stole upon him that he was not alone. He searched the avenues, he listened, he asked aloud, "Is any person near, and does he wish to speak to me?" No voice answered him. The gardens, with the exception of the soft rustling of leaf and branch, were as silent as the grave. Towards the end of his solitary rambling, and as he was contemplating leaving the grounds, this impression again stole upon him. Was it the actual sound of muffled footsteps, or the spiritual influence of an unseen presence, which disturbed him? He could not decide. Again he searched the avenues. Again he listened. Again he asked a question aloud. All was silent. This was the third time during the night that he had allowed himself to be beguiled. Once in Christian Almer's room, when he thought he had heard a laugh, and now twice in the solitude of the grounds. He set it down as an unreasoning fancy, springing from the agitation into which he had been thrown by his interview with Gautran, and he breathed a wish that the next fortnight were past, when his mind would almost certainly have recovered its equilibrium. The moment the wish was born, he smiled in contempt of his own weakness. It opened another vein in the psychological examination to which he was subjecting himself. He entered his study, and did not perceive Gautran, who was asleep in the darkest corner of the room. But his quick, observant eye immediately fell upon the glass out of which Gautran had drunk the wine. The glass was on his writing table. It was not there when he left his study. He glanced at the wine bottles on the sideboard. They had been disturbed. "Some person has been here in my absence," he thought. "Who, and for what purpose?" He hastily examined his manuscripts, and, missing none, raised the wine-glass and held it mouth downwards. As a couple of drops of red liquor fell to the ground, he heard behind him the sound of heavy breathing. An ordinary man would have let the glass fall from his hand in sudden alarm, for the breathing was so deep and strong and hoarse that it might have proceeded from the throat of a wild beast who was preparing to spring upon him. But the advocate was not easily alarmed. He carefully replaced the glass and wheeled in the direction of the breathing. He saw the outlines of a form stretched upon the ground in a distant corner. He stepped towards it, and, stooping, recognized Gautran. He was not startled. It seemed to be in keeping with what had previously transpired, that Gautran should be lying there slumbering at his feet. He stood quite still, regarding the sleeping figure of the murderer in silence. He had risen to his full height. One hand rested upon the back of a massive oak chair. His face was grave and pale. His head was downwards bent. So he stood for many minutes, almost motionless. Not the slightest agitation was observable in him. He was calmly engaged in reflecting upon the position of affairs, as though they related not to himself, but to a client in whose case he was interested, and he was evolving from them, by perfectly natural reasoning, the most extraordinary complications and results. In all his experience, he had never been engaged in a case presenting so many rare possibilities, and he was in a certain sense fascinated by the powerful use he could make of the threads of the web in which he had become so strangely and unexpectedly entangled. Gautran's features were not clearly visible to him. They were too much in shadow. He took from his writing-table a lamp with a soft, strong light, and set it near to the sleeping man. It brought the ruffian into full view. His unshaven face, his coarse, matted hair, his brutal, sensual mouth, his bushy eyebrows, his large ears, his bared neck, his soiled and torn clothes, the perspiration in which he was bathed, presented a spectacle of human degradation as revolting as any the advocate had ever gazed upon. By what means, he thought, did this villain obtain information of my movements and residence, and what is his motive in coming here? When he accosted me tonight, he did not know where I lived. Of that I am convinced, for he had no wish to meet me, and believed he was threatening another man than myself on the high road. That was a chance meeting. In this also a chance encounter? No. There is premeditation in it. Had he entered another house, he would have laid his hands on something valuable and decamped, his purpose being served. He would not dare to rob me, but he dares to thrust his company upon me. Of all men, I am the man he should be most anxious to avoid, for only I know him to be guilty. Have I created a monster who is destined to be the terror and torture of my life? Is he shrewd enough, clever enough, cunning enough to use his power as I should use it, were I in his place and he in mine? That is not to be borne, But what is the alternative? I could put life into the grotesque oaken features upon which my hand is resting, and they might suggest a remedy. The branches of the tree within which these faces grew in some old forest waved doubtless over many a mystery, but this in which I am at present engaged matches the deepest of them. Some demon seems to be whispering at my elbow. Speak, then. What would you urge me to do? The unseen. Gontran entered unobserved. The advocate. That is apparent, or he would not be lying here with the hand of fate above him. The unseen. No person saw him. No person is aware that he is in your study, at your mercy. The advocate. At my mercy? You could have found a better word to express your meaning. The unseen. You know him to be a murderer. The advocate. True. The unseen. He deserves death. You have already heard the whisperings of the voice which urged you to fulfill the divine law, blood for blood. The advocate. Speak not of what is divine. Tempter, have you not the courage to come straight to the point? The unseen. Kill him where he lies. He will not be missed. It is night, black night. Every living being in the house, with the exception of yourself, is asleep. You have twisted justice from its rightful course. The wrong you did, you can repair. Kill him where he lies. The advocate. And have the crime of murder upon my soul? The unseen. It is not murder. Standing as you are standing now, knowing what you know, you are justified. The advocate. I will have no juggling. If I kill him, it is not in the cause of justice. Speak plainly. Why should he die at my hands? The unseen. His death is necessary for your safety. The advocate. Ah, that is better. No talk of justice now. We come to the coarse selfishness of things, which will justify the deadliest crimes. His death is necessary for my safety. How am I endangered? Say that his presence here is a threat. Am I not strong enough to avoid the peril? How vile am I that I should allow such thoughts to suggest themselves? Christian, my friend, whatever is the terror which has taken possession of you, and from which you vainly strive to fly, your secret is pure in comparison with mine. If it were possible that the secret which oppresses you concerned your dearest friend, concerned me, whom perchance it has in some hidden way wronged, how could I withhold from you pity and forgiveness, knowing how sorely my own actions need pity and forgiveness? For the first time in my life, I am brought face to face with my soul, and I see how base it is. Has my life, then, been surrounded by dreams? And do I now awake to find how low and abominable are the inner workings of my nature? I must arouse this monster. He shall hide nothing from me. He spurned Gautran with his foot. It was with no gentle touch, and Gautran sprang to his feet, and would have thrown himself upon the advocate had he not suddenly recognized him. End of section 23. Section 24 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 24, Book 4, Chapters 15 and 16. Chapter 15, Gautran and the Advocate. "How long have I been asleep?" muttered Gautran, shaking himself and rubbing his eyes. "It seems but a minute." The clock on the mantel struck the hour of 2. "I counted 12 when I was in the grounds. I have been here 2 hours. You might have let me sleep longer. It is the first time I have enjoyed for weeks a sleep without a dream, as I used to sleep before." He shuddered and did not complete the sentence. "Give me something to drink, master." "You have been helping yourself to my wine," said the advocate. "You know everything, master. Yes, it was wine I drank, as mild as milk. It went down like water. Good for gentlemen, perhaps, but not for us. I must have something stronger." He looked anxiously around the room, and sighed and smiled. No appalling vision greeted his sight. "Ah," he said, "I am safe here. Give me some brandy." "You will have none, Gautran," said the advocate sternly. "Ah, master," implored Gautran, "think better of it. I must have brandy. I must." "Must," echoed the advocate, with a frown. "Yes, master, must. I shall not be able to talk else. My throat is parched. You can hear for yourself that it is as dry as a raven's. I must have drink, and it mustn't be milk wine. I am not quite a fool, master. If that horrible shadow were never to appear to me again, I would show those who have been hard on me a trick or two that would astonish them. If you've a spark of compassion in you, master, give a poor wretch a glass of brandy." The advocate considered a moment, and then unlocked a small cupboard, from which he took a bottle of brandy. He filled a glass and gave it to Gautran. "Here's confusion to our enemies," said Gautran. "Ah, this is fine. I have never tasted such before. It puts life into a man." "What makes you drink to our enemies, Gautran?" asked the advocate. "Why, master, are not my enemies yours, and yours mine? We row in the same boat. If they found us out, it would be as bad for you as it would be for me. Worse, master, worse, for you have much to lose. I have nothing. You see, master, I have been thinking over things since we met in the lane yonder." "You are bold and imprudent. What if I were to summon my servants and have you marched off to jail?" "What would you accuse me of? I have not stolen anything. You may search me if you like. No, no, master, I will take nothing from you. What you give I shall be grateful for, but rob you? No. You are mistaken in me. I owe you too much already. I am bound to you for life." "You do not seem afraid of the jail, Gautran." "Not when you threaten me with it, master, for you are jesting with me. It is not worth your while. I am a poor creature to make sport of. Yet I am dangerously near handing you over to justice." "For what, master? For what? For coming into your room and not finding you there, throwing myself in a corner like a dog?" "It is sufficient, and you have stolen my wine. These are crimes which the law is ready to punish, especially in men with evil reputations." "You are right, I've no doubt. You know more about the law than I do. I don't intend to dispute with you, master. But when they got hold of me, they would question me, and my tongue would be loosened against my will. I say again, you are jesting with me. How warm and comfortable it is in this grand room, and how miserable outside! Ah, why wasn't I born rich? It was a most unfortunate accident. Your tongue would be loosened against your will. What could you say? What everybody suspects, but could not prove, master, thanks to you. They owe me a grudge in the prison yonder, lawyers and judges and jailers, and nothing would please them better than to hear what I could tell them, that I killed the girl, and that you knew I killed her. You don't look pleased, master. You drove me to say it. You slanderous villain! I don't mind what you call me, master. I can bear anything from you. I am your slave, and there is nothing you could set me to do that I am not ready to perform. I mean it, master. Try me, only try me. Think of something fearful, something it would take a bold, desperate man to do, and see if I shrink from it. The jailer was right when he said I was a lucky dog to get such an advocate as you to defend me. You knew the truth. You knew I did the deed. You knew no one else could save me, and you wanted to show them how clever you were, and what a fool any lawyer was to think he could stand against you. And you did it, master, you did it. How mad they must be with you! I wonder how much they would give to cry quits. And you've done even more than that, master. The spirit which has been with me night and day, in prison and out of prison, lying by me in bed, standing by my side in the court, you saw it there, master, dogging me through the streets and lanes, hiding behind trees, and gliding upon me when I thought I had escaped it. It is gone, master, it is gone. It will not come where you are. It is afraid of you. I don't care whether it is a holy or an unholy power you possess. I am your slave, and you can do with me as you will. But you must not send me to prison again. No, you must not do that. Why, master, simple as I am, and ignorant of the law, I feel that you were joking with me when you threatened to summon your servants to march me off to jail for coming into your house. I should say to them, you are a pack of fools. Don't you see he is jesting with you? Here have we been talking together for half an hour, and he has given me his best brandy as a mark of friendship. There is the bottle. Feel the rim of it, and you will find it wet. Look at the glass, if you don't believe me. Smell it. Smell my breath. Why, then they would ask you again if you were in earnest, and you would have to send them away. Master, I was never taught to read or write, and there is very little I know. But I know well that there is a time to do a thing, and a time not to do it, and that unless a thing is done at the proper time, there is no use afterwards attempting it. I will tell you something, though I dare say I might save myself the trouble, for you can read what is in me. If Madeline, when she ran from me along the river's bank, had escaped me, it is likely she would be alive at this moment, for the fiend that spurred me on to kill her might never again have been so strong within me, might never again have had such power over me as he had that night. But he was too strong for me, and that was the time to do the deed, and she had to die. Do you think I don't pity her? I do, when she is not tormenting me. But when she follows me, as she has done tonight, when she stands looking at me with eyes in which there is fire but no light, I feel that I could kill her over again if I dared, and if I could get a good grip of her. Are all spirits silent? Have they no voice to speak? It is terrible, terrible! I must buy masses for her soul, and then, perhaps, she will rest in peace. Master, give me another glass of that rare brandy of yours. Talking is dry work. You'll get no more till you leave me. I am to leave you, then? When I have done with you, when our conversation is at an end. I must obey you, master. You could crush me if you liked. I could kill you if I liked, said the advocate, in a voice so cold and determined that Gautran shuddered. You could, master. I know it well enough. Not with your hands. I am your match there. Few men can equal me in strength. But you would not trust to that. You are too wise. You would scorch and wither me with a lightning touch. I should be a fool to doubt it. If you will not give me brandy, give me a biscuit or some bread and meat. Since noon I have had nothing to eat but a few apples, to which I help myself. The jailers robbed me of my dinner in the middle of the day, and put before me only a slice of dry bread. I would cut off 2 of my fingers to be even with them. In the cupboard which contained the brandy and other liquors was a silver basket containing biscuits, which the advocate brought forward and placed before Gautran, who ate them greedily and filled his pockets with them. During the silence, the advocate's mind was busy with Gautran's words. Ignorant as the man was, and confessed himself to be, there was an undisputable logic in the position he assumed. Shrink from it as he might, the advocate could not avoid confessing that between this man, who was little better than an animal, and himself, who had risen so high above his fellows, that in these extremes of intellectual degradation and superiority existed a strange and, in its suggestiveness, an awful equality. And what afforded him food for serious reflection from an abstract point of view was that, though they traveled upon roads so widely apart, they both arrived at the same goal. This was proved by Gautran's reasoning upon the advocate's threat to put him in prison for breaking into the House of White Shadows. Sound logic, thought the advocate, learnt in a school in which the common laws of nature are the teachers. A decided kinship exists between this murderer and myself. Am I, then, as low as he, and do the best of us, in our pride of winning the crown, indulge in self-delusions at which a child might feel ashamed? Or is it that, strive as he may, the most earnest man cannot lift himself above the groveling motives which set in motion every action of a human life? Now, master, said Gautran, having finished munching. Now, Gautran, said the advocate, why do you come to me? I belong to you, replied Gautran. You gave me my life and my liberty. You had some meaning in it. I don't ask you what it is, for you will tell me only what you choose to tell me. I am yours, master, body and soul. And soul? questioned the advocate, ironically. So long, said Gautran, crossing himself, as you do not ask me to do anything to imperil my salvation. Is it not already imperiled, murderer? I have done nothing that I cannot buy off with masses. Ask the priests. If I could not get money any other way to save myself, I would rob a church. Admirable, exclaimed the advocate. You interest me, Gautran. How did you obtain admission into the grounds? Over the wall at the back. It is a mercy I did not break my bones. And into this room, how did you enter? Through the window. Knowing it was my room? Yes, master. How did you gain that knowledge? I was told, and told as well, that you lived in this house. By whom were you told? As I ran from Madeline, she had left me forever, I hope, I came upon a man who, for some purpose of his own, was lingering on a hill a little distance from here. I sought company, and was glad of his. I made up my mind to pass my night near something human, and did not intend to leave him. But when he said that yonder was the house in which the great advocate lived, and when he pointed out your study window, I gave him the slip, knowing I could do better than remain with him. That is the truth, master. You are acquainted with this man? No, I never saw him before. I saw but little of him as it was, the night was so dark. But I know voices when I hear them. His voice was strange to me. How happened it, then, that you conversed about me? I can't remember exactly how it came about. He gave me some brandy out of a flask. Not such liquor as yours, master, but I was thankful for it. And I asked him if he had ever been followed by the spirit of a dead woman. He questioned me about this woman, asking if she was fair and beautiful, whether she had met her death in the Rhone, whether her name was Madeline. Yes, he called her up before me, and I was spellbound. When I came to my proper senses, he was talking to himself about a great advocate in the house he was staring at, and I said there was only one great advocate, you who set me free, and I asked him if you lived in the house. He said yes, and that the lights I saw were the lights in your study windows. Upon that I left him, suddenly and secretly, and made my way here. Was the man watching this house? It had the look of it. He is no friend of yours, that I can tell you. When he spoke of you, it was with the voice of a man who could make you wince if he pleased. You have served him some trick, and he wants to be revenged, I suppose. But you can take care of yourself, master. That will do. Leave me, and leave this house. And as you value your life, enter it no more. Then you will see me elsewhere. Where, master, and when? I will see you in no place, and at no time. I understand the meaning of looks, Gautran, and there is a threat in your eyes. Beware, I have means to punish you. You have escaped the penalty of your crime, but there is no safety for you here. You do not wish to die. The guilt of blood is on your soul, and you are afraid of death. Well may you be afraid of it. Such terrors await you in the life beyond as you cannot dream of. Live, then, and repent, or die and be eternally lost. Dare to intrude yourself upon me, and death will be on your portion, and you will go straight to your punishment. Here, and at this moment only, you have the choice of either fate. Choose, and swiftly. The cold, stern, impressive voice, the commanding figure, had their effect upon Gautran. He shook with fear. He was thoroughly subdued. If I am not safe here, master, where shall I find safety? In a distant part of the country where you are not known. How am I to get there? I have no money. I will give you sufficient for flight and subsistence. Here are 5 gold pieces. Now go, and let me never see your murderous face again. Master, said Gautran humbly, as he turned the money over in his hand and counted it. "I must have more, not for myself, but to pay for masses for the repose of Madeline's soul. Then I may hope for forgiveness. Then she will leave me in peace." The advocate emptied his purse into Gautran's open palm, saying, "Let no man see you. Depart as secretly as you came." But Gautran lingered still. "You promised me some more brandy, master." The advocate filled the glass, and Gautran, with fierce eagerness, drank the brandy. "You will not give me another glass, master?" "No, murderer. I have spoken my last word to you." Gautran spoke no more, but with head sunk upon his breast, left the room and the house. "A vulgar expedient," mused the advocate when he was alone, "but the only one likely to prove effective with such a monster. It is perhaps best that it has happened. This man watching upon the hill is none other than John Van Brugh. I had almost forgotten him. He does not come in friendship. Let him watch and wait. I will not see him." Chapter 16. Pierre Lamont seeks the hospitality of the House of White Shadows. The following day, Pierre Lamont did not leave his bed, and was visited in his room by the advocate and Christian Almer. To the advocate he said, "I trust I shall not incommode you, for I am compelled to throw myself upon your hospitality." "Get well, then," said the advocate, "and enjoy it, which you cannot do thus confined." I do not know, said the old lawyer, gazing at the advocate, and wondering how it was possible that this profound thinker and observer could be blind to the drama which was being acted at his very door. "One can still follow the world. Have you read the papers this morning?" "No, I have not troubled myself to look at them." "Here is one that will interest you. What is called the freedom of the press is growing into a scandal. Editors and critics abuse their character, and need some wholesome check. But you are not likely to be moved by what they say." He handed a newspaper to the advocate, who walked to the window and read the editorial comments upon the trial and the part he had played in it. "The trial of Gautran is over, and the monster whom all believe to be guilty of a foul murder is set free. The victim, unavenged, is in her grave, and a heavy responsibility lies not only upon the city, but upon the nation. Neither for good nor ill can the words we write affect the future of Gautran. Released by the law, he is universally condemned. Justice is not satisfied. In all Switzerland there is but one man who, in his soul, believes the degraded wretch to be innocent, and that this man should be right and all others wrong we refuse to believe. Never in a cause so weighty have we felt it our duty to raise our voices against a verdict reluctantly wrung from the citizens, whose lot it was to judge a human being accused, and we insist righteously accused, of a horrible crime. The verdict cannot be disturbed. Gautran is free. There is a frightful significance in these words. Gautran is free." Removed from the feverish excitement of the court in which the trial took place, the report of the proceedings reads more like a stage drama than the episode of a real life. All the elements which led to the shameful result are eminently dramatic, and were, without doubt, planned by the great advocate who defended the accused with an eye to dramatic effect. It would scarcely surprise us were the climax now reached to be followed by an anticlimax in which Gautran's champion of yesterday would become his accuser of today. Our courts of justice are becoming accustomed to this kind of theatrical display. Consider the profound sensation which would be produced by the great lawyer coming forward and saying, "Yesterday, after a long and exciting struggle, I proved to you that Gautran was innocent, and by my efforts he was let loose upon society. Today I propose to prove to you that he is guilty, and I ask you to mete out to him his just punishment." A dangerous temptation, indeed, to one who studies effect. But there is a safeguard against such a course. It would so blacken the fame of any man who adopted it, however high that man might stand in the estimation of his peers and the people, that he could never hope to rise from the depths of shame into which his own act had plunged him. Many persons who believe that way will doubtless argue that there is something providential in the history of this ruthless murder of an unfortunate innocent being. She is slain. Not a soul comes forward to claim kinship with her. None the less she is a child of God. Human reason leads to the arrest and imprisonment of Gautran. Providence brings upon the scene a great lawyer, who, unsolicited, undertakes the defense of a monster, association with whom is defilement. The wretch is set free, and justice stands appalled at what has been done in the name of the law. But this is not the end. Providence may have something yet in store which will bring punishment to the guilty and unravel this tangled skein. What, then, will the great advocate have to say, who deliberately and voluntarily brought about the miscarriage of justice so flagrant as to cause every honest heart to thrill with indignation? The advocate did not read any further, but laid the paper aside, and said, "Men who take part in public matters are open to attacks of this kind. There is nothing to complain of." "And yet," thought Pierre Lamont, when the advocate left him, "there was in his face, as he read the article, an expression denoting that he was moved. Well, well, men are but human, even the greatest." Later in the day he was visited by Christian Almer, to whom he repeated his apologies. "I have one of my bad attacks on me. They frequently last for days. At such times it is dangerous for me to be moved about." "Then do not be moved about," said Almer, with a smile. But despite this smile, Almer was inwardly disquieted. He had not been aware on the previous night that Pierre Lamont occupied the next room to his. After the departure of the advocate, Adelaide had not been careful. Her voice had been frequently raised, and Almer was anxious to ascertain whether it had reached the old lawyer's ears. "You slept well, I hope?" he said. "Yes, until the early morning, a little after sunrise. I am a very deep sleeper for 4 or 5 hours. The moment I close my eyes, sleep claims me, and holds me so securely that, were the house on fire, it would be difficult to arouse me. But the moment the sunshine peeps into my room, my rest is at an end. When I had the use of my limbs, I was an early riser." Almer's mind was relieved. Sleeping in a strange bed is often not conducive to repose. "I have slept in so many strange beds," and Pierre Lamont thought as he spoke, "but never in a stranger bed than this." "You can still find occupation." said Almer, pointing to the books on table and bed. "Ah, books, books, books," said Pierre Lamont. "What would the world do without them? How did it ever do without them? But I am old, and I am talking to a young man." "My father was a bookworm and a student," said Almer. "Were he alive, he would be disappointed that I do not tread in his footsteps." "Perhaps not. He was a wise man, with a comprehensive mind. It would not do for us all to be monks." End of section 24. Section 25 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 25. Book 4, Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Fritz the Fool relates a strange dream to Pierre Lamont. Half a dozen times in the course of the day, Pierre Lamont had sent in search of Fritz the Fool, and it was not till the afternoon that Fritz made his appearance. "You should have come earlier, fool," said Pierre Lamont with a frown. "I was better engaged," said Fritz coolly. "You fired me with those love verses last night, and I have been studying what to say to my peach." "The pretty Dionetta! Rehearse, then. I am dull." "Ah, I have much to tell you. I am thinking of saying to the peach, 'Dionetta, place your hand in mine, and we will both save Pierre Lamont. He will give us a home, he will pay us liberally, and when he dies he will not leave us unprovided for.'" "And if the peach should laugh in your face?" "I would reason with it. I would say, 'Look you now, you cannot be always ripe, and you cannot be always mellow and luscious. Do not waste the precious sunshine of life, but give yourself to a clever fool, who cares quite as much for your fair face and beautiful skin as he does for the diamond baubles in your ears.'" "Diamond earrings, Fritz! Are you dreaming?" "Not at this moment, though I had a dream last night, after I left you, which I may tell you, if I don't repent of it before I disclose it. Yes, Master Lamont, diamond earrings. As I'm a living fool, diamonds of value. See, Master Lamont, I don't want this peach to be gathered yet. It is well placed, it is in favor. It is making itself in some way useful, not to finer, but to richer fruit. Heaven only knows what may be rained upon it, when the very first summer shower brings a diamond finger ring, and the second a pair of diamond earrings. A diamond brooch, perhaps, money for certain, if it will take a fool's advice. And of course it will do that, if, seeing that the fool is a proper fool, the peach says kindly, 'I am yours.' That is the way of it, is it not, Master Lamont?" "I am waiting to hear more, Fritz," said Pierre Lamont, with a full enjoyment of Fritz's loquacity. "Behind the summer house, Master Lamont, lies a lovely lake, clear as crystal in parts where it is not covered with fairy lilies. I am as good as a pair of eyes to you to tell you of these beauties. The water is white and shining, and at one part there is a mass of willows bending over. Then there is a break, clear of the shadow of branch and leaf. Then there is another mass of willows. From a distance you would think that there was no break in the foliage. You have to go close to it to make the discovery, and once you are there you are completely hidden from sight. Not more than 2 hours ago I was passing this spot at the back of the willows, when I heard a voice, a girl's voice, Master Lamont, saying quite softly, 'Oh, how lovely! How beautiful! How beautiful!' It was Dianetta's voice. I should know it among 1,000. Through the willows I crept with the foot of a cat, till I came to the brake, and there was Dianetta herself, bending over the water, and sighing, 'Oh, how lovely! How beautiful!' She could not see me, for her back was towards me, and I took care she did not hear me. She was shaking her pretty head over the water, and I shouldn't deserve to be called a fool if I had not felt curious to see what it was in the lake that was so lovely and beautiful. Perhaps it was her own face she was admiring. Well, she had a perfect right, and I was ready to join in the chorus. I crept up to her as still as a mouse, and looked over her shoulder. She gave a great scream when she saw my face in the lake, and I caught hold of her to prevent her from falling in. Then I saw what almost took away my breath. In her ears there flashed a pair of diamond earrings, the like of which I never in my life beheld in our village. Her face got as red as a sunset as I gazed at her. "How you frightened me, Fritz," she said. I set the earrings swinging with my fingers, and said, "Where did you get these wonderful things from?" She answered me pat. "My lady gave them to me." "They are yours, then?" I asked. "Yes, Fritz," she said, "they are mine, and I came here to see how I look in them. They are so grand that I am ashamed to put them on unless I am alone. Don't tell anybody, will you, Fritz? If grandmother knew I had them, she would take them from me. She would never, never let me wear them. Don't tell anybody." Why, of course I said I would not, and then I asked why my lady gave them to her, and she said it was because my lady loved her. So, so, thought I, as I left my peach, I would like to have given her just one kiss, but I did not dare to try. So, so my lady gives her maid a pair of diamond earrings that are as suitable to her as a crown of gold to an ass's head. There is something more common between lady and maid. What is it, Master Lamont? What is it?" "A secret, fool, which, if you get your peach to tell, will be worth much to you. And as you and I are going to keep our own counsel, learn from me that this secret has but one of two kernels, love or jealousy. Set your wits at work, Fritz, set your wits at work, and keep your eyes open. I may help you to your peach, fool. And now, about that dream of yours. Were you asleep or awake at the time?" Fritz stepped cautiously to the door, opened it, looked along the passage, closed the door, and came close to the bedside. "Master Lamont," he said, "what I dreamed is something so strange that it will take a great deal of thinking over. Do you know why I tell you things?" "I might guess wrong, Fritz. Save me the trouble." "You have never been but one way with me. You have never given me a hard word. You have never given me a blow. When I was a boy, 20 years ago and more, Master Lamont, you were the only man who spoke kind words to me, who used to pat my head and pity me. For, if you remember, Master Lamont, I was nothing but a castaway, living on charity, and everybody but you made me feel it. Cuffed by this one and that one, kicked and laughed at, but never by you. Even a fool can bear these things in mind." "Well, well, Fritz, go on with your dream. You are making me hungry." It came nearly 2 hours after midnight. At that time I was in the grounds. All was dark. There was nobody about but me until the advocate came. Then I slipped aside and watched him. He walked up and down like a machine. It was not as if a man was walking, but a figure of steel. It was enough to drive me crazy, it was so like clockwork. Twice he almost discovered me. He looked about him, he searched the grounds, still with the same measured step. He called aloud, and asked if anybody was near. Then he went into the house and into the study. I knew he was there by the shifting of the lights in the room. Being alone with the shadows, your love verses came into my mind, and you may believe me, Master Lamont, I made my way to the window of the room in which Dionetta sleeps, and stood there looking up at it. I should have been right down ashamed of myself if I hadn't been dreaming. Is it the way of lovers, Master Lamont? Faster than bees to flowers they wing their way? That is how the line runs, is it not? Well, there stood I, a bee, dreaming in the dark night, before the window of my lover. An invisible flower, unfortunately. But thoughts are free. You can't put chains on them. So there stood I, for how many minutes I cannot say, imagining my flower. Now, if I had known that her pretty head was lying on the pillow, with great diamond earrings in her ears, for that is a certainty, I might not perhaps have been able to tear myself away. Luckily for my dream, that knowledge had still to come to me, so I wandered off and found myself once more staring at the lights in the advocate's study windows. Now, what made me step quite close to them, and put my eye to a pane which the curtains did not quite cover? I could see clear into the room. Imagine my surprise, Master Lamont, when I discovered that the advocate was not alone. Master Lamont, you know every man in the village, but I would give you 1,000 guesses, and you would not hit upon the name of the advocate's friend. From where I stood, I could not hear a word that was said, but I saw everything. I saw the advocate go to a cupboard and give this man liquor. He poured it out for him himself. Then they talked. Then the advocate brought forward a silver basket of biscuits, and the man ate some, and stuffed some into his pockets. They were on the very best of terms with each other. The advocate gave his friend some money, pieces of gold, Master Lamont. I saw them glitter. The man counted them, and by his action asked for more. And more was given. The advocate emptied his purse into the man's hand. Then, after further conversations, the man turned to leave the room. It was time for me to scuttle from my peephole. Presently the man was in the grounds, stepping almost as softly as I stepped after him. For I was not going to lose him, Master Lamont. My curiosity was whetted to that degree that it would have taken a great deal to prevent me from following this friend of the advocate's. How will he get out? Thought I. The gates are locked. He will hardly venture to scale them. 2 or 3 times he stopped and looked behind him. He did not see me. He arrived at the wall which stretches at the back. He climbed the wall. So did I, in another and an easier part. He dropped down with a thud and a groan. I let myself to the ground without disturbing a leaf. Presently he picked himself up and walked off, with more haste than before. I followed him. He stopped, I stopped. He walked on again, and so did I. Again he stopped, and cried aloud, I hear you follow me. Is not one killing enough for you?" And then he gave a scream so awful that the hair rose on my head. "She is here!" he screamed. "She is here, and is driving me to madness." With that he took to his heels, and tore through field and forest really like a madman. I could not keep up with him, and after an hour's running I completely lost sight of him. There was nothing for me to do but to get back to the villa. I returned the way I came. I had plenty to think about on the road, and I was once more before the windows of the advocate's study. The lights were still there. The advocate, I believe, can live without sleep. I peeped through the window, and there he was, sitting at his table, reading, with an expression of power in his face which might well make any man tremble who dared to oppose him. That is the end of my dream, Master Lamont. "But the man, Fritz, the man!" exclaimed Pierre Lamont. "I am still in ignorance as to who this strange nocturnal visitor can be." "There lies the pith of my dream. If I were to tell you that this man who makes his way secretly into the grounds in the darkness of the night, who is closeted with the advocate for an hour at least, who is treated to wine and cake, who is presented with money, and grumblingly asks for more, and gets it, if I were to tell you that this man is Gautran, who was tried for the murder of Madeline, the flower girl, and who was set free by the advocate, what would you say, Master Lamont?" "I should say," replied Pierre Lamont, with some difficulty, controlling his excitement, "that you were mad, fool Fritz." "Nevertheless," said Fritz, with great composure, "it is so. I have related my dream as it occurred. The man was Gautran, and no other. Can you explain that to me in one word?" "No," said Pierre Lamont, gazing sharply at Fritz. "You are not fooling me, Fritz?" "If it were my last word, it would make no difference. I have told you the truth." "You know Gautran's face well?" "I was in the court every day of the trial, and there is no chance of my being mistaken. See here, Master Lamont, I can do many things that would surprise people. I can draw faces. Give me a pencil and some paper." With a few rapid strokes, he produced the very image of Pierre Lamont, sitting up in bed, with thin, cadaverous face, with high forehead and large nose. Even the glitter of the old lawyer's eyes was depicted. Pierre Lamont examined the portrait with admiration. "I am proud of you, Fritz," he said. "You have the true artist's touch." Fritz was busy with the pencil again. "Who may this be?" he asked, holding another sketch before Pierre Lamont. "The advocate. To the life, Fritz, to the life." "This is also to the life," said Fritz, producing a third portrait. "This is Gautran. It is all I can draw, Master Lamont, human faces. I could do it when I was a boy. There is murder in Gautran's face. There was murder in the words I heard him speak as I followed him. Is not one killing enough for you? There is only one meaning to such words. I leave you to puzzle it all out, Master Lamont. You have a wise head. I am a fool. Mother Denise may be right after all when she said, not knowing I was within hearing, that it was an evil day when my lady, the advocate's wife, set foot in the grounds of the House of White Shadows. But it is no business of mine, only I must look after my peach, or it may suddenly be spirited away on a broomstick. Unholy work, Master Lamont, unholy work. What do you say to letting Father Capel into the mystery?" "Not for worlds!" cried Pierre Lamont. "Priests in such matters are the rarest bunglers. No, the secret is ours, yours and mine. You shall be well paid for your share in it. Without my permission you will not speak of it. Do you hear me, Fritz?" "I hear you, and will obey you." "Good lad. Ah, what would I give if I had the use of my limbs! But you shall be my limbs, and my eyes, my second self. Help me to dress, Fritz. Quick, quick!" "Master Lamont," said Fritz with a sly laugh, "be careful of your precious self. You are ill, you know, very, very ill. You must keep your bed. I cannot run the risk of losing so good a master. I have a dozen years of life in me yet, fool. This dried-up old skin, these withered limbs, this lack of fat, are my protection. If I were a stout, fine man, I might go off at any moment. As it is, I may live to 100, old enough to see your grandchildren, Fritz. But yes, I am indeed very ill and weak. Let everybody know it. So weak and ill that it is not possible for me to leave this hospitable house for many, many days. The medicine I require is the fresh air of the gardens. With my own eyes I must see what I can of the comedy that is being played under our very noses. I also had dreams last night, Fritz, rare dreams. Ah, what a comedy, what a comedy! But there are tragic veins in it, fool, which make it all the more human. End of Book 4. End of Section 25. Section 26 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 26. Book 5, Chapters 1 through 3. Book 5. The Doom of Gautran. Chapter 1. Adelaide strives to propitiate Pierre Lamont. The following night was even darker than the preceding one had been. In the afternoon, portents of a coming storm were apparent in the sky. Low mutterings of thunder in the distance traveled faintly to the ears of the occupants of the House of White Shadows. The advocate's wife shuddered as she heard the sounds. "There are only two things in the world I am afraid of," she said to Pierre Lamont, "and those are thunder and lightning. When I was a little child, a dreadful thing occurred to me. I was playing in a garden when a storm came on. I was all alone, and it was some distance to the house. The storm broke so suddenly that I had not time to reach shelter without getting myself drenched. I dare say, though, I should have run through it had I not been frightened by the flashes of lightning that seemed to want to cut me in two. I flew behind a tree and stood there trembling. Every time a flash came, I shut my eyes tight and screamed. But the storm did not allow my cries to be heard. You can imagine the state I was in. It would not have mattered, except for the wedding, had I kept my eyes closed, but like a little fool I opened them once, and just at that moment a flash seemed to strike the tree behind which I stood. I can almost hear the shriek I gave as I fell and fainted dead away. There, lying on the wet grass, I was found. A dreadful-looking object I must have been. They carried me into the house, and when I was conscious of what was passing around me, I asked why they did not light the gas. The fact is, I was quite blind, and remained so for several days. Was it not shocking? I shall never, never forget my fright. Can you imagine anything more dreadful than being struck blind? To be born blind cannot be half as bad, for one does not know what one loses, never having seen the flowers and the fields and the beautiful skies. But to enjoy them, and then to lose them, it is altogether too horrible to think of. She was very gracious to the old lawyer during the afternoon. "Do you know," she said, "I can't quite make up my mind whether to be fond or frightened of you." "Be fond of me," said Pierre Lamont with a queer look. "I shall see how you behave. I am afraid you are very clever. I don't like clever people. They are so suspicious, pretending to know everything always." "I am very simple," said Pierre Lamont, laughing inwardly. He knew that she wanted to propitiate him, and beauty can lead me by a silken thread. "Is that another of your compliments? I declare, you speak as if you were a young man." She did indeed desire to win Pierre Lamont entirely to her, and she would have endured much to make him her friend instead of her enemy. Christian Almer had told her that the old lawyer had slept in the next room to his, and she had set herself the task of sounding the old fellow to ascertain whether his suspicions were aroused, and whether she had anything to fear from him. She could not help saying to herself what a fool Mother Denise, who looked after the household arrangements, was to put him so close to Christian. "I do believe," thought Adelaide, "that she did it to spite me." Her mind, however, was quite at ease after chatting with the old lawyer. "I am so glad we are friends," she said to him. "It is altogether so much nicer." Pierre Lamont looked reproachfully at her, and asked how she could ever have supposed he was anything but her most devoted admirer. "Lawyers are so fond of mischief," she replied, "that if it does not come to them ready-made, they manufacture it for themselves." "I am no longer a lawyer," he said. "If I were 20 years younger, I should call myself a lover." "If you were 20 years younger," she rejoined gaily, "I should not sit and listen to your nonsense." Being called from his side, she turned and gave him an arch look. "All that only makes the case stronger, my lady," he said inwardly. "You cannot deceive me with your wiles." Chapter 2. Gautran Seeks John Van Brugh. During the chief part of the day, Gautran concealed himself in the woods. Twice had he ventured to present himself to his fellow creatures. He was hungry and in sore need of food, and he went to a wayside inn and called for cold meat and bread and brandy. "Can you pay for it?" asked the innkeeper suspiciously. Gautran threw down a gold piece. The innkeeper took it, bit it, turned it over and over, rang it on the wooden table, and then set the food before Gautran. The murderer ate ravenously. It was the first sufficient meal he had eaten for days. The innkeeper gave him his change, and he ordered more meat and brandy, and paid for them. While he was disposing of this, 2 men came up, eyed him, and passed into the inn. Gautran was eating at a little table in the open air. Presently the innkeeper came out and looked at him. Then the innkeeper's wife did the same. Then other men and women came and cast wrathful glances upon him. At first he was not conscious that he was being thus observed, he was so ravenously engaged, but his hunger being appeased, he raised his head and saw 7 or 8 persons standing at a little distance from him, and all with their eyes fixed upon his face. "What are you staring at?" he cried. "Did you never see a hungry man eat before?" They did not answer him, but stood whispering among themselves. The idea occurred to Gautran to take away with him a supply of food, and he called to the innkeeper to bring it to him. Instead of doing so, the innkeeper removed the plates and glasses in which the meal had been served. Having done this, he joined the group and stood apart from Gautran without addressing a word to him. "Do you hear me?" shouted Gautran. "Are you deaf and dumb?" "Neither deaf nor dumb," replied the innkeeper. "We hear you plain enough." "Bring me the bread and meat, then," he said. "Not another morsel," said the innkeeper. "Be off with you." "When I get the food." "You will get none here, nor would you have had bite or sup if I had known." "Known what?" demanded Gautran fiercely. "Is not my money as good as another man's?" "No." "Why?" "Because there is blood upon it." If this did not convince him that his name was known and execrated, what next transpired would have enlightened him. The innkeeper's wife came out with a glass and 2 plates in her hands. "Are these the things," she asked of her husband, "the monster has been eating out of?" "Yes," replied the innkeeper. She dashed them to the ground and shivered them to pieces, and the onlookers applauded the act. "Why do you do that, mistress?" cried Gautran. "So that honest men shall not be poisoned," was the answer, "by eating out of a murderer's dish, or putting their lips to a murderer's glass." And the onlookers again applauded her, and kicked away the pieces. Gautran glared at the men and women, and asked, "Who do you take me for?" "For Gautran. There is but one such monster. If you do not know your own face, look upon it there." She pointed to the window, and there he beheld his own portrait, cut out of an illustrated newspaper, and beneath it his name, Gautran, to which had been added, in writing, the words, "The murderer of Madeline, the flower girl." He could not read the inscription, but he correctly divined its nature. The moment before he saw his portrait, it had entered his mind to deny himself. He recognized now how futile the attempt would be. "What if I am Gautran?" he exclaimed. "Do you think the law would set me free if I was guilty?" To which the innkeeper's wife replied, "You have escaped by a quibble. You are a murderer, and you know yourself to be one." "Mistress," he said, "if I had you alone, I would make you smart." "How does that sound, men?" cried the innkeeper's wife, with excited gestures. "Is it the speech of an innocent man? He would like to get me alone. Yes, he got one poor girl alone, and we know what became of her. The coward, the murderer! Hunt him away, neighbors. It is a disgrace to look upon him." They advanced towards Gautran threateningly, and he drew his knife and snapped it open. "Who will be the first?" he asked savagely, and seeing that they held together, he retreated backwards, with his face to them, until a turn in the road hid them from his sight. Then he fled into the woods, and with wild cries slashed the trees with his knife, which he had sharpened in the early morning. On the second occasion he presented himself at a cottage door with the intention of begging or buying some food. He knocked at the door, and not receiving an answer, lifted the latch. In the room were 2 children, a baby in a cradle, and a 5-year-old boy sitting on the floor, playing with a little wooden soldier. Looking up and seeing the features of the ruffian, the boy scrambled to his feet and rushing past Gautran, ran screaming down the road. Enraged almost to madness, Gautran ran after the child, and catching him, tossed him in the air, shouting, "What, you too, brat? This for your pains!" and standing over the child, was about to stamp upon him, when he found himself seized by the throat. It was the father, who, hearing the child's screams, came up just in time to save him. Then ensued a desperate struggle, and Gautran, despite his boast to the advocate, found that he had met more than his match. He was beaten to the ground, lifted, and thrown into the air, as he had thrown the child. He rose, bruised and bleeding, and was slinking off, when the man cried, "Holy Mother! It is the murderer, Gautran!" Some laborers who were coming across the fields were attracted by the scuffle, and the father called out to them, "Here is Gautran, the murderer, and he has tried to murder my child." This was enough for them. They were armed with reaping hooks, and they raced towards Gautran with loud threats. They chased him for full a mile, but he was fleeter of foot than they, and despair gave him strength. He escaped them and sank panting to the ground. The advocate had spoken truly. There was no safety for him. He was known for miles around, and the people were eager for vengeance. He would hide in the woods for the rest of the day. There was but one means of escape for him. He must seek some distant spot where he and his crime were unknown. But to get there he would be compelled to pass through villages in which he would be recognized. It was necessary that he should disguise himself. In what way could this be done? He pondered upon it for hours. In the afternoon he heard the muttering of the thunder in the distant mountains. "There's a storm coming," he said, and he raised his burning face to meet the welcome rain. But only a few heavy drops fell, and the wind moaned through the woods as if in pain. Night stole upon him swiftly, and wrapped him in horrible darkness. He bit his lips, he clenched his hands, his body shook with fear. Solitude was worse than death to him. He tried to sleep, in vain. Terrible images crowded upon him. Company he must have, at all hazards. Suddenly he thought of John Vanbrugh, the man he had met the night before on the hill not far from the advocate's house. This man had not avoided him. He would seek him again, and if he found him, would pass the night with him. So resolving, he walked with feverish steps toward the hill on which John Vanbrugh was keeping watch. Chapter 3. Gautran resolves on a plan of escape. The distance was longer than Gautran had calculated, and he did not shorten it by the devious tracks he took in his anxiety to avoid meeting with his enemies. The rainstorm still kept off, but in spite of the occasional flashes of lightning, the darkness seemed to grow thicker and thicker, and he frequently missed his way. He kept on doggedly, however, and although the shadow of his crime waited upon his steps, and made itself felt in the sighing and moaning of the wind, in the bending of every branch, and in the fluttering of every leaf, the craving for human companionship in which there was something of sympathy, and from which he would not be hunted like a dog, imbued him with courage to fight these terrors. Often, indeed, did he pause and threaten with fearful words the spectre of the girl he had murdered, and sometimes he implored her to leave him, and told her he was going to pay for masses for the repose of her soul. Occasionally he was compelled to take the high road, and then he was grateful for the darkness, for it prevented his face from being seen. At those times he slunk close to the hedges, as though dreading that the slightest contact with a human being would lead to discovery. Terrible as the night was to him, he feared the approach of day, when it would be more difficult to conceal himself from his pursuers. He knew that his life was not safe while he remained in this fatal neighborhood. He must escape, and in disguise, before he was many hours older. How was this to be accomplished? Once, in the roadway, he followed with stealthy steps 2 men who were conversing. He would have avoided them, as he had avoided others, had it not been that he heard his name mentioned, and was morbidly curious to hear what they were saying about him. Said one, "I have not set eyes upon this man-monster, but I shall know him if I meet him in the light." To which the other replied, "How will you manage that if you have never seen his face?" "You ask a foolish question. Have not full descriptions of the murderer been put about everywhere? His features, the color of his hair, his clothes, from his cap to his boots, all is known. His face he might disguise by the slash of his knife, if he has courage enough for it, or he might stain it, and in that way, too, he might change the color of his hair. But his clothes would remain. The shirt he wears is 1 in 1,000, and there's no mistaking it. It is blue, with broad yellow bands, which encircle his villainous body like rings. Let him get another shirt if he can. The country is aroused for 20 miles around, and men are resolved to take justice into their own hands. The law has allowed him to slip through its fingers. He shall not slip through ours. Why, he said to a woman this morning that he would know how to serve her if he had her alone, and not long afterwards he tried to murder a child. Shall such a monster be allowed to remain at liberty to strike women down and murder the helpless? No, we don't intend to let him escape. Men are on the watch for him everywhere, and when he is caught he will be beaten to death or hung upon the nearest tree. There is another end for him, if he chooses to take it. He can hide in the woods and starve, and when his body is found, we'll drive a stake through it. Take my word for it, Gautran the murderer has not long to live." Gautran shook with fear and rage. "I could spring upon them with my knife," he thought, "but they are 2 to 1. And then, when the men were out of hearing, he shook his fist at them and muttered, "Curse you! I will cheat you yet." But how? The description given of his shirt was a faithful one. The broad yellow bands were there, and he remembered that 2 days before the end of his trial the jailers had taken it from his cell in the night, and returned it to him in the morning, washed, with the yellow color brighter than it had been for months. He knew now that this had been done out of malice, in case he should be acquitted, so that he might be the more readily recognized and shunned, or the more easily tracked and caught if he was again wanted. There loomed upon him a way to foil those who had vowed to kill him. The man he was seeking had spoken in a reckless manner. He had complained of the world, and was doubtless in want of money. He had gold which the advocate had given him. He would offer to buy the man's clothes, and would give him his own, and 1, 2, or even 3 gold pieces in exchange. An easy thing to accomplish. But if the man would not consent to the bargain? He smiled savagely, and felt the edge of his knife. He was thoroughly desperate. He would sacrifice 1,000 lives to save his own. Out of this murderous alternative, and out of the words uttered by the man he had overheard, his face he might disguise by the slash of his knife if he has the courage for it, grew ideas, which, as he plodded on gradually, arranged themselves into a scheme which would ensure him an almost sure escape from those who had leagued themselves against him. Its entire success depended upon certain physical attributes in John Vanbrugh, but he would risk it even if these were not as he wished them to be. The plan was horrible in its design, and needed strength and cunning. He had both, and would use them without mercy to ensure his safety. John Vanbrugh, with whose name he was not acquainted, was probably a stranger in the locality. Something in Vanbrugh's speech caused him to suspect this. He would assure himself first of the fact, and then the rest was easy. Vanbrugh was about his own height and build. He had stood by his side, and knew this to be so. Gautran should die this night in the person of another man, and should be found in the morning murdered, with features so battered as to defy recognition. But he would be attired in Gautran's clothes, and would by those means be instantly identified. Then he, the true Gautran, would be forever safe. In John Vanbrugh's garments, he could make his way to a distant part of the country and take another name. No one would suspect him, for Gautran would be dead, and he would buy masses for the repose of Madeline's soul, and so purge himself of blood guiltiness. As to this second contemplated crime, he gave it no thought, except that it was necessary and must be done. End of section 26. Section 27 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 27. Book 5, Chapters 4 through 6. Chapter 4. Heaven's Judgment. Within half an hour of midnight, he arrived at the hill, and saw the shadow of a man who was leaning against a tree. Gautran had been walking for nearly 3 hours, and during the whole time the storm of thunder and lightning had continued at intervals, now retreating, now advancing. But its full force had been spent many miles away, and it did not seem likely to approach much nearer to the House of White Shadows. "The man is there," muttered Gautran, with his face still towards the advocate's window. "What is his purpose?" He was curious about that, too, and thought he would endeavor to ferret it out. It might be useful to him in the future, for it concerned the advocate. There was plenty of time before him to accomplish his own murderous design. John Vanbrugh heard Gautran's footsteps. "Who comes this way?" he cried. "A friend," replied Gautran. "That is easily said," cried Vanbrugh. "I am not in a trustful mood. Hold off a bit, or I may do you mischief." "Do you not know me?" asked Gautran, approaching closer, and measuring himself with the dark form of Vanbrugh. They were of exactly the same height. "What, Gautran!" exclaimed Vanbrugh in a gay tone. "Yes, Gautran." "Welcome, friend, welcome," said Vanbrugh with a laugh. "Give me your hand. Veritable flesh and blood. You have a powerful grip, Gautran. I thought we should meet again. What caused you to make yourself scarce so suddenly last night? You vanished like a cloud." "I had business to do. Have you got any more of that brandy about you?" "I am not sure whether you deserve it. After emptying my flask, you may make off again. A poor return for hospitality, my friend." "I promise to remain with you, it is what I came for, if you give me brandy." "I take your word. said Vanbrugh, producing a flask. "Drink, but not too greedily." Gautran took a long draught and returned the flask, saying, "You have no food, I suppose?" "Why, yes, I have. Warned by previous experiences, I supplied myself liberally for this night's watch. I'll not refuse you, though I spent my last franc on it." "Ah!" said Gautran, with some eagerness, for an amicable exchange of clothing would render the more villainous part of his task easier of accomplishment. "You are poor, then?" "Poor? Yes, but not for long, Gautran. The days of full purses are coming. Here is the food. Eat, rogue, eat. It is honest bread and meat, bought and paid for, but none the sweeter for that. We know which fruit is the sweetest. So you had business to do when you took French leave of me. How runs the matter? I had just pointed out the advocate's window to you, your own special advocate, my friend, to whom you have so much reason to be grateful, when you disappeared like an arrow from a bow. What follows, then? That, leaving me so abruptly, your business was important, and that it concerned the advocate. Right or wrong, rogue?" "Right," replied Gautran, as he devoured the food. "Come, that's candid of you, and spoken like a friend. You did not know, before I informed you, that he lived in the villa yonder?" "I did not." "I begin to have hopes of you, and, learning it from me, you made up your mind on the spur of the moment, your business being so important, to pay him a friendly visit, despite the strangeness of the hour for a familiar call?" "You've hit it," said Gautran. John Vanbrugh pondered a while. These direct answers, given without hesitation, puzzled him. He had expected to meet with prevarication, and he was receiving, instead, straightforward confidence. "You are not afraid," he said, "to speak the truth to me, Gautran?" "I am not." "But I am a stranger to you." "That's true." "Why, then, do you confide in me?" It was Gautran's turn now to pause, but he soon replied, with a sinister look which John Vanbrugh in the darkness could not see, "Because, after what passes between us this night, I am sure you will not betray me." "Good," said Vanbrugh. "Then it is plain you sought me deliberately, because you think I can in some way serve you." "Yes, because you can in some way serve me. That is why I am here." "Then you intend to hide nothing from me?" "Nothing, for the reason I have given." A flash of lightning seemed to strike the spot on which he and Gautran were conversing, and he waited for the thunder. It came, long, deep, and threatening. "There is a terrible storm somewhere," he said. "It does not matter," rejoined Gautran, with a shudder, "so long as a man is not alone. Don't mind my coming so close. I have walked many a mile to find you. I have not a friend in the world but you." "Not even the advocate?" "Not even him. He will see me no more." "He told you that last night?" "Yes." "But how did you get to him, Gautran? You did not enter by the gates." "No, I dropped over the wall at the back. Tell me, it is but fair, I answer you honestly enough, what are you watching his house for? A man does not do as you are doing on such black nights as this for idle pastime." "No, indeed, Gautran. I also have business with him, and strangely enough, You, whom I met in the flesh for the first time within these last 24 hours, are indirectly concerned in it." "Am I? Strange enough, as you say, but it will not matter after tonight." Some hidden meaning in Gautran's tone struck warningly upon Jean Vanbrugh, and caused him to bestow a clearer observance upon Gautran's movements from this moment. "There is a thing I wish to know, Gautran," he said. "Between vagabonds like ourselves there is no need for concealment. It is a delicate question, but you have been so frank with me that I will venture to ask it. Besides, there are no witnesses, and you will not, therefore, incriminate yourself. This girl, Madeline, whose spirit follows you—" Vanbrugh hesitated. The question he was about to ask trembled on his lips, and he scarcely knew how to give it shape in words that would not provoke an outbreak on the part of Gautran. He had no desire to come into open collision with this ruffian, of whose designs upon himself he was inwardly warned. Gautran, with brutal recklessness, assisted him. "You want to know if I killed her?" "Why, yes, though you put it roughly." "What matter? Well, then, she died at my hands." John Vanbrugh recoiled from the murderer in horror, and in a suppressed tone asked, "When the advocate defended you, did he know you were guilty?" "Aye. We kept the secret to ourselves. It was cleverly worked, was it not?" "And last night," continued John Vanbrugh, "he received you in his study?" "Aye, and gave me liquor, and food, and money. Listen to it." He rattled the gold pieces in the palms of his hands. "Look you, I have answered questions enough. I answer no more for a while. It is my turn now." "Proceed, Gautran," said Vanbrugh. "I may satisfy you or not, according to my whim." "You'll satisfy me, or I'll know the reason why. There is no harm in what I am going to say. You are a stranger in these parts. There is no offense in that, is there?" "None. Yes, I am a stranger in these parts. Heavens, what a flash! The storm is coming nearer." "All the better. You will hardly believe that I have been bothering myself about the color of your hair. I hate red-haired men. Yours, now, is there any offense in asking the color of it?" "None. My hair is black." Gautran's eyes glittered, and a flash of lightning illuminated his face, and revealed to Vanbrugh the savage and ruthless look which shone there. "And your height and build about the same as mine," said Gautran. "Let us strike a bargain. I have gold, you have none. I have taken a fancy to your clothes. I will buy them of you. 2 gold pieces in exchange for them, and mine thrown in." "The clothes of a murderer," said Vanbrugh, slowly retreating as Gautran advanced upon him. "Thank you for nothing. Not for 200 gold pieces, poor as I am. Keep off. Do not come so near to me." "Why not? You are no better than I." 3 gold pieces. That should content you." "You have my answer, Gautran. Leave me. I have had enough of you." "You will have had more than enough before I have done with you," said Gautran, and Vanbrugh was satisfied now, from the man's brutal tones, that it was a deadly foe who stood within a few inches of him. "If you do not do as I bid you. Say, done and done. You had better. By fair means or foul, I mean to have what I want." "Not by fair means, you murderous villain. Be warned, I am on my guard." "If you will have it, then," cried Gautran, and with a savage shout he threw himself upon Vanbrugh. So sudden and fierce was the attack that Vanbrugh could not escape from it. But although he was no match for Gautran in strength, he had had, in former years, some experience in wrestling, which came to his aid now in this terrible crisis. The struggle that ensued was prolonged and deadly, and while the men were locked in each other's arms, the storm broke immediately over their heads. The thunder pealed above them, the lightning played about their forms. "You villain!" gasped Vanbrugh, as he felt himself growing weaker. "Have you been paid by the Advocate to do this deed?" "Yes," answered Gautran, between his clenched teeth. "He is the fiend's agent, and I am his. He bade me kill you. Your last moment has come." "Not yet," cried Vanbrugh, and by a supreme and despairing effort he threw Gautran clear from him and stood again on the defensive. Simultaneous with the movement, a flash of forked lightning struck the tree against which Vanbrugh had been leaning when Gautran first accosted him, and cleft it in twain. And as Gautran was about to spring forward, a huge mass of timber fell upon him with fatal force and bore him to the earth, where he lay imprisoned, crushed and bleeding to death. Chapter 5. Father Capel discovers Gautran in his peril. Father Capel was wending his way slowly over the hill from the bedside of the sick woman whom he had attended for 2 nights in succession. On the first night she was in a state of delirium, and Father Capel could not arouse her to a consciousness of surrounding things. In her delirium she had repeatedly uttered a name which had powerfully interested him. "Madeline! Madeline! My Madeline!" she moaned again and again. "Is it possible," thought the priest, "that the girl whose name she utters with agonized affection is the poor child who was so ruthlessly murdered?" On this, the second night, the woman whose last minutes on earth were approaching was conscious, and she made certain disclosures to Father Capel, which, veiled as they were, had grievously disturbed his usually serene mood. She had also given him a mission to perform which did not tend to compose his mind. He had promised faithfully to obey her, and they were to meet again within a few hours. To his earnest request that she would pray with him, she had impatiently answered, "There will be time enough after I have seen the man you have promised to bring with you. I shall live till then." So he had knelt by her bedside, and had prayed for her and for himself, and for all the erring. His compassionate heart had room for them all. For 20 miles around there was no man better loved than he. His life had been reproachless, and his tender nature never turned from the performance of a good deed, though it entailed suffering and privation upon himself. These were matters not to be considered when duty beckoned to him. A poor man, and one who very often deprived himself of a meal in the cause of charity. A priest in the truest sense of the word. Seldom, in the course of a long, merciful, and charitable career, had he met with so much cause to grieve as on the present occasion. In the first place, because it was an added proof to the many he had received that a false step in life, in the taking of which one human being caused another to suffer, was certain to bring at some time or other its own bitter punishment. In the second place, because in this particular instance the punishment, and the remorse that must surely follow, were as terrible as the mind of man could conceive. His road lay towards the hill upon which the desperate conflict between John Vanbrugh and Gautran was taking place. There was no occasion for him to cross this hill. By skirting its base, he could follow the road he intended to take, but as he approached the spot, the wind bore to him, in moments when the fury of the storm was lulled, cries which sounded in his ears like cries of pain and despair. They were faint and difficult to ascribe to any precise, definite cause. They might be the cries of an animal, but even in that case it was more than likely that Father Capel would have proceeded in their direction. Presently, however, he heard a human cry for help. The word was distinct, and it decided his movements. Without hesitation, he began to climb the hill. As he approached nearer and nearer to the spot on which the struggle was proceeding, there was no longer room to doubt its nature. "Holy Mother!" murmured the priest, quickening his steps. "Will the evil passions of men never be stilled? It seems as if murder were being done here. Grant that I am not too late to avert the crime." Then came the terrific lightning flash, followed immediately by Gautran's piercing scream as he was struck down by the tree. "Who calls for help?" cried Father Capel in a loud voice, but his words were lost in the peals of thunder which shook the earth and made it tremble beneath his feet. When comparative silence reigned, he shouted again, "Who calls for help? I am a priest, and tender it." Gautran's voice answered him, "Here, here, I am crushed and dying." This appeal was not coherently made, but the groans which accompanied it guided Father Capel to the spot upon which Gautran lay. He felt amid the darkness, and shuddered at the touch of blood, and then he clasped Gautran's right hand. The tree had fallen across the murderer's legs, and had so crushed them into the earth that he could not move the lower part of his body. His chest and arms were free. A heavy branch had inflicted a terrible gash on his forehead, and it was from this wound that he was bleeding to death. "Who are you," said Father Capel, kneeling by the dying man, "that lies here in this sad condition? I cannot see you. Is this heaven's deed or man's?" "It is heaven's," gasped Gautran, "and I am justly punished." "I heard the sounds of a struggle between two men. Are you one of those who were fighting in the midst of this awful darkness?" "Yes, I am one." "And the design," continued Father Capel, "was murder. You do not answer me. Your silence is sufficient confirmation. Are you hurt much?" "I am hurt to death. In a few minutes I shall be an external fire, unless you grant me absolution and forgiveness for my crimes." "Speak first the truth. Were you set upon, or were you the attacker in this evil combat?" "I attacked him first." "Then he may be dead," exclaimed Father Capel, and rising hastily to his feet, he peered into the darkness, and felt about with his hands, and called aloud to know if the other man was conscious. "This is horrible," said the priest in deep perplexity, scarcely knowing what it was best to do. "One man dying, another in all likelihood dead." He turned as if about to go, and Gautran, divining his intention, cried in a tone of agony, "Do not leave me, Father, do not leave me." "Truly," murmured the priest, It seems to me that my present duty is more with the living than the dead." He knelt again by the side of Gautran. "Miserable wretch! If the man you attacked be dead, you have murdered him, and you have been smitten for your crime. It may not be the only sin that lies upon your soul." "It is not, it is not," groaned Gautran. "My strength is deserting me. I can hardly speak. Father, is there hope for a murderer? Do not let me die yet. Give me something to revive me. I am fainting." "I have nothing with me to restore your strength. To go for wine, and for assistance to remove this heavy timber which imprisons you, my weak arms cannot stir it, cannot be accomplished in less than half an hour. It will be best, perhaps, for me to take this course. In the meantime, pray, miserable man, with all the earnestness of your heart and soul, for divine forgiveness. What is your name?" "I am Gautran," faintly answered the murderer. Father Capel's frame shook under the influence of a strong agitation. "From the bedside of the woman I have left within the hour," he murmured, "to this poor sinner who has but a few minutes to live. The hand of God is visible in it." He addressed himself to the dying man. "You are he who was tried for the murder of Madeline, the flower girl?" "I am he," moaned Gautran. "Hearken to me," said Father Capel. "For that crime you were tried and acquitted by an earthly tribunal, which pronounced you innocent. But you are now about to appear before the divine throne for judgment, and from God nothing can be hidden. He sees into the hearts of men. Who is ready, as you but now admitted to me, to commit one murder, and who, perhaps, has committed it, for, from the silence, I infer that the body of your victim lies at no great distance, will not shrink from committing two? Answer me truly, as you hope for mercy. Were you guilty or innocent of the murder of Madeline?" "I was guilty," groaned Gautran. "Wretch that I am, I killed her. I loved her, father, I loved her." Gautran, from whose lips these words had come amid gasps of agony, could say no more. His senses were fast leaving him. "Ah me, ah me!" sighed Father Capel. "How shall such a crime be expiated?" "Father," moaned Gautran, rallying a little, "had I lived till tomorrow, I intended to buy masses for the repose of her soul. I will buy them now, and for my own soul too. I have money. Feel in my pocket. There is gold. Take it all, every piece, and tell me I am forgiven." Father Capel did not attempt to take the money. "Stolen gold will not buy absolution or the soul's repose," he said sadly. "Crime upon crime, sin upon sin. Gautran, evil spirits have been luring you to destruction." "I did not steal the gold," gasped Gautran. "It was given to me, freely given." "Forgiveness you cannot hope for," said Father Capel, "if in these awful moments you swerve from the truth by a hair's breadth. Confess you stole the gold, and tell me from whom, so that it may be restored." "May eternal torments be mine if I stole it! Believe me, father, believe me. I speak the truth." "Who gave it to you, then?" "The advocate." "The advocate? He who defended you, and so blinded the judgment of men as to cause them to set a murderer loose? Yes, he and no other man. From what motive, Gautran? Compassion? No, from fear. What reason has he to fear you? I have his secret, as he had mine, and he wished to get rid of me, so that he and I should never meet again. It was for that he gave me the gold. What is the nature of this secret which made him fear your presence? He knew me to be guilty. What do you say? When he defended you, he knew you to be guilty? Aye, he knew it well. Incredible! Horrible! Exclaimed Father Capel, raising his hands. He shared, then, your crime. Yes, though he committed not the deed, his guilt is as heavy as the guilt of the murderer. How will he atone for it? How can atone for it? And if what I otherwise fear to be true, what pangs of remorse await him? A frightful scream from Gautran arrested his further speech. "Save me, father, save me!" shrieked the wretch. "Send her away! Tell her I repent! See, there, there! She is creeping upon me along the tree!" "What is it you behold amidst the darkness of this appalling night?" asked Father Capel, crossing himself. "It is Madeline, her spirit that will never, never leave me. Will you not be satisfied, you, with my punishment? Is not my death enough for you? You fiend, you fiend! I will strangle you if you come closer. Have mercy, mercy! You are a priest. Have you no power over her? Then what is the use of prayer? It is a mockery, a mockery! My eyes are filled with blood. Ah!" Then all was silent. "Gautran," whispered Father Capel, "take this cross in your hand. Put it to your lips, and repeat the words I say. Gautran, do you hear me? No sound, no sound! He has gone to his account, unrepentant and unforgiven." Father Capel rose to his feet. "I will seek assistance at once. There is another to be searched for. Ah, terrible, terrible night! Heaven have mercy upon us!" And with a heart overburdened with grief, the good priest left the spot to seek for help. Chapter 6. The Written Confession. During the whole of this interview, John Vanbrugh had lain concealed within 2 or 3 yards of the fallen tree, and had heard every word that had passed between Gautran and Father Capel. For a few moments after he had thrown Gautran from him, he was dazed and exhausted by the struggle in which he had been engaged, and by the crashing of the timber which had saved him from his deadly foe. Gradually he realized what had occurred, and when Father Capel's voice reached his ears, he resolved not to discover himself, and to be a silent witness of what transpired. In this decision lay safety for himself and absolute immunity, for Gautran knew nothing of him, not even his name, and to be dragged into the light, to be made to give evidence of the scene in which he had been a principal actor, would have seriously interfered with his plan of action respecting the advocate. Favored by the night, he had no difficulty in concealing himself, and he derived an inward satisfaction from the reflection that he might turn even the tragic and unexpected event that had occurred to his own immediate advantage. He had not been seriously hurt in the conflict, A few bruises and scratches comprised the injuries he had received. Among his small gifts lay the gift of mimicry. He could imitate another man's voice to perfection, and when Father Capel left Gautran for the purpose of obtaining assistance, an idea crossed his mind which he determined to carry out. He waited until he was assured that Father Capel was entirely out of hearing, and then he stepped from his hiding-place and knelt by the side of Gautran. Having now no fear of his enemy, he placed his ear to Gautran's heart and listened. "He breathes," he muttered. "There is yet a little life left in him." He raised Gautran's head upon his knee, and taking his flask of brandy from his pocket, he poured some of the liquor down the dying man's throat. It revived him. He opened his eyes languidly, but he had not strength enough left in him to utter more than a word or two at the time. "I have returned, Gautran," said John Van Brugh, imitating the voice of the priest. "I had it not in my heart to desert you in your last moments. The man you fought with is dead, and in his pocket I found this flask of brandy. It serves one good purpose. It will give you time to earn salvation. You have 2 murders upon your soul. Are you prepared to do as I bid you?" "Yes," replied Gautran. "Answer my questions, then. What do you know of the man whom you have slain?" "Nothing." "Was he then an absolute stranger to you?" "Yes." "Do you not even know his name?" "No." "There is no time to inquire into your reasons for attacking him, for I perceive from your breathing that your end is very near, and the precious moments must not be wasted. It is your soul that has to be saved. And there is only one way. The guilty must be punished. You have met your punishment. Heaven's lightning has struck you down. These gold pieces which I now take from your pocket shall be expended in masses. Rest easy, Gautran. There is but one thing for you to do, and then you will have made atonement. You hear me, you understand me?" "Yes, quick, quick!" "To die, leaving behind you no record of the guilt of your associate, of the advocate, who, knowing you to be a murderer, deliberately defeated the ends of justice, will be to provoke divine anger against you. There is no hope for pardon in that case. Can you write?" "No." "Your name, with my assistance, you could trace?" "Perhaps." "I will write a confession which you must sign. You shall receive absolution." He poured a few drops of brandy into Gautran's mouth, and they were swallowed with difficulty. After this, he allowed Gautran's head to rest upon the earth, and tore from his pocket-book some sheets of blank paper, upon which, with much labor, he wrote the following: "I, Gautran the woodman, lately tried for the murder of Madeline, the flower girl, being now upon the point of death, and conscious that I have only a few minutes to live, and being in full possession of my reason, hereby make oath, and swear, that being thrown into prison, awaiting my trial, I believed there was no escape from the doom I justly merited, for the reason that I was guilty of the murder. That some days before my trial was to take place, the advocate who defended me voluntarily undertook to prove to my judges that I was innocent of the crime I committed. That, with this full knowledge, he conducted my case with such ability that I was set free and pronounced innocent. That on the night of my acquittal after midnight had struck, and when every person but himself in the House of White Shadows was asleep, I secretly visited him in his study, and remained with him some time. That he gave me food and money, and bade me go my way. That I am ignorant of the motives which induced him, to whom I was a perfect stranger, to deliberately defeat the ends of justice. That the proof that he knew me to be guilty lies in the fact that I made a full confession to him, to which I solemnly swear, being about to appear before a just God to answer for my crime, I pray for forgiveness and mercy. Signed," and here John Vanbrugh left a space for Gautran's name. He read the statement to Gautran, who was now fast sinking, and then he raised the dying man's head in his arms, and holding the pencil in the almost nerveless fingers, assisted him to trace the name Gautran. This was no sooner accomplished than Gautran, with a wild scream, fell back. John Vanbrugh lost not another moment. With an exultant smile, he placed the fatal evidence in his pocket, and prepared to depart. As he did so, he heard the voices of men who were ascending the hill. "This paper," thought Vanbrugh, as he crept softly away in an opposite direction, "is worth, I should say, at least half the advocate's fortune. It is the ruin of his life and career, and if he does not purchase it of me on my own terms, let him look to himself." When Father Capel, with the men he had summoned to his assistance, arrived at the spot upon which Gautran lay, the murderer was dead. End of Book 5. End of Section 27. Section 28 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 28. Book 6, Chapters 1 through 3. Book 6. A Record of the Past. Chapter 1. The Discovery of the Manuscript. All was silent in the House of White Shadows. Strange as was the drama that was in progress within its walls, it found no open expression, and to the advocate, seated alone in his study, was about to be unfolded a record of events long buried in the past, the disclosure of which had not, up to this moment, been revealed to man. During the afternoon, the advocate had said to Christian Almer, "Now that I have leisure, I intend, with your permission, to devote some time to your father's works. In his day, certainly for a number of years, he was celebrated and well known in many countries, and I have heard surprise expressed that a career which promised to shed lasting luster upon the name you bear seemed suddenly to come to an end. Of this abrupt break in the labors of an eminent man, there is no explanation as to what led to it, and in what way it was broken off. I may chance upon the reason of a singular and complete diversion from a pursuit which he loved. It will interest me if you will give me permission to search among his papers." "A permission," rejoined Christian Almer, "freely accorded. Everything in the study is at your disposal. For my own part, the impressions of my childhood are of such a nature as to render distasteful the records of my father's labors. But you are a student and a man of deeper observation and research than myself. You may unearth something of value. I place all my father's manuscripts at your unreserved disposal. Pray read them, if you care to do so, and use them in any way you may desire. Thus it happened that 2 hours before midnight, the advocate, after looking through a number of manuscripts, most of them in an incomplete shape, came upon some written pages, the opening lines of which exercised upon him a powerful fascination. The only heading of these pages was "A Faithful Record," and it was made in the following strain. Chapter 2. Christian Almer's Father. It devolves upon me, Ernest Christian Almer, as a duty to set down here, in a brief form, before I die, the record of certain events in my life which led me to the commission of a crime. Whether justifiable or not, whether this which I call a crime may be otherwise designated as an accident, or as the execution of a just punishment for trust and friendship betrayed, is for others to determine. It is probable that no human eye will read what I am about to write until I am dead. But if it should be brought to light in my lifetime, I am ready to bear the consequences of my act. The reason why I myself do nothing to assist directly in the discovery, except in so far as making this record and placing it without concealment among my manuscripts, is that I may in that way be assisting in bringing into the life of my dear son, Christian Almer, a stigma and a reproach which will be a cause of suffering to him. If it should happen that many years elapse before these lines fall into the hands of a human being, it may perhaps be for the best. What is done and cannot be recalled. Even had I the power to bring the dead to life, I doubt whether I should avail myself to it. My name is not unknown to the small world in which I live and move, and I once cherished a hope that I should succeed in making it famous. That hope is now like a flower burnt to ashes, never more to blossom. It proves the vanity of ambition upon which we pride ourselves, and which we imbue with false nobility. As a lad, I was almost morbidly tender in my nature. I shrank from giving pain to living creature. The ordinary pursuits of childhood, in which cruelty to insects formed so prominent a feature, were to me revolting. To strip even a flower of its leaves was, in my eyes, a cruel proceeding. And yet I have lived to take a human life. My earliest aspiration was to win a name in literature. Every book I read and admired assisted in making this youthful aspiration a fixed purpose when I became a man. Often, as I read the last works of a book which had fired my imagination, would I think, and sometimes say aloud, "Gladly would I die were I capable of writing a work so good, so grand as this." My parents were rich, and allowed me to follow my bent. When they died, I was left sole heir to their wealth. I had not to struggle as poorer men in the profession to which I resolved to devote myself have had to do. So much the worse for me, perhaps. But that now matters little. Whether the books I hoped to write would be eagerly sought after or not was of no moment to me. What I desired was to produce. For the rest, as to being successful or unsuccessful, I was equal to either fortune. I made many friends and acquaintances, who grew to learn that they could use and enjoy my house as their own. In setting this down, I lay no claim to unusual generosity. It was on my part simply the outcome of a nature that refused to become a slave to rigid forms of hospitality. The trouble entailed would have been too great, and I declined to undertake it. I chose to employ my hours after my own fashion, the fashion of solitude. I found great pleasure in it, and to see my friends around me without feeling myself called upon to sacrifice my time for their enjoyment Knowing, as they well knew, that they were welcome to the best my wealth and means could supply them with, this added to my pleasure a peculiar charm. They were satisfied, and so was I, and only in one instance was my hospitality abused and my friendship betrayed. But had I been wise, this one instance would never have occurred to destroy the hopes of my life. Although it is running somewhat ahead of the sequence of events, I may mention here the name of the man who proved false to friendship. It was Monsieur Gabriel. He was almost young enough to be my son, and when I first knew him he was a boy and I was a man. He was an artist with rare talents, and at the outset of his career I assisted him, for, like the majority of artists, he was poor. This simple mention of him will be sufficient for the present. As when I was a lad I took no delight in the pleasures of lads of my own age, so when I was a man I did not go the way of men in that absorbing passion to which is given the name of love. Those around me were drawn into the net which natural impulse and desire spread for mankind. There was no credit in this. It was simply that it did not happen. I was by no means a woman-hater, but it would seem as if the pursuits to which I was devoted were too engrossing to admit of a rival. So I may say what few can say, that I had passed my 40th year and had never loved. My turn came, however. Among my guests were the lady who afterwards became my wife, and her parents. A sweet and beautiful lady, 25 years my junior. My unhappiness and ruin sprang from the chance which brought us together, as did her wretchedness and misery. In this I was more to blame than she, much more to blame. In the ordinary course of a life which had reached beyond its middle age, I should have acquired sufficient experience to learn that youth should mate with youth, that nature has its laws which it is dangerous to trifle with. But such experience did not come to me. At 45 years of age, I was as unlearned as a child in matters of the heart. I had no thought of love or marriage, and the youngest man of my acquaintance would have laughed at my simplicity had the opportunity been afforded him of seeing my inner life. It was not the fault of the young lady that she knew nothing of this simplicity. No claim whatever had I to demand to be judged by special and exceptional rules. She had a perfect right to judge me as any other man of my age would have been judged. All that can be said of it was that it was most unfortunate for her and for me. If it should happen, which is not unlikely, for the unforeseen is always occurring, that these pages should be read by a man who is contemplating marriage with one young enough to be his daughter, I would advise him to pause and submit his case to the test of natural reason, for if both live, there must come a time when nature will take its revenge for the transgression. The glamour of the present is very alluring, but it is the duty of the wiser and the riper of the twain to consider the future, which will press more hardly upon the woman than upon the man. With the fashion of things as regards the coupling of the sexes, I have nothing to do. Fashions are artificial, and often most mischievous. Frequently, when the deeper laws of nature are involved, they are destructive and fatal. It was my misfortune that during the visit of the young lady and her parents, the father, an old and harmless gentleman, met his death through an accident while he, I, and other gentlemen were riding. In my house he died. It occasioned me distress and profound sorrow, and I felt myself in some way accountable, though the fault was none of mine. Before his death he and I had private confidences, in which he asked me to look after his affairs, and if, as he feared, they were in an embarrassed state, to act as protector to his daughter. I gave him the promise readily, and when he died, I took a journey for the purpose of ascertaining how the widow and the orphan were circumstanced. I found that they were literally beggars. As gently as I could, I broke the news to them. The mother understood it. The daughter scarcely knew its meaning. Her charming, artless ignorance of the consequences of poverty deeply interested me, and I resolved in my mind how I could best serve her, and render her future a happy one. Speaking as I am in a measure to my own soul, I will descend to no duplicity. That I was entirely unselfish in my desire that her life should be bright and free from anxieties with which she could not cope is true. But none the less true is it that, for the first time, I felt myself under the dominion of a passion deeper and more significant than I had ever felt for woman. It was love, I believe, but love in which there was reason. For I took myself to task. I set my age and hers before me. I did this on paper, and as I gazed at the figures, I said, "Absurd! It is not in nature, and I must fight it down." I did wrestle with it, and although I did not succeed in vanquishing it, I was sufficiently master of myself to keep the struggle hidden in my own breast. How, then, did this hapless lady become my wife? Not, in the first instance, through any steps voluntarily and unreasoningly taken by myself. I had firmly resolved to hold my feelings in check. It was the mother who accomplished that upon which she had set her heart. I may speak freely. This worldly mother has been long dead, and my confession cannot harm her. It was she who ruined at least the happiness of one life, and made me what I am. Needless here to recount the arts by which she worked to the end she desired. Needless to speak of the deceits she practiced to make me believe her daughter loved me. It may be that the fault was mine, and that I was too ready to believe. Sufficient to say that we fell into the snare she prepared for us, that, intoxicated by the prospect of an early heaven, I accepted the meanings she put in her daughter's reserve and apparent coldness, and that, once engaged in the enterprise, I was animated by the ardor of my own heart, in which I allowed the flower of love to grow to fruition. So we were married, and with no doubt of the future, I set out with my wife on our bridal tour. She was both child and wife to me, and I solemnly resolved and most earnestly desired to do my duty by her. Before we were many days away, news arrived that my wife's mother had met with an accident, in a part of the grounds which was being beautified by my workmen, according to plans I had prepared for the pleasure of my young bride, an accident so serious that death could not be averted. In sadness we returned to the villa. My wife's coldness I ascribed to grief, to no other cause. And, indeed, apart from the sorrow I felt at the dreadful news, I was myself overwhelmed for a time by the fatality which had deprived my wife of her parents within so short a time on my estate, and while they were my guests. But it will pass away, I thought, and I will be parents, lover, husband, to the sweet flower who has given her happiness into my keeping. When we arrived at the villa, her mother was dead. I allowed my wife's grief to take its natural course. Seeing that she wished for solitude, I did not intrude upon her sorrow. I had to study this young girl's feelings and impulses. It was my duty to be tender and considerate to her. I was wise and thoughtful and loving, as I believed, and I spared no effort to comfort without disturbing her. Time will console her, I thought, and then we will begin a new life. She will learn to look upon me not only as a husband, but as a protector who will fully supply the place of those she has lost. I was patient, very patient, and I waited for the change. It never came. She grew more and more reserved towards me, and still I waited, and still was patient. Not for a moment did I lose sight of my duty. But after a long time had passed, I began to question myself. I began to doubt whether I had not allowed myself to be deceived. Is it possible, I asked myself, that she married me without loving me? When this torturing doubt arose, I thrust it indignantly from me. It was as though I was casting a stain upon her truth and purity. Chapter 3. A Dishonorable Concealment. I will not recount the continual endeavors I made to win my wife to cheerfulness and a better frame of mind. Sufficient to say that they were unsuccessful, and that many and many a time I gave up the attempt in despair, to renew it again under the influence of false hopes. Unhappy and disheartened, the pursuits in which I had always taken delight afforded me now no pleasure, and though I sought relief in solitude and study, I did not find it. My peace of mind was utterly wrecked. There was, however, in the midst of my wretchedness, one ray of light. In the course of a little while, a child would be born to us, and this child might effect what I was unable to accomplish. When my wife pressed her baby to her breast, when it drew life from her bosom, she might be recalled to a sense of duty, and of some kind of affection which I was ready to accept in the place of that thorough devoted love which I bore to her, and which I had hoped she would bear to me. Considering this matter with as much wisdom as I could bring to my aid, I recognized the desirability of surrounding my wife with signs of pleasant and even joyful life. Gloomy parents are cursed with gloomy children. I would fill my house once more with friends. My wife should move in an atmosphere of cheerfulness. There should be music, laughter, sunny looks, happy voices. These could not fail to influence for good both my wife and our little one soon to be born. I called friends around me, and I took special care that there should be many young people among them. Their presence, however, did not at first arouse my wife from her melancholy, and it was not until the man whose name I have already mentioned, Monsieur Gabriel, arrived that I noticed in her any change for the better. He came, and I introduced him to my wife, believing them to have been hitherto strangers to each other. I had no reason to believe otherwise when I presented Monsieur Gabriel to her. Had they met before, it would have been but honest that one or both should have made me acquainted with the fact. They did not, by direct or indirect word, and I had therefore no cause for suspicion. Things went on as usual for a week or two after Monsieur Gabriel's arrival, and then I noticed with joy that my wife was beginning to grow more cheerful. My happiness was great. I have been too impatient, I thought, with this young girl. The shock of losing her parents, one after another, under circumstances so distressing, was sufficient to upset a stronger mind than hers. How unwise in me that I should have tormented myself as I had been doing for so many months past, and how unjust to her that, because she was sorrowful and silent, I should have doubted her love for me. But all was well now. Comfort had come to her bruised heart, and the book of happiness was not closed to me as I had feared. A terrible weight, a gnawing grief, were lifted from me, for I could imagine no blacker treason than that a woman should deliberately deceive a man into the belief that she loved him, and that she should marry him under such conditions. My wife had not done this. I had wronged her. Most fervently did I thank heaven that I had discovered my error before it was too late to repair it. I saw that my wife took pleasure in Monsieur Gabriel's society, and I made him as free of my house as if it had been his own. He had commissions to execute, pictures to paint. "Paint them here," I said to him. "You bring happiness to us. I look upon you as though you belonged to my family." In the summer house was a room which he used as a studio. No artist could have desired a better, and Monsieur Gabriel said he had never been able to paint as well as he was doing in my house. It gladdened me to observe that my wife, who had for a little while been reserved towards Monsieur Gabriel, looked upon him now as a sister might look upon a brother. I encouraged their intimacy, and was grateful to Monsieur Gabriel for accepting my hospitality in the free spirit in which it was tendered. He expressed a wish to paint my wife's portrait, and I readily consented. My wife gave him frequent sittings, sometimes in my company, sometimes alone. And still no word was spoken to acquaint me with the fact that my wife and he had known each other before they met in my house. My child was born, a boy. My happiness would have been complete had my wife shown me a little more affection. But again, after the birth of our child, it dawned upon me that she cared very little for me, and that the feelings she entertained for me in no wise resembled those which a loving woman should feel towards a husband who was indefatigable, as indeed I was, in his efforts to promote her happiness. Even then it did not strike me that she was happier in Monsieur Gabriel's society than she was in mine. The truth, however, was now to be made known to me. It reached me through the idle tittle-tattling of one of my guests. Of my own prompting, I doubt whether I should ever have discovered it. I overheard this lady making some injurious observations respecting my wife. No man's name was mentioned, but I heard enough to cause me to resolve to hear more, and to put an end at once to the utterances of a malicious tongue. During my life, in matters of great moment, I have seldom acted upon impulse, and the value of calm deliberation after sudden excitement of feeling has frequently been made apparent to me. I sought this lady, and told her that I had overheard the remarks she had made on the previous day, that I was profoundly impressed by them, and intended to know what foundation there was for even a breath of scandal. I had some difficulty in bringing her to the point, but I was determined, and would be satisfied with no evasions. "I love my wife, madam," I said, "too well to be content with half words and innuendos, which in their effect are worse than open accusations." "Accusations!" exclaimed the lady. "Good heavens, I have brought none." "It is for that reason I complain," I said. "Accusations can be met, and are by no means so much to be feared as idle words, which affect the honor of those who are the subject of them." "I merely repeated," then said the lady, "what others have been saying for a long time past." "And what have others been saying for a long time past, madam?" I asked, with an outward calmness which deceived her into the belief that I was not taking the matter seriously to heart. "I am sure it is very foolish of them," said the lady, "and that there is nothing in it. But people are so mischievous, and place such dreadful constructions upon things. It is, after all, only natural that when, after a long separation, young lovers meet, they should feel a little tender towards each other, even though one of them has got married in the interval. We all go through such foolish experiences, and when we grow as old as you and I are, we laugh at them." "Probably, madam," I said, still with exceeding calmness. "But before we can laugh with any genuineness or enjoyment, it is necessary to have some knowledge of the cause of our mirth. When young lovers meet, you said, after a long separation, it is natural they should feel a tenderness towards each other. But we are speaking of my wife." "Yes," she replied, "of your wife, and I am sure you are too sensible a man, so much older than that sweet creature, to make any unnecessary bother about it." She knew well how to plant daggers in my heart. "My wife, then, is one of those young lovers? You really must answer me, madam. These are, after all, but foolish experiences." "I am glad you are taking it so sensibly," she rejoined. "Yes, your wife is one of the young lovers." "And the other, madam?" "Why, who else should it be but Monsieur Gabriel?" I did not speak for a few moments. The shock was so severe that I required time to recover some semblance of composure. "My mind is much relieved," I said. "There is not the slightest foundation for scandal, and I trust that this interview will put an effectual stop to it. My wife and Monsieur Gabriel have not been long acquainted. They met each other for the first time in this house." "Ah!" cried the lady, very vivaciously, "you want to deceive me now, but it is nonsense. Your wife and Monsieur Gabriel have known each other for many years. They were once affianced. Had you not stepped in, there is no knowing what might have occurred. It is much better as it is. I am sure you think so. What can be worse for a young and beautiful creature than to marry a poor and struggling artist? Monsieur Gabriel is very talented, but he is very poor. By the time he is a middle-aged man, he may have made his way in the world, and then his little romance will be forgotten, quite forgotten. I dare say you can look back to the time when you were as young as he is, and can recall somebody you were madly in love with, but of whom you never think, except by the merest chance. These things are so common, you see. And now don't let us talk any more about it." I had no desire to exchange another word with the lady on the subject. I allowed her to rest in the belief that I had been acquainted with the whole affair, and did not wish it to get about. She promised me never to speak of it again to her friends in any injurious way, said it was a real pleasure to see what a sensible view I took of the matter, and our interview was at an end. I had learnt all. At length my eyes were opened, and the perfidy which had been practiced towards me was revealed. All was explained. My wife's constant coldness, her insensibility to the affectionate advances I had made towards her, her pleasure at meeting her lover, the unworthy picture lay before my sight. There was no longer any opportunity for self-deception. Had I not recognized and acknowledged the full extent of the treason, I should have become base in my own esteem. It was not that they had been lovers, that knowledge in itself would have been hard to bear, but that they should have concealed it from me, that they should have met in my presence as strangers, that they should have tacitly agreed to trick me. For hours I could not think with calmness upon these aspects of the misery which had been forced upon me. For she, my wife, was in the first instance responsible for our marriage. She could have refused me. I was in utter ignorance of a love which, during all these years, had been burning in her heart, and making her life and mine a torture. Had she been honest, had she been true, she would have said to me, "I love another. How, then, can I accept the love you offer me, and how can you hope for a return? If circumstances compel me to marry you, there must be no concealment, no treason. You must take me as I am, and never, never make my coldness the cause of reproach or unhappiness. Yes, this much she might have said to me when I offered her my name, a name upon which there had hitherto been no stain and no dishonor. I should not have married her. I should have acted as a father towards her. I should have conducted her to the arms of her lover, and into their lives and mine would not have crept this infamy, this blight, this shame which even death cannot efface. Of such a nature were my thoughts during the day. Then came the resolve to be sure before I took action in the matter. The evidence of my own senses should convince me that in my own house my wife and her lover were playing a base part, were systematically deceiving me and laughing at me. Of this man, this friend, whom I had taken to my heart, my horror and disgust were complete. I, whose humane instincts had in my youth been made the sport of my companions, who shrank from inflicting the slightest injury upon the meanest creature that crawled upon the earth, who would not even strip the leaves from a flower, found myself now transformed. Had Monsieur Gabriel been in my presence at any moment during these hours of agonizing thought, I should have torn him limb from limb and rejoiced in my cruelty. So little do we know ourselves. End of section 28. Section 29 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 29. Book 6, Chapters 4 through 7. Chapter 4. Monsieur Gabriel is dismissed. I was up the whole of the night. I did not close my eyes, and when morning broke, I had schooled myself to the task before me, to assure myself of the truth and the extent of the shame. I kept watch, and did not betray myself to them, and what I saw filled me with amazement at my blindness and credulity. That my wife was not guilty, that she was not faithless to me in the ordinary acceptation of the term, was no palliation of her conduct. Steadfastly I kept before me one unalterable resolve. In the eyes of the world, the name I bore should not be dishonored, if by any means it could be prevented. We would keep our shame and our deep unhappiness within our own walls. In the light of this resolve, it was impossible that I could challenge Monsieur Gabriel. He must go unpunished by me. My name should not be dragged through the mire to become a byword for pity. By degrees, upon one excuse and another, I got rid of my visitors, and there remained in the villa only I, my wife and child, and Monsieur Gabriel. Then, in Monsieur Gabriel's studio, I broke in upon the lovers and found my wife in tears. For a moment or two I gazed upon them in silence, and they, who had risen in confusion when I presented myself, confronted me also in silence, waiting for the storm of anger which they expected to burst from me, an outraged husband. They were mistaken. I was outwardly calm. "Madam," I inquired, addressing my wife, "may I inquire the cause of your tears?" She did not reply. Monsieur Gabriel did. "Let me explain," he said, but I would not allow him to proceed. "I do not need you," I said, "to interpose between man and wife. I may presently have something to say to you. Till then, be silent." Again I addressed my wife, and asked her why she was weeping. "They are not the first tears I have shed," she replied, "since I entered this unhappy house." "I am aware of it, madam," I replied. "Yet the house was not an unhappy one before you entered it. Honor and truth and faithfulness were its characteristics, and towards no man or woman who has received hospitality within these walls has any kind of treachery been practiced by me, its master, and your husband. Tears are a sign of grief, and suffering from it, as I perceive you are, I ask you why have you not sought consolation from the man whose name you bear, and whose life, since you and he first met, has had but one aim, to render you happy?" "You cannot comfort me," she said. "Can he?" I asked, pointing to Monsieur Gabriel. "You insult me," she said with great dignity. "I will leave you. We can speak of this in private." "You will not leave me," I said, "and we will not speak of this in private until after some kind of explanation is afforded me from your own lips and the lips of your friend. In saying I insult you, there is surely a mistaken idea in your mind as to what is due from you to me. Monsieur Gabriel, whom I once called a friend, is here enjoying my hospitality, of which I trust he has had no reason to complain. I find you in tears by his side, and he, by his attitude, endeavoring to console you. When I ask you, in his presence, why, being in grief, you do not come to me for consolation, you reply that I cannot comfort you. Yet you were accepting comfort from him who is not your husband. It suggests itself to me that if an insult has been passed, it has been passed upon me. I do not, however, receive it as such, for if an insult has been offered to me, Monsieur Gabriel is partly responsible for it, and it is only between equals that such an indignity can be offered." "Equals!" cried Monsieur Gabriel. He understood my words in the sense in which I intended them. "I am certainly your equal." "It has to be proved," I retorted. "I used the term in so far as it affects honor and upright conduct between man and man. You can bring against me no accusations of having failed in those respects in my behavior toward you. It has to be seen whether I can, in truth, bring such an accusation against you, and if I can substantiate it by evidence which the commonest mind would not reject, you are not my equal. I see that this plain and honest reasoning disturbs you. It should not without sufficient cause. Something more. If in addition I can prove that you have violated my hospitality, you are not only my equal, but you have descended to a depth of baseness to describe which I can find no fitting terms." He grew hot at this. "I decline to be present any longer," he said, "at an interview conducted in such a manner." And he attempted to leave me, but I stood in his way, and would not permit him to pass. "From this moment," I said, "I discharge myself of all duties towards you as your host. You are no longer my guest, and you will remain at this interview during my pleasure." He made another attempt to leave the room, and as he accompanied it by violence, I seized his arms and threw him to the ground. He rose and stood trembling before me. "I make no excuse, madam," I said to my wife, "for the turn this scene has taken. It is unseemly for men to brawl in presence of a lady, but there are occasions when of two evils the least must be chosen. Should I find myself mistaken, I shall give to Monsieur Gabriel the amplest apology he could desire. Let me recall to your mind the day on which Monsieur Gabriel first entered my gates as my guest. I brought him to you, and presented him to you as a friend whom I esteemed, and whom I wished you also to esteem. You received him as a stranger, and I had no reason to suspect that he and you had been intimate friends, and that you were already well known to each other. You allowed me to remain in ignorance of this fact. Was it honest?" "It was not honest," she replied. "It made me happy," I continued, "to see, after the lapse of a few days, that you found pleasure in his society, and I regarded him in the light of a brother to you. I trusted him implicitly, and although, madam, you and I have been most unhappy, I had no suspicion that there was any guilt in this, as I believed, newly formed friendship." "There was no guilt in it," she said very firmly. "I receive your assurance, and believe it, in the sense in which you offer it. But in my estimation the word I use is the proper word. In the concealment from me of a fact with which you or he should have hastened to make me acquainted, in the secret confidences necessarily involved in the carrying out of such an intimacy as yours, there was treachery from wife to husband, from friend to friend, and in that treachery there was guilt. By an accident, within the past month, a knowledge has come to me of a shameful scandal which, had I not nipped it in the bud, would have brought open disgrace upon my name and house. But the secret disgrace remains, and you have brought it into my family." "A shameful scandal!" she exclaimed, and her white face grew whiter. "Who has dared—" "The world has dared, madam, the world over whose tongue we have no control. The nature of the intimacy existing between you and Monsieur Gabriel, far exceeding the limits of friendship, has provoked remark and comment from many of your guests, and we who should have been the first to know it have been the last. From a lady stopping in my house I learnt that you and Monsieur Gabriel were lovers before you and I met, that you were affianced. Madam, had you informed me of this fact, you would have spared yourself the deepest unhappiness under which any human being can suffer. For then you and I would not have been bound to each other by a tie which death alone can sever. I have, at all events, the solace which right doing sometimes sheds upon a wounded heart. That solace cannot unhappily be yours. You have erred consciously, and innocent though you proclaim yourself, you have brought shame upon yourself and me. I pity you, but cannot help you further than by the action I intend to take of preventing the occurrence of a deeper shame and a deeper disgrace falling upon me. For Monsieur Gabriel I have no feelings but those of utter abhorrence. I request him to remove himself immediately from my presence and from this house. This evening he will send for his paintings, which shall be delivered to his order. They will be placed in this summer-house, and in your presence, madam, I give Monsieur Gabriel the warning that if at any time, or under any circumstances, he intrudes himself within these walls, he will do so at his own peril. The protection which my honor, not safe in your keeping, madam, needs I shall, while I live, be able to supply. This, in substance, is all that took place while my wife was with us. When she was gone, I gave instructions that Monsieur Gabriel's paintings and property should be brought to the summer-house immediately, and I informed him of my intentions regarding them and the room he had used as a study. He replied that I would have to give him a more satisfactory explanation of my conduct. I took no notice of the threat, and I carried out my resolve, which converted the study into a tomb in which my honor was buried. And on the walls of the study I caused to be inscribed the words, The Grave of Honor. On the evening of that day my wife sent for me, and in the presence of Denise, our faithful servant, heard my resolve with reference to our future life, and acquainted me with her own. The gates would never again be opened to friends. Our life was to be utterly secluded, and she had determined never to quit her rooms unless for exercise in the grounds at such times as I was absent from them. "After tonight," she said, "I will never open my lips to you, nor willingly will I ever again listen to your voice." In this interview I learned the snare set by my wife's mother, into which we both had fallen. I left my wife, and our new life commenced, a life with hearts shut to love or forgiveness. But I had done my duty, and would bear with strength and resignation the unmerited misfortunes with which I was visited. Not my wife's, I repeat, the fault alone. I should have been wiser, and should have known, apart from any consideration of Monsieur Gabriel, that my habits, my character, my tastes, my age, were entirely unsuitable to the fair girl I had married. I come now to the event which has rendered this record necessary. Chapter 5. The Thief in the Night. The impressions left upon me by the tragic occurrence I am about to narrate have, strangely enough, given me a confused idea as to the exact date upon which it took place, but I am correct in saying that it was within a month of the agreement entered into between my wife and myself that we should live separate lives under the same roof. I expected to receive a challenge from Monsieur Gabriel, a challenge which, for the reason I have given, that I would not afford the world an opportunity of discussing my private affairs, I firmly resolved not to accept. To my surprise, no such challenge reached me, and I indulged the hope that Monsieur Gabriel had removed himself forever from us. It was not so. The night was wild and dark. The wind was sweeping round the house. The rain was falling. I had resumed my old habits, and was awake in my study, in which I am now writing. I did no intelligent work during those sad days. If I forced myself to write, I invariably tore up the sheets when I read them, with a clearer mind. My studies afforded me neither profit nor relief. The occupation which claimed me was that of brooding over the circumstances attendant upon my wooing and my marriage. Forever brooding, walking to and fro, dwelling upon each little detail of my intimacy with my girl-wife, and revolving in my mind whether I could have prevented what had occurred, whether, if I had done this or that, I could have averted the misery in which our lives were wrapped. It was a profitless occupation, but I could not tear myself from it. There was a morbid fascination in it which held me fast. That it harrowed me, tortured me, made me smart and bleed, mattered not. It clung to me, and I to it. Thus do we hug our misery to our bosoms, and inflict upon ourselves the most intolerable sufferings. I strove to escape from it, to fix my mind upon some abstruse subject, upon some difficult study, but, like a demon to whom I had sold my soul, it would not be denied. There intruded always this one picture, the face of a baby boy, mine, my dear son, lying asleep in his mother's arms. Let me say here that I never harbored the thought of depriving my wife of this precious consolation, that never by the slightest effort have I endeavored to estrange him from her. The love he bore to me and I thank heaven that he grew to love me, sprang from his own heart, which also must have been sorely perplexed, and have endured great pain in the estrangement that existed between his parents. Well, this pretty baby face always intruded itself. This soul, which I had brought into life, lay ever before me, weighted with myriad mysterious and strange suggestions. It might live to accomplish great and noble deeds. It might live to inspire to worthy deeds. It might become a savior of men, a patriot, an emancipator. And but for me, it would never have been. Even the supreme tribulation of his parents' lives might be productive of some great actions which would bring a blessing upon mankind. In that case it was good to suffer. After some time, not in those days but later on, this thought became a consolation to me, although it troubled and perplexed me to think whether the birth of a soul which was destined to shine as a star among men was altogether a matter of chance. A dark, stormy night. I created voices in the sweeping of the wind. They spoke to me in groans, in whispers, in loud shrieks. Was it fancy that inspired the wail, "Tonight, tonight shall be your undoing"? Midnight struck. I paced to and fro, listening to the voices of the wind. Presently another sound, a sound not created by my imagination, came to my ears. It was as though something heavy had fallen in the grounds. Perhaps a tree had been blown down, or did it proceed from another cause, which warned me of danger? I hastened immediately into the grounds. The sense of danger exhilarated me. I was in a mood which courted death as a boon. Willingly would I have gone out to meet it, as a certain cure for the anguish of my soul. Thus I believe it is sometimes with soldiers, and they become heroes by force of desperation. I could see nothing. I was about to return, when a moving object arrested my purpose. I sprang towards it, threw myself upon it, and in my arms I clasped the body of a man, just recovering consciousness from a physical hurt. I did not speak a word. I lifted the body in my arms, it had not yet sufficient strength to repel me, and carried it into my study. The moment the light of my lamps shone on the face of the man, I recognized him. It was Monsieur Gabriel. I laughed with savage delight as I placed him on a couch. "You villain, you villain!" I muttered. "Your last hour, or mine, has come. This night one or both of us shall die." I drew my chair before the couch, so that his eyes, when he opened them, should rest upon my face. He was recovering consciousness, but very slowly. "I could kill you here," I said aloud, "and no man would be the wiser. But I will first have speech with you." His eyelids quivered, opened, and we were gazing at each other face to face. The sight of me confounded him for a while, but presently he realized the position of affairs, and he strove to rise. I thrust him back fiercely. "Stay you there," I said, "until I learn your purpose. You have entered my house as a thief, and you have given your life into my hands. I told you, if you ever intruded yourself within these walls, that you would do so at your peril. What brought you here? Are you a would-be thief or murderer? You foul betrayer and coward! So you climb walls in the dark in pursuance of your villainous schemes. Answer me, do you come here by appointment? And are you devil enough to strive to make me believe that a pure and misguided girl would be weak enough to throw herself into your arms?" Fill up the measure of your baseness, and declare as much." "No," he replied, "I alone am culpable. No one knew of my coming, no one suspected it. I could not rest." I interrupted him. "After tonight," I said gloomily, "you will rest quietly. Men such as you must be removed from the earth. You steal into my house, you thief and coward, with no regard for the fair fame of the woman you profess to love, reckless what infamy you cast upon her and of the lifelong shame you would deliberately fling upon one who has been doubly betrayed. You have not the courage to suffer in silence, but you would proclaim to all the world that you are a martyr to love, the very name of which becomes degraded when you placed in association with natures like yours. You belong to the class of miserable sentimentalists who bring ruin upon the unhappy women whom they entangle with their maudlin theories. Mischief enough have you accomplished. This night will put an end to your power to work further ill." "What do you intend to do with me?" he asked. "I intend to kill you," I replied, "not in cold blood, not as a murderer, but as an avenger. Stand up." He obeyed me. His fall had stunned him for a time. He was not otherwise injured. "I will take no advantage of you," I said. "Here is wine to give you false courage. Drink, and prepare yourself for what is to come. As surely as you have delivered yourself into my hands, so surely shall you die." Chapter 6. The Hidden Crime. He drank the wine, not wisely or temperately as a cool-headed man whose life was at stake would have done, but hastily, feverishly, and with an air of desperation. "You are a good fencer," I said, "the best among all the friends who visited me during the days of your treachery. You were proud of showing your skill, as you were of exhibiting every admirable quality with which you are gifted. Something of the mountebank in this. At least," he said, rallying his courage, "do not insult me." "Why not? Have you not outraged what is most honorable and sacred? Here are rapiers ready to our hands." "A duel?" he cried. "Here and now?" "Yes," I replied, "a duel, here and now. There is no fear of interruption. The sound of clashing steel will not fall upon other ears than ours." "It will not be a fair combat," he said. "You are no match for me with the rapier. Let me depart. Do not compel me to become your murderer." "You will never more set foot outside these walls," I said. "Here you will find your grave." It was my firm belief. I saw him already lying dead at my feet. "If I should kill you," he said, "how shall I escape?" "As best you may," I replied. "You are an adept at climbing walls. If you kill me, what happens to you thereafter is scarcely likely to interest me. But do not allow that thought to trouble you. What will take place tonight is ordained." I began to move the furniture from the center of the room, so as to afford a clear space for the duel. The tone in which he next spoke convinced me that I had impressed him. Indeed, my words were uttered with the certainty of conviction, and a fear stole upon him that he had come to his death. "I will not fight with you," he said. "The duel you propose is barbarous, and I decline to meet you unless witnesses are present." "So that we may openly involve the fair name of a lady in our quarrel?" I retorted quietly. "No, That will not be. Before witnesses, it is I who would decline to meet you. Are you a coward?" "It matters little what you call me," he said, "as no other person is near. You cannot force me to fight you." "I think I can," I said, and I struck him in the face and proceeded with my work. My back was towards him, a loaded gun was hanging on the wall. Unperceived by me, he unslung it and fired at me. I did not know whether I was hit or not. Maddened by the cowardly act, I turned, and lifting him in the air, dashed him to the ground. His head struck against one of the legs of my writing table. He groaned but once, and then lay perfectly still. It was the work of a moment, and the end had come. He lay dead before me. I had no feeling of pity for him, and I was neither startled nor deeply moved. His punishment was a just punishment, and my honor was safe from the babble of idle and malicious tongues. All that developed upon me now was to keep the events of this night from the knowledge of men. There was, however, one danger. A gun had been fired. The sound might have aroused my wife or some of the servants, in which case an explanation would have to be given. At any moment they might appear. What lay on the floor must not be seen by other eyes than mine. I dragged a cloth from a table and threw it over the body, and with as little noise as possible swiftly replaced the furniture in its original position. Then I sat on my chair and waited. For a few minutes I was in a state of great agitation, but after I had sat for an hour without being disturbed, I knew that my secret was safe. I removed the cloth from the face of the dead man and gazed at it. Strange to say, the features wore an expression of peacefulness. Death must have been instantaneous. Gradually, as I gazed upon the form of the man I had killed, the selfish contemplation in which I had been engaged during the last hour of suspense, a contemplation devoted solely to a consideration of the consequences of discovery, so far as I was concerned, and in which the fate of the dead man formed no part, became merged in the contemplation of the act itself apart from its earthly consequences. I had taken a human life. I, whose nature had been proverbial humane, was, in a direct sense of the word, a murderer. That the deed was done in a moment of passion was no excuse. A man is responsible for his acts. The blood I had shed shone in my eyes. What hopes, what yearnings, what ambitions were here destroyed by me? For, setting aside the unhappy sentiment which had conducted events to this end, Monsieur Gabriel was a man of genius, of whose career high expectations had been formed. I had not only destroyed a human being, I had destroyed art. Would it have been better had I allowed myself to be killed? Were death preferable to a life weighed down by a crime such as mine? For a short time these reflections had sway over me, but presently I steadily argued them down. I would not allow them to unman me. This coward and traitor had met a just doom. What remained for me now to do was to complete the concealment. The body must be hidden. After tonight, unless chance or the hand of Providence led to its discovery, the lifeless clay at my feet must never more be seen. There was a part of my grounds, seldom, if ever, intruded upon by the servants, that portion in which, for the gratification of my wife, I had at the time of our marriage commenced improvements which had never been completed. There it was that my wife's mother had met with the accident which resulted in her death. I thought of a pit deep enough for the concealment of the bodies of 50 men. Into this pit I would throw the body of Monsieur Gabriel, and would cover it with earth and stones. The task accomplished, there would be little fear of discovery. First, satisfying myself that all was quiet and still in the villa, and that I was not being watched, I raised the body of Monsieur Gabriel in my arms. As I did so, a horror and loathing of myself took possession of me. I shuddered in disgust. The work I was performing seemed to be the work of a butcher. However, what I resolved to do was done. In the dead of night, with darkness surrounding me, with the rain beating upon me, and the accusing wind shrieking in my ears, I consigned to its last resting place the body of the man I had killed. Years have passed since that night. My name has not been dragged into the light for scandal-mongers to make sport of. Open shame and derision have been avoided, but at what a price! From the day following that upon which I forbade Monsieur Gabriel my house, not a single word was exchanged between my wife and myself. She sent for me before she died, but she knew she would be dead before I arrived. A fearful gloom settled upon our lives, and will cover me to my last hour. This domestic estrangement, this mystery of silence between those whom he grew to love and honor, weighed heavily upon my son Christian. His child soul must have suffered much, and at times I have fancied I see in him the germs of a combination of sweetness and weakness which may lead to suffering. But suffer as he may, if honor be his guide, I am content. I shall not live to see him as a man. My days are numbered. In the time to come, in the light of a purer existence, I may learn whether the deed I have done is or is not a crime. But one thing is clear to me. Had it not been for my folly, shame would not have threatened me, misery would not have attended me, and I should not have taken a human life. The misery and the shame did not affect me alone. They waited upon a young life and blighted its promise. It is I who am culpable, I who am responsible for what has occurred. It is impossible, without courting unhappiness, to divert the currents of being from their natural channels. Youth needs youth, is attracted to youth, seeks youth, as flowers seek the sun. Roses do not grow in ice. Mine, then, the sin, a sin too late to expiate. I would have my son marry when he is young, as in the course of nature he will love when he is young. It is the happier fate, because it is in accordance with natural laws. If he into whose hands these pages may fall can discern a lesson applicable to himself in the events I have recorded, let him profit by them. If the circumstances of his life in any way resemble mine, I warn him to bear with wisdom and patience the penalty he has brought upon himself, and not to add, in the person of another being to whom he is bound, and who is bound to him, to an unhappiness, most probably a secret unhappiness, of his own creating. And I ask him to consider well whether any good purpose will be served by dragging into the open day the particulars of a crime, the publishing of which cannot injure the dead or benefit the living. It cannot afford him any consolation to think, if my son be alive, that needless suffering will be brought to the door of the innocent. Let him, then, be merciful and pitiful. Chapter 7. False Wife, False Friend. Thus abruptly the record closed. To the last written page there were several added, as though the writer had more to say, and intended to say it. But the pages were blank. The intention, if intention there were, had never been carried out. The reading of the record occupied the advocate over an hour, and when he had finished, he sat gazing upon the manuscript. For a quarter of an hour he did not move. Then he rose, not quickly as one would rise who was stirred by a sudden impulse, but slowly, with the air of a man who found a difficulty in arranging his thoughts. With uneven steps he paced the study, to and fro, pausing occasionally to handle in an aimless way a rare vase which he turned about in his hands, and gazed at with vacant eyes. Occasionally, also, he paused before the manuscript and searched in its pages for words which his memory had not correctly retained. He did this with a consciousness which forced itself upon him, and which he vainly strove to ignore, that what he sought was applicable to himself. It was not compassion, it was not tenderness, it was not horror that moved him thus strangely, for he was a man who had been but rarely, if ever, moved as he was at the present time. It was the curious and disquieting associations between the dead man who had written and the living man who had read the record. And yet, although he could, if he had chosen, have reasoned this out, and have placed it mentally before him in parallel lines, his only distinct thought was to avoid the comparison. That he was unsuccessful in this did not tend to compose him. Upon a bracket lay a bronze, the model of a woman's hand, from the life. A beautiful hand, slender but shapely. It reminded him of his wife. He took it from the bracket and examined it, and after a little while thus passed, the words came involuntarily from his lips, "Perfect, but cold." The spoken words annoyed him. They were the evidence of a lack of self-control. He replaced the bronze hastily, and when he passed it again would not look at it. Suddenly he left the study and went towards his wife's rooms. He had not proceeded more than half a dozen yards before his purpose, whatever it might have been, was relinquished as swiftly as it had been formed. He retraced his steps, and lingered irresolutely at the door of the study. With an impatient movement of his head, it was the action of a man who wrestled with thoughts, as he would have done with a palpable being, he once more proceeded in the direction of his wife's apartments. At the commencement of the passage which led to the study was a lobby opening from the principal entrance. A noble staircase in the center of the lobby led to the rooms occupied by Christian Almer and Pierre Lamont. On the same floor as the study, beyond the staircase, were his wife's boudoir and private rooms. This part of the house was but dimly lighted. One rose lamp only was alight. On the landing above, where the staircase terminated, 3 lamps in a cluster were burning, and shed a soft and clear light around. When he reached the lobby, and was about to pass the staircase, the advocate's progress was arrested by the sound of voices which fell upon his ears. These voices proceeded from the top of the staircase. He looked up and saw, standing close together, his wife and Christian Almer. Instinctively he retreated into the deeper shadows, and stood there in silence with his eyes fixed upon the figures above him. His wife's hand was resting on Almer's shoulder, and her fingers occasionally touched his hair. She was speaking almost in a whisper, and her face was bright and animated. Almer was replying to her in monosyllables, and even in the midst of the torture of this discovery, the advocate observed that the face of his friend wore a troubled expression. The advocate remembered that his wife had wished him good night before 10 o'clock, and that when he made the observation that she was retiring early, she replied that she was so overpowered with fatigue that she could not keep her eyes open 1 minute longer. And here, nearly 2 hours after this statement, he found her conversing clandestinely with his friend in undisguised gaiety of spirits. Never had he seen her look so happy. There was a tender expression in her eyes as she gazed upon Christian Almer, which she had never bestowed upon him from the first days of their courtship. A grave, dignified courtship, in which each was studiously kind and courteous to the other. A courtship without romance, in which there was no spring. A bitter smile rested upon his lips as this remembrance impressed itself significantly upon him. He watched and waited, motionless as a statue. Midnight struck, and still the couple on the staircase lingered. Presently, however, and manifestly on Almer's urging, Adelaide consented to leave him. Smilingly she offered him her hand, and held his for a longer time than friendship warranted. They parted, he ascending to his room, she descending to hers. When she was at the foot of the staircase, she looked up and threw a kiss to Almer, and her face, with the light of the rose lamp upon it, was inexpressibly beautiful. The next minute the advocate was alone. He listened for the shutting of the chamber doors. So softly was this done, both by his friend and his wife, that it was difficult to catch the faint sound. He smiled again, a bitter smile of confirmation. It was in his legal mind a fatal item of evidence against them. Slowly he returned to his study, and the first act of which he was conscious was that of standing on a certain spot, and saying audibly as he looked down, "It was here Monsieur Gabriel fell." He knelt upon the carpet, and thought that on the boards beneath, even at this distance of time, stains of blood might be discerned, the blood of a treacherous friend. It was impossible for him to control the working of his mind. Impossible to dwell upon the train of thought it was necessary he should follow out before he could decide upon a line of action. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock struck, and he was still in this condition. All he could think of was the fate of Monsieur Gabriel, and over again he muttered, "It was here he fell. It was here he fell." There was a harmony in the storm which raged without. The peals of thunder, the lightning flashing through the windows, were in consonance with his mood. He knew that he was standing on the brink of a fatal precipice. Which would be best, he asked mentally of himself, that lightning should destroy 3 beings in this unhappy house, or that the routine of a 9 days' wonder should be allowed to take its course? All that is wanting to complete the wreck would be some evidence to damn me in connection with Gautran and the unhappy girl he foully murdered. As if in answer to his thought, he heard a distinct tapping on one of his study windows. He hailed it with eagerness. Anything in the shape of action was welcome to him. He stepped to the window, and drawing up the blind, saw darkly the form of a man without. "Whom do you seek?" he asked. "You," was the answer. "Your mission must be an urgent one," said the advocate, throwing up the window. "Is it murder or robbery?" "Neither. Something of far greater importance." "Concerning me?" "Most vitally concerning you." "Indeed? Then I should welcome you." With strange recklessness he held out his hand to assist his visitor into the room. The man accepted the assistance, and climbing over the window sill, sprang into the study. He was bloody, and splashed from head to foot with mud. "Have you a name?" inquired the advocate. "Naturally." "Favor me with it." "John Vanbrugh." End of Book 6. End of Section 29. Section 30 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 30. Book 7, Chapter 1. Book 7. Retribution. Chapter 1. John Vanbrugh and the Advocate. "A stormy night to seek you out," said John Vanbrugh, "and to renew an old friendship." "Stop there," interrupted the advocate. "I admit no idea of a renewal of friendship between us." "You reject my friendship?" asked Vanbrugh, wiping the blood and dirt from his face. "Distinctly." "So be it. Our interview shall be conducted without a thought of friendship, though some reference to the old days cannot be avoided. I make no apology for presenting myself in this condition. Man can no more rule the storm than he can the circumstances of his life. I have run some distance through the rain, and I have been attacked and almost killed. You perceive that I am exhausted, yet you do not offer me wine. You have it, I know, in that snug cupboard there. May I help myself? Thank you. Ah, there's a smack of youth in this liquor. It is life to one who has passed through such dangers as have encompassed me. You received my letter asking for an interview? I gave it myself into your hands on the last evening of the trial." "I received it." "Yet you were unwilling to accord me an interview?" "I had no desire to meet you again." "It was ungrateful of you, for it is upon your own business, yours and no other man's, that I wished to speak with you. It was cold work out on the hill yonder, watching the lights in your study window, watching for the simple waving of a handkerchief, which would mean infinitely more to you than to me, as you will presently confess. Dreary, cold work, not likely to put a man like myself in an amiable mood. I am not on good terms with the world, as you may plainly perceive. I have had rough times since the days you deemed it no disgrace to shake hands with me. I have sunk very low by easy descents. You have risen to a giddy height. I wonder whether you have ever feared the fall. Men as great as you have met with such a misfortune. Things do not last forever, Edward. Pardon me, it was a slip of the tongue." "Do you come to beg?" "No, for a reason. If I came on such an errand, I might spare myself the trouble." "Likely enough," said the advocate, who was too well acquainted with human nature not to be convinced, from Vanbrugh's manner, that his was no idle visit. "You were never renowned for your charities. And on the other hand, I am poor, but I am not a beggar. I am frank enough to tell you I would prefer to steal. It is more independent, and not half so disgraceful. It may happen that the world will take an interest in a thief, but never in a beggar. Is it to favor me with your philosophies that you pay me this visit? I should be the veriest dolt. No, I will air my opinions when I am rich. You intend, poor as you confess yourself, to become rich? With your help, old friend. Not with my help. You will receive none from me. You are mistaken. Forgive me for the contradiction, but I speak on sure ground. Ah, how I have heard you spoken of! With what admiration and esteem! Almost with awe by some. Your talents, of themselves, could not have won this universal eulogy. It is your spotless character that has set the seal upon your fame. There is not a stain upon it. You have no weaknesses, no blemishes. You are absolutely pure. Other men have something to conceal, some family difficulty, some domestic disgrace, some slip in the path of virtue, which, were it known, would turn the current against them. But against you there is not a breath. Scandal has never soiled you. In this lies the strength of your position. In this lies its danger. Let shame, with cause, point its finger at you. Old friend, the result is unpleasant to contemplate. For when a man such as you falls, he does not fall gradually. He topples over suddenly, and today he is as low in the gutter as yesterday he was high in the clouds. You have said enough. I do not care to listen to you further. The tone you assume is offensive to me, such as I would brook from no man. You can go the way you came. And with a scornful gesture the advocate pointed to the window. When I inform you which way I came, said Vanbrugh with easy insolence, you will not be so ready to tell me to leave you before you learn the errand which brought me. Which way, then, did you come? Asked the advocate in a tone of contempt. The way Gautran came. Somewhat earlier than this, it is true, but not earlier than midnight. The advocate grasped the back of a chair. It was a slight action, but sufficient to show that he was taken off his guard. You know that? He said. Aye, I know that, and also that you feasted him and gave him money. Are you accomplices, you two knaves? If so, I have at present the best of the bargain. But your surmise is not made with shrewdness. I never set eyes on Gautran until after he was pronounced innocent of the murder of Madeline. Of that night I, shall we say providentially, made his acquaintance. You have met him since then? Yes, this very night. Our interview was one never to be forgotten. Come, I have been frank with you. I have used no disguises. I say to you honestly, the world has gone hard with me. I have known want and privation, and I am in a state of destitution. That is a condition of affairs sufficient not only to depress a man's spirits, but to make him disgusted with the world and mankind. I have, however, still some capacity for enjoyment left in me, and I would give the world another trial, not as a penniless rogue, but as a gentleman. Hard to accomplish, observed the advocate with a cynical smile. Not with a full purse. No music like the jingling of gold, and the world will dance to the tune. Well, I present myself to you, and ask you, who are rich and can spare what will be the making of me, to hand me from your full store as much as will convert a poor devil into a respectable member of society. I appreciate your confidence. I leave you to supply the answer. You will give me nothing? Nothing. Mind, I do not ask it of your charity. I ask it of your prudence. It will be worth your while. That has to be proved. Good. We have made a commencement. Your reputation is worth much, in sober truth, as much as it has brought you. But I am not greedy. It lies at my mercy, and I shall be content with a share. That is generous of you, said the advocate, who by this time had regained his composure. But I warn you, my patience is beginning to be exhausted. Only beginning? That is well. I advise you to keep a tight rein over it, and to ask yourself whether it is likely, considering the difference of our positions, that I should be here talking in this bold tone unless I held a power over you? I put it to you as a lawyer of eminence. There is reason in what you say. Let me see. What have I to sell? The security of your reputation? The power to prevent your name being uttered with horror? Your fame? Your honor? Yes, I have quite that to dispose of, and as a man of business, which I never was until now, I recognize the importance of being precise. First, I have to sell my knowledge that, after midnight, you received Gautran in your study, that you treated him as a friend, and filled his pockets with gold. How much is that worth? Nothing. My word against his, against yours, against 100 such as you and he. You would deny it? Assuredly, to protect myself. As he made this answer, it seemed to the advocate as if the principle of honor by which his actions had been guided until within the last few days were slipping from him, and as if the vilest wretch that breathed had a right to call him his equal. "We will pass that by," said Vanbrugh, helping himself to wine. "Really, your wine is exquisite. In some respects you are a man to be envied. It is worth much to a man not only to possess the best of everything the world can give, but to know that he has the means and the power to purchase it. With that consciousness within him, he walks with his head in the air. You used to be fond of discussing these niceties. I had no taste for them. I left the deeper subtleties of life to those of thinner blood than mine. Pleasure was more in my way, and will be again." "You are wandering from the point," said the advocate. "There is a meaning in everything I say. I will clip my wings. Your word against 100 men such as I and Gautran? I am afraid you are right. We are vagabonds. You are a gentleman. So, then, my knowledge of the fact that you treated Gautran as a friend after you had procured his acquittal is worth nothing. Admitted. But put that knowledge and the fact in connection with another and a sterner knowledge and fact that you knew Gautran to be guilty of the murder. How then? Does it begin to assume a value? Your silence gives me hopes that my visit will not be fruitless. Between men who once were equals and friends, and who, after a lapse of years, come together as we have come together now, candor is a useful attribute. Let us exercise it. I am not here on your account, nor do I hold you in such regard that I would trouble myself to move a finger to save your reputation. The master I am working for is self. The end I am working for is an easy life, a life of pleasure. This accomplished by your aid, I have nothing more to do with you or your affairs. The business is an unpleasant one, and I shall be glad to forget it. Refuse what I ask, and you will sink lower than I have ever sunk. There are actions which the world will forgive in the ignorant, but not in men of ripe intellect. He paused and gazed negligently at the advocate, who, during the latter part of Vanbrugh's speech, was considering the dangers of his position. The secret of Gautran's guilt belonged not alone to himself and Gautran. This man Vanbrugh had been admitted into it, and he was an enemy more to be dreaded than Gautran. He saw his peril, and that he unconsciously acknowledged it to be imminent was proved by the thought which intruded itself, against his will, as it seemed, whether it would be wise to buy Vanbrugh off, to purchase his silence. "It is easy," he said, "to invent tales. You and a dozen men, in conjunction with the monster Gautran—" "As you say," interrupted Vanbrugh, gently nodding his head, "the monster Gautran. But why should you call him so, unless you knew him to be guilty? Were you assured of his innocence, you would speak of him pityingly, as one undeservedly oppressed and persecuted. The monster Gautran! Thank you, it is an admission." "May invent," continued the advocate, not heeding the interruption, but impressed by its logic, "may invent any horrible tale you please of any man you please. The difficulty will be to get the world to believe it." "Exactly. But in this case there is no difficulty, although the murderer be dead." "Gautran dead!" exclaimed the advocate, surprised out of himself. Gautran was dead. Encompassed as he was by danger and treachery, the news was a relief to him. "Yes, dead," replied Vanbrugh, purposely assuming a careless tone. "Did I not tell you before? Singular that it should have escaped me. But I have so much to say, and in my brightest hours I was always losing the sequence of things." "And you," said the advocate, "meeting this man by chance—" "Pardon me, I asked you whether I should consider our meeting providential." "It matters not. You meeting this man come to me after his death for the purpose of extracting money from me. You will fail." "I shall succeed." "You killed Gautran, and want money to escape." "No, he was killed by a higher agency, and I want no money to escape. You will hear tomorrow how he met his death, for all the towns and villages will be ringing with it. I continue. Say that Gautran, at the point of death, made a dying confession, on oath, not only of his guilt, but of your knowledge of it when you defended him. Say that his confession existed in writing, duly signed. Would that paper, in conjunction with what I have already offered for sale, be worth your purchase? Take time to consider. You are dealing with a man in desperate circumstances, one who, if you drive him to it, will pull you down, high as you are. You will help me, old friend." "It may be. Have you possession of the paper you speak of?" "I have. Would you like to hear it?" "Yes." Vanbrugh moved, so that a table was between him and the advocate, and taking Gautran's confession from his pocket, read in a clear voice, "I, Gautran the woodman, lately tried for the murder of Madeline the flower girl, being now at the point of death, and conscious that I have only a few minutes to live, and being also in the full possession of my reason, hereby make oath and swear that being thrown into prison awaiting my trial, I believed there was no escape from the doom I justly merited, for the reason that I was guilty of the murder. That some days before my trial was to take place, the advocate who defended me voluntarily undertook to prove to my judges that I was innocent of the crime I committed. That with this full knowledge he conducted my case with such ability that I was set free and pronounced innocent. That on the night of my acquittal, after midnight had struck, and when every person but himself in the House of White Shadows was asleep, I secretly visited him in his study and remained with him for some time. That he gave me food and money and bade me go my way. That I am ignorant of the motives which induced him, to whom I was a perfect stranger, to deliberately defeat the ends of justice. That the proof that he knew me to be guilty lies in the fact that I made a full confession to him, to which I solemnly swear, being about to appear before a just God to answer for my crime, I pray for forgiveness and mercy. Signed, Gautran. Without comment, John Vanbrugh folded the paper and replaced it carefully in his pocket. "The confession may be forged," said the advocate. "Gautran's signature," said Vanbrugh, "will refute such a charge. He could write only his name, and documents can certainly be found bearing his signature, which can be compared with this." "With that document in your possession," said the advocate, speaking very slowly, "are you not afraid to be here with me, alone, knowing, if it state the truth, how much I have at stake?" "Excellent!" exclaimed Vanbrugh. "What likenesses there are in human nature, and how thin the line that divides the base from the noble! Afraid? No, for if you lay a hand upon me, for whom you are no more than a match, I will rouse the house and denounce you. Restrain yourself and hear me out. I have that to say which will prove to you the necessity, if you have the slightest regard for your honor, of dealing handsomely with me. It relates to the girl whose murderer you set free, to Madeline, the flower girl, and to yourself." End of section 30. Section 31 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B. L. Farjeon. Section 31. Book 7, Chapter 2. Chapter 2. A Terrible Revelation. Without requesting permission, John Vanbrugh filled his glass with wine, which he drank leisurely with his eyes fixed on the advocate's pale face the while. When he spoke, it did not escape the advocate that he seemed to fling aside the flippancy of manner which had hitherto characterized him, and that his voice was unusually earnest. "I do not ask you to excuse me," he said, "for recalling the memory of a time when you did not despise my companionship. It is necessary for my purpose. We were, indeed, more than companions. We were friends. What it was that made you consort with me is just now a mystery to me. The contrast in our characters may have tempted you. I, a careless, light-hearted fellow, who loved to enjoy the hours; you, a serious, cold-hearted student, dreaming, perhaps, of the position you have attained. It may be that you deliberately made a study of me to see what use you could make of my weakness. However it was, I lived in the present, you in the future. The case is now reversed, and it is I who live in the future. I have said you were cold-hearted, and I do not suppose you will trouble yourself to deny it. Such as you are formed to rise, while we impulsive, reckless devils are pretty sure to tumble in the mud. But I never had such a fall as you are threatened with, and scapegrace, vagabond as I am thankful not to have on my conscience what you have on yours. Now for certain facts. I contemplated—no, I mistake. I never contemplated. I settled to go on a tour for a few weeks, and scramble through bits of France, Switzerland, and Italy. You will remember my mentioning it to you. Yes, I see in your face that you are following me, and I shall feel obliged by your correcting me if in my statement of facts I should happen to trip. The story I am telling needs no effort of the imagination to embellish it. It is in its bare aspect sufficiently ghastly and cruel. When I was about to start on my tour, you, of your own accord, offered to accompany me. You had been studying too hard, and a wise doctor recommended you to rest for a while if you did not care to have brain fever, and also recommended you to seek new scenes in the company of a cheerful friend whose light spirits would be a good medicine for an overworked brain. You took the doctor's advice, and you did me the honor to choose me for a companion. So we started on our little tour of pleasure. To shorten what I have to say, I will not dwell upon the details of our jaunt, but I fix myself, with you, at Zermatt, where we stayed for 3 weeks. The attraction, what was it? The green valleys, the grandeur of the scenery? No, a woman. More correctly speaking, 2 women. Young, lovely, inexperienced, innocent. Daughters of a peasant, whose cottage door was always open to us, and who was by no means unwilling to receive small presents of money from liberal gentlemen like ourselves. Again I slip details. The story becomes trite. We captivated the hearts of the simple peasant maidens, and amused ourselves with them. In me that was natural, it was my way. But in you this circumstance was something to be astonished at. For just as long as you remained at Zermatt, you were a transformed being. I don't think, until that time, I had ever heard you laugh heartily. Well, suddenly you disappeared. Getting up one morning, I found that my friend had deserted me. It was shabby behavior at the best. However, it did not seriously trouble me. Every man has his own master, and I think we were beginning to tire a little of each other. It was awkward, though, to be asked by one of our pretty peasant friends where my handsome friend had gone, and when he would return, and not be able to give a sensible answer. This girl, who had been in your presence always bright and joyous and happy, grew sad and quiet and anxious-looking in your absence, and appeared to have a secret on her mind that was making her wretched. I stayed on at Zermatt for another month, and then I bade good-bye to my sweetheart, promising to come again in a year. I kept my promise, but when I asked for her in Zermatt, I heard that she was dead, and that her sister and father had left the village and had gone no one knew whither. It will be as well for me here to remind you that during our stay in Zermatt we gave no home address, and that no one knew where we came from or where we lived. So prudent were we that we acted as if we were ashamed of our names. 3 years afterwards, in another part of Switzerland, I met the woman to whom you had made love. She had lost her father, but was not without a companion. She had a little daughter, your child. A lie, said the advocate, with difficulty controlling himself. A monstrous fabrication. A solemn truth, replied Van Brugh, verified by the mother's oath and the certificate of birth. To dispute it will be a waste of breath and time. Hear me to the end. The mother had but one anxiety, to forget you and your treachery, and to be able to live so that her shame should be concealed. To accomplish this it was necessary that she should live among strangers, and it was for this reason she had left her native village. She asked me about you, and I played your game. I told her you had gone to a distant part of the world, and that I knew nothing of you. We were still friends, you and I, although our friendship was cooling. When I next saw you, I had it in my mind to relate the circumstances to you, but you will remember that just at that time you took it into your head to put an end to our intimacy. We had a few words, I think, and you were pleased to tell me that you disapproved of my habits of life, and that you intended we should henceforth be strangers. I was not in an amiable mood when I left you, and I resolved, on the first opportunity, to seek the woman you had brought to shame, and advise her to take such steps against you as would bring disgrace to your door. It would be paying you in your own coin, I thought. However, good fortune stood your friend at that time. My own difficulties or pleasures, or both combined, claimed my attention, and occupied me for many months. And when next I went to the village in which I had last seen your peasant sweetheart and your child, they were not to be found. I made inquiries, but could learn nothing of them, so I gave it up as a bad job, and forgot all about the matter. Since then very many years have passed, and I sank and sank, and you rose and rose. We did not meet again, but I confess, when I used to read accounts of your triumphs and your rising fame, that I would not have neglected an opportunity to have done you an ill turn had it been in my power. I was at the lowest ebb, everything was against me, and I was wondering how I should manage to extricate myself from the desperate position into which bad luck had driven me, when, not many weeks since, I met in the streets of Geneva 2 women. They were hawking nosegays, and the moment I set eyes upon the elder of these women, I recognized in her your old sweetheart from Zermatt. You appear to be faint. Shall I pause a while before I continue?" "No," said the advocate, and he drank with feverish eagerness 2 glasses of wine. "Go on to the end." "It was your sweetheart from Zermatt, and no other. And the younger of these women, one of the loveliest creatures I ever beheld, was known as Madeline, the flower girl." The advocate, with a sudden movement, turned his chair, so that his face was hidden from Vanbrugh. "They were poor, and I was poor. If what I suspected, when I gazed at Madeline, was correct, I saw not only an opportunity for revenge upon you, but a certainty of being able to obtain money from you. The secret to such a man as you, married to a young and beautiful woman, was worth a fair sum, which I resolved should be divided between Pauline, that was the name adopted by the mother of your child, and myself. You cannot accuse me of want of frankness. I discovered where they lived. I had a secret speech with Pauline. My suspicion was no longer a suspicion, it was a fact. Madeline, the flower girl, was your daughter." He paused, but the advocate made no movement, and did not speak. "How," continued Vanbrugh, "to turn that fact to advantage? How, and in what way, to make it worth a sum sufficiently large to satisfy me? That was what now occupied my thoughts. Madeline and her mother were even poorer than I supposed, and from Pauline's lips did I hear how anxious she was to remove her daughter from the temptations by which she was surrounded. In dealing with you, I knew it was necessary to be well prepared. You are a powerful antagonist to cope with, and one must have sure cards in his hand to have even a chance of winning any game he's playing with such a man as yourself. Pauline and I spoke frequently together, and gradually I unfolded to her the plan I had resolved upon. Without disclosing your name, I told her sufficiently to convince her that, by my aid, she might obtain a sum of money from the man who had wronged her, which would enable her to place herself and her daughter in a safer position, a position in which a girl as beautiful as Madeline would almost certainly meet with a lover of good social position whom she would marry, and with whom she would lead a happy life. Thus would she escape the snare into which she herself fell when she met you. This was the mother's dream. Satisfied that I could guide her to this end, Pauline signed an agreement, which is in my possession, by which she bound herself to pay me half the money she obtained from you in compensation for your wrong. Only one thing was to remain untouched by her and me, a sum which I resolved to obtain from you as a marriage portion for your daughter. Probably, under other circumstances, you would not have given me credit for so much consideration, but viewed in the light of the position in which you are placed, you may believe me. If you doubt it, I can show you the clause in black and white. This being settled between Pauline and me, I told her who you were, how rich you were, how famous you had grown, and how that you had lately married a young and beautiful woman. The affairs of a man as eminent as yourself are public property, and the newspapers delight in recording every particular, be it ever so trivial, connected with the lives of men of your rank. It was then necessary to ascertain what proof we held that you were the father of Madeline. Our visit to Zermatt could be proved. Her oath and mine, in connection with dates, would suffice. Then there would, in all likelihood, be living in Zermatt men and women whose testimony would be valuable. The great point was the birth of the child and the date, and to my discomfiture I learnt that Pauline had lost the certificate of her daughter's birth. But the record existed elsewhere, and it was to obtain a copy of this record, and to collect other evidence, that Pauline left her daughter. Her mission was a secret one, necessarily, and thus no person, not even Madeline, had any knowledge of its purport. What now remains to be told? Nothing that you do not know, except that when Pauline left her daughter for a few weeks, it was arranged that she and I should meet in Geneva on a certain date, to commence our plan of operations, and that I, having business elsewhere, was a couple of 100 miles away when Gautran murdered your hapless child. I arrived in Geneva on the last day of Gautran's trial, and on that evening, as you came out of the courthouse, I placed in your hands the letter asking you to give me an interview. I will say nothing of my feelings when I heard that you had successfully defended, and had set free, the murderer of your child. What I had to look after was myself and my own interest. And now you, who at the beginning of this interview rejected a renewal of the old friendship which existed between us, may probably inwardly acknowledge that had you accepted the hand I offered you, it is not I who would have been the gainer." Again he paused, and again, neither by word or movement, did the advocate break the silence. "It will be as well," presently said Vanbrugh, "to recapitulate what I have to sell. First, the fact that you, a man of spotless character, so believed, deliberately betrayed a simple, innocent girl, and then deserted her. Inconceivable, the world would say, in such a man, unless the proofs were incontestable. The proofs are incontestable. Next, the birth of your child, and your brutal—pardon me, there is no other word to express it, and it is one which would be freely used—negligence to ascertain whether your conduct had brought open shame and ruin upon the girl you betrayed. Next, the knowledge of the life of poverty and suffering led by the mother and the child, while you were in the possession of great wealth. Next, the murder of your child by a man whose name is uttered with execration. Next, your voluntary espousal of his cause, and your successful defense of a monster whom all men knew to be guilty of the foul crime. Next, your knowledge, at the time you defended him, that he was guilty of the murder of your own child. Next, in corroboration of this knowledge, the dying declaration of Gautran, solemnly sworn to and signed by him. A strong hand. No stronger has ever been held by any man's enemy, and until you came to my terms, I am your enemy. If you refuse to purchase of me what I have to sell, the documents in my possession, and my sacred silence to the last day of my life upon the matters which affect you, and for such a sum as will make my future an easy one, I give you my word I will use my power against you, and will drag you down from the height upon which you stand. I cannot speak in more distinct terms. You can rescue me from poverty. I can rescue you from ignominy." The advocate turned his face to Vanbrugh, who saw that, in the few minutes during which it had been hidden from his sight, it had assumed a hue of deadly whiteness. All the sternness had departed from it, and the cold, piercing eyes wavered as they looked first at Vanbrugh, then at the objects in the study. It was as though the advocate were gazing, for the first time, upon the familiar things by which he was surrounded. Strange to say, this change in him seemed to make him more human, seemed to declare, "Stern and cold-hearted as I have appeared to the world, I am susceptible to tenderness." The mask had fallen from his face, and he stood now revealed, a man with human passions and human weaknesses, to whom a fatal sin in his younger days had brought a retribution as awful as it ever was the lot of a human being to suffer. There was something pitiable in this new presentment of a strong, earnest, self-confident nature, and even Vanbrugh was touched by it. During the last half-hour, the full force of the storm had burst over the House of White Shadows. The rain poured down with terrific power, and the thunder shook the building to its foundations. The advocate listened with a singular and curious intentness to the terrible sounds, and when Vanbrugh remarked, "A fearful night," he smiled in reply. But it was the smile of a man whose heart was tortured to the extreme limits of human endurance. Once again he filled a glass with wine and raised it to his mouth, but as the liquor touched his lips he shuddered, and holding the glass upright in his hand, he turned it slowly over and poured it on the ground. Then, with much gentleness, "What has become of the woman you speak of as Pauline?" he asked. His very voice was changed. It was such as would proceed from one who had been prostrated by long and almost mortal sickness. "I do not know," replied Vanbrugh. "I have neither seen nor heard from her since the day before she left her daughter." "Say that I was disposed," said the advocate, speaking very slowly and pausing occasionally, as though he was apprehensive that he would lose control of speech, "to purchase your silence. Do you think I should be safe in the event of her appearing on the scene? Would not her despair urge her to seek revenge upon the man who betrayed and deserted her, and who set her daughter's murderer free?" "It might be so, but at all events she would be ignorant of your knowledge of Gautran's guilt. This danger at least would be averted. The secret is ours at present, and ours only." "True. You believe that I knew Gautran to be guilty when I defended him?" "I am forced to believe it. Explain otherwise why you permitted him to visit you secretly in the dead of night, and why you filled his pockets with gold. It cannot be explained. Yet what motive could I have had in setting him free? It is not for me to say. What I know, I know. I pretend to know nothing further. Do you suppose I care for money? As the advocate asked the question, he opened a drawer in the escritoire and produced a roll of notes. Take them, they are yours, but I do not purchase your silence with them. I give the money to you as a gift. And I thank you for it, but I must have more. Wait, wait! This story of yours has yet to be concluded. Is it my fancy, said Vanbrugh, or is it a real sound I hear? The ringing of a bell, and now a beating at the gates without, and a man's voice calling loudly? Without hesitation, the advocate went from his study into the grounds. The fury of the storm made it difficult for him to keep his feet, but he succeeded in reaching the gate and opening it. A hand grasped his, and a man clung to him for support. The advocate could not see the face of his visitor, nor, although he heard a voice speaking to him, did the words of the answer fall upon his ears. Staggering blindly through the grounds, they arrived at the door of the villa and stumbled into the passage. There, by the aid of the rose lamp which hung in the hall, he distinguished the features of his visitor. It was Father Capel. "Have you come to see me?" asked the advocate, "or are you seeking shelter from the storm?" "I have come to see you," replied Father Capel. "I hardly hoped to find you up, but perceived lights in your study windows, and they gave me confidence to make the attempt to speak with you. I have been beating at the gates for fully half an hour." He spoke in his usual gentle tones, and gazed at the advocate's white face with a look of kindly and pitying penetration. "You are wet to the skin," said the advocate. "I must find a change of clothing for you." "No, my son," said the priest, "I need none. It is not the storm without I dread, it is the storm within." As though desirous this remark should sink into the advocate's heart, he paused a few moments before he spoke again. "I fear this storm of nature will do much harm. Trees are being uprooted and buildings thrown down. There is danger of a flood which may devastate the village and bring misery to the poor. But there is a gracious God above us." He looked up reverently. "And if a man's conscience is clear, all is well." "There is a significance in the words you utter," said the advocate, conducting the priest to his study, "which impresses me. Your mission is an important one." "Most important. It concerns the soul, not the body." "A friend of mine," said the advocate, pointing to Vanbrugh, who was standing when they entered, "who has visited me tonight for the first time for many years, on a mission as grave as yours. It was he who heard your voice at the gates." Father Capel inclined his head to Vanbrugh, who returned the courtesy. "I wish to confer with you privately," said the priest. "It will be best that we should be alone." "Nay," said the advocate, "you may speak freely in his presence. I have but one secret from him and all men. I beg you to proceed." End of section 31. Section 32 of The House of the White Shadows. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of the White Shadows by B.L. Farjeon. Section 32. Book 7, Chapters 3 through 5. Chapter 3. Pauline. "I have no choice but to obey you," said Father Capel, "for time presses, and a life is hanging in the balance. I should have been here before, had it not been that my duty called me most awfully and suddenly to a man who has been smitten to death by the hand of God. The man you defended, Gautran, charged with the murder of an innocent girl, is dead. Of him I may not speak at present. Death-bed confessions are sacred, and apart from that, not even in the presence of your dearest friend, can I say one further word concerning the sinner whose soul is now before its Creator. I came to you from a dying woman, who is known by the name of Pauline." Both Vanbrugh and the advocate started at the mention of the name. "Fate is merciful," said the advocate in a low tone. "Its blows are sharp and swift. Before I left her, I promised to bring you to her tomorrow," continued the priest. "But Providence, which directed me to Gautran in his dying moments, impels me to break that promise. She may die before tomorrow, and she has that to say which vitally concerns you, and which you must hear, if she has strength enough to speak. I ask you to come with me to her without a moment's delay, through this storm, which has been sent as a visitation for human crime." "I am ready to accompany you," said the advocate. "And I," said Vanbrugh. "No," said the priest, "only he and I. Who you are I do not seek to know, but you cannot accompany us." "Remain here," said the advocate to Vanbrugh. "When I return I will hide nothing from you. Now, Father Capel." It was not possible for them to engage in conversation. The roaring of the wind prevented a word from being heard. For mutual safety, they clasped hands and proceeded on their way. They encountered many dangers, but escaped them. Torrents of water poured down from the ranges. Great branches snapped from the trees and fell across their path. The valleys were in places knee-deep in water, and occasionally they fancied they heard cries of human distress in the distance. If the priest had not been perfectly familiar with the locality, they would not have arrived at their destination, but he guided his companion through the storm, and they stood at length before the cottage in which Pauline lay. Father Capel lifted the latch, and pulled the advocate after him into the room. There were but 2 apartments in the cottage. Pauline lay in the room at the back. In a corner of the room in which they found themselves, a man lay asleep. His wife was sitting in a chair, watching and waiting. She rose wearily as the priest and the advocate entered. "I am glad you have come, Father," she said. "She has been very restless, and once she gave a shriek, like a death shriek, which curdled my blood. She woke and frightened my child." She pointed to a baby girl, scarcely 18 months old, who was lying by her father with her eyes wide open. The child, startled by the entrance of strangers, ran to her mother, who took her on her lap, saying petulantly, "There, there, be quiet. The gentleman won't hurt you." "Is Pauline awake now?" asked Father Capel. The woman went to the inner room and returned. "She is sleeping," she said, "and is very quiet." Father Capel beckoned to the advocate, who followed him to the bedside of the dying woman. She lay so still that the priest lowered his head to hers to ascertain whether she was breathing. "Life appears to be ebbing away," he whispered to the advocate. "She may die in her sleep." Quiet as she was, there was no peace in her face. An expression of exquisite suffering rested on it. The sign of suffering, denoting how sorely her heart had been wrung, caused the advocate's lips to quiver. "It is I who have brought her to this," he thought. "But for me she would not be lying in a dying state before me." He was tortured not only by remorse, but by a terror of himself. Notwithstanding that so many years had passed since he last gazed upon her, she was not so much changed that he did not recognize in her the blooming peasant girl of Zermatt. Since then he had won honor and renown and the admiration and esteem of men. The best that life could offer was his, or had been his until the fatal day upon which he resolved to undertake the defense of Gautran. And now, how stood the account? He was the accomplice of the murderer of his own child. The mother of his child was dying and suffering. His wife was false to him. His one friend had betrayed him. The monument of greatness he had raised had crumbled away, and in a very little while the world would know him for what he was. His bitterest enemy could not have held him in deeper despisal than he held himself. "You recognize her?" said the priest. "Yes." "And her child, Madeline, was yours?" "I am fain to believe it," said the advocate, "but the proof is not too clear." "The proof is there," said the priest, pointing to Pauline. "She has sworn it. Do you think, knowing that death's door is open for her to enter, knowing that her child, the only being she loved on earth, is waiting for her in the eternal land, that she would, by swearing falsely, and with no end in view that could possibly benefit herself, imperil the salvation of her soul? It is opposed to human reason." "It is. I am forced to believe what I would give my life to know was false." "Unhappy man! Unhappy man!" said the priest, sinking on his knees. "I will pray for you, and for the woman whose life you blighted." The advocate did not join the priest in prayer. His stern sense of justice restrained him. The punishment he had brought upon himself he would bear as best he might, and he would not inflict upon himself the shameful humiliation of striving to believe that by prayers and tears he could suddenly atone for a crime as terrible as that of which he was guilty. "Father Capel," he said, when the priest rose from his knees, "from what you have said, I gather that the man Gautran made confession to you before he died. I do not seek to know what that confession was, but with absolute certainty I can divine its nature. The man you saw in my study brought to me Gautran's dying declaration, signed by Gautran himself, which charges me with a crime so horrible that, were I guilty of it, laden as I am with the consequences of a sin which I do not repudiate, I should deserve the worst punishment. Are you aware of the existence of this document?" "I hear of its existence now for the first time," replied the priest. "When I left the bedside of this unhappy woman, and while I was wending my way home through the storm, I heard cries and screams for help on a hill near the House of White Shadows, as though two men were engaged in a deadly struggle. I proceeded in the direction of the conflict, and discovered only Gautran, who had been crushed to the earth by the falling of a tree which had been split by the storm. He admitted that he and another man were fighting, and that the design was murder. I made search, both then and afterwards, for the other man, but did not succeed in finding him. I left Gautran for the purpose of obtaining assistance to extricate him, for the tree had fallen across his body, and he could not move. When I returned he was dead, and some gold which he had asked me to take from his pocket was gone, an indication that during my absence human hands had been busy about him. If Gautran's dying declaration be authentic, it must have been obtained while I was away to seek for assistance." "I can piece the circumstances," said the advocate. "The man you saw in my study was the man who was engaged in the struggle with Gautran. It was he who obtained the confession, and he who stole the gold. In that confession I am charged with undertaking the defense of Gautran with the knowledge that he was guilty. It is not true. When I defended him, I believed him to be innocent, and if he made a similar declaration to you, he has gone to his account with a black lie upon his soul. That will not clear me, I know, and I do not mention it to you for the purpose of exciting your pity for me. It is simply because it is just that you should hear my denial of the charge, and it is also just that you should hear something more. Up to the hour of Gautran's acquittal I believed him, degraded and vile as he was, to be innocent of the murder, but that night, as I was walking to the House of White Shadows, I met Gautran, who, in the darkness, supposing me to be a stranger, would have robbed me, and probably taken my life. I made myself known to him, and he, overcome with terror at the imaginary shadow of his victim, which his remorse and ignorance had conjured up, voluntarily confessed to me that he was guilty. My error, call it by what strange name you will, dated from that moment. Knowing that the public voice was against me, I had not the honesty to take the right course. But if I," he added, with a gloomy recollection of his wife and friend, "had not by my own act rendered valueless the fruits of a life of earnest endeavor, it would have been done for me by those in whom I placed a sacred trust." For several hours Father Capel and the advocate remained by the bedside of Pauline, who lay unconscious, as if indeed, as the priest had said, life was ebbing away in her sleep. The storm continued and increased in intensity, and had it not been that the little hut which sheltered them was protected by the position in which it stood, it would have been swept away by the wind. From time to time the peasant gave them particulars of the devastation created by the floods, which were rushing in torrents from every hill, but their duty chained them to the bedside of Pauline. An hour before noon she opened her eyes, and they rested upon the face of the advocate. "You have come," she sighed. He knelt by the bed and addressed her, but it was with difficulty he caught the words she spoke. Death was very near. "Was Madeline my daughter?" he asked. "Yes," answered Pauline, "as I am about to appear before my God." The effort exhausted her, and she lay still for many minutes. Then her hand feebly sought her pillow, and the advocate, perceiving that she wished to obtain something from under it, searched and found a small packet. He knew immediately, when she motioned that she desired him to retain it, that it contained the certificate of his daughter's birth. The priest prayed audibly for the departing soul. Pauline's lips moved. The advocate placed his ear close. She breathed the words, "We shall meet again soon. Pray for forgiveness." Then death claimed her, and her earthly sorrows were ended. Chapter 4. Onward to Death. Late in the afternoon the advocate was stumbling, almost blindly, through the tempest towards the House of White Shadows. Father Capel had striven in vain to dissuade him from making the attempt to reach the villa. "There is safety only in the sheltered heights," said the priest. "By this time the valleys are submerged, and the dwellings therein are being swept away. Ah me! Ah me! How many of my poor are ruined! How many dead! Not in my experience have I seen a storm as terrible as this. It is sent as a warning and a punishment. Only the strongest houses in the villages that lie in the valleys will be able to withstand its fury. Be persuaded, and remain here until its force is spent." He spoke to one who was deaf to reason. It seemed to the advocate as though the end of his life had come, as though his hold upon the world might at any moment be sapped. But while he yet lived, there was before him a task which it was incumbent upon him to perform. It was imperative that he should have speech with his wife and Christian Almer. "I have work to do," he said to the priest, "and it must be done today." An unaccustomed note in his voice caused Father Capel to regard him with even a more serious attention than he had hitherto bestowed upon him. "There are men," said the priest, "who, when sudden misfortune overtakes them, adopt a desperate expedient to put an end to all worldly trouble, and thus add sin to sin." "Have no fear for me," said the advocate. "I am not contemplating suicide. What fate has in store for me I will meet without repining. You caution me against the storm, yet I perceive you yourself are preparing to face it." "I go to my duty," said the priest. "And I to mine," rejoined the advocate. Thus they parted, each going his separate way. The advocate had not calculated the difficulties he was to encounter. His progress was slow, and he had to make wide detours on the road, and frequently to retrace his steps for a considerable distance, in order to escape being swept to death by the floods. From the ranges all around the village in which the House of White Shadows was situated, the water was pouring in torrents, which swirled furiously through the lower heights, carrying almost certain destruction to those who had not already availed themselves of the chances of escape. Terrific as was the tempest, he took no heed of it. It was not the storm of nature, but the storm within his soul which absorbed him. He met villagers on the road, flying for safety. With terror-struck movements they hurried past, men, women, and children, uttering cries of alarm at the visitation. Now and then one and another called upon him to turn back. "If you proceed," they said, "you will be engulfed in the rapids. Turn back if you wish to live." He did not answer them, but doggedly pursued his way. "My punishment has come," he thought. "I have no wish to live, nor do I desire to outlast this day." Once only, of his own prompting, did he pause. A woman, with little children clinging to her, passed him, sobbing bitterly. His eyes happening to light upon her face, he saw in it some likeness to the peasant girl whom, in years gone by, he had betrayed. The likeness might or might not have been there, but it existed certainly in his fancy. He stopped and questioned her, and learned that she had been utterly ruined by the storm, her cottage destroyed, her small savings lost, and all her hopes blasted. He emptied his pockets of money, and gave her what valuables he had about him. "Sell them," he said. "They will help to purchase you a new home." She called down blessings on his head. "If she knew me for what I am," he muttered as he left her, "she would curse me." On and on he struggled, and seemed to make no progress. The afternoon was waning, and the clouds were growing blacker and thicker, when he saw a man staggering towards him. He was about to put a question to him regarding the locality of the House of White Shadows. His course had been so devious that he scarcely knew in what direction it lay, when a closer approach to the man showed him to be no other than John Vanbrugh. "Ah!" cried Vanbrugh, seizing the advocate's arm, and thus arresting his steps. "I feared we had lost you. A fine time I have had of it down in your villa yonder. Had it not been for the storm, I should have been bundled before a magistrate on a charge of interloping. But everybody had enough to do to look after himself. It was a case of the devil take the hindmost. A scurvy trick, though, of yours, to desert a comrade. Still, for my sake, I am glad to see you in the land of the living." "Have you come straight from the villa?" asked the advocate. "Straight?" cried Vanbrugh, with a derisive laugh. "I defy the soberest saint to walk straight for 50 yards in such a hurricane. 3 bottles of wine would not make me so unsteady as this cursed wind, enough to stop one's breath for good or ill. What, are you not going on?" "I am. What should hinder me?" "Some small love of life, a trivial but human sentiment. There is no one in your house. It is by this time deserted by all but the rats." "My wife—" "Was the last to leave, with a friend of yours, Christian Almer by name. He and I had some words together. Let me tell you, I happened to drop a remark concerning you which he considered disparaging, and had I been guilty of all the cardinal sins, he could not have been more angered. A true friend, but probably he does not know what I know. Well for you that I did not enlighten him. You will meet them a little lower down on the road, but I advise you not to go too far. The valleys are rivers, carrying everything headlong in their course. There was an old lawyer in the house. Do you know what has become of him?" "I saw him perched on the back of a fool, and by their side a girl with the sweetest face, and an old woman I should take to be her grandmother." "Farewell," said the advocate, wrenching himself free. "Should we meet again, I will pay you for your friendly services." "Well said," replied Vanbrugh. "I am content. No man ever knew you to be false to your word. A woman, perhaps, but that lies in the past. Ah, what a storm! It is as though the end of the world has come." "To those whose minutes are numbered," said the advocate between his set teeth, "the end of the world has come. Farewell once more." "Farewell, then," cried Vanbrugh, proceeding onward. "For my sake, be careful of yourself. If this not be the second deluge, I will seek you tomorrow." "For me," muttered the advocate as he left Vanbrugh, "there may be no tomorrow." Bearing in mind the words of Vanbrugh that he would meet his wife and Christian Almer lower down on the road, he looked out for them. He saw no trace of them, and presently he began to blunder in his course. He searched in vain for a familiar landmark, and he knew not in which direction the House of White Shadows was situated. Evening was fast approaching when he heard himself hailed by loud shouts. The sounds proceeded from a strongly built stone hut, protected on 3 sides from wind and rain, and so placed that the water from the ranges rolled past without injuring it. Standing within the doorway was Fritz the Fool. Thinking his wife might have sought shelter there, the advocate made his way to it, and found therein assembled, in addition to Fritz, old Pierre Lamont, Mother Denise, and her husband Martin, and their pretty granddaughter Dionetta. "Welcome, comrade, welcome!" cried Pierre Lamont. "It is pleasant to see a familiar face. We were compelled to fly from the villa, and Fritz here conveyed us here to this hospitable hut, where we shall be compelled to stay till the storm ceases. Where is your fair lady?" "It is a question I would ask of you," said the advocate. "She is not here, then?" "No, she left the villa before we did, in the company of your friend." The slight involuntary accent he placed upon the word caused the advocate to start as though he had received a blow. "Christian Almer. They have doubtless found another shelter as secure as this. We wished them to stop for us, but they preferred not to wait. Fritz had a hard job of it carrying me to this hut, which he claims as his own, and which is stored with provisions sufficient for a month's siege. I have robbed the old house of its servants. Dionetta here, for whom," he dropped his voice, "the fool has a fancy, and her grandmother, whom I shall pension off, and Fritz himself, an invaluable fool. Fritz, open a bottle of wine. Do the honors of your mansion. The advocate is exhausted." The advocate did not refuse the wine. He felt its need to sustain his strength for the work he had yet to perform. He glanced round the walls. "Is there an inner room?" he asked. "Yes, there is the door." "May I crave privacy for a few minutes?" Pierre Lamont waved his hand, and the advocate walked to the inner room and closed the door upon himself. "What has come over this man?" mused Pierre Lamont. "There is in his face, since yesterday, such a change as it is rare in life's experience to see. It is not produced by fatigue. He has made discovery of his wife's faithfulness and his friend's treachery. And should I not behave honestly to him, and make him as wise as I am on events within my knowledge? What use? What use? But at least he shall know that the secret of Gautran's guilt is not his alone." In the meantime, the advocate was taking advantage of the solitude for which he had been yearning since he left the bedside of Pauline. It was not until this moment that he could find an opportunity to examine the packet she had given him. It contained what he imagined, the certificate of the birth of his child. He read it and mentally took note of the date, and also of certain words written on the back, in confirmation of the story related to him by John Vanbrugh. No room was there for doubt. Madeline was his child, and by his means her murderer had escaped from justice. "A just heaven smote him down," he thought. "So should retribution fall upon me. I am partner in his crime. Upon my soul lies guilt heavier than his." Within the certificate of birth was a smaller packet, which he had laid aside. He took it up now, and removed the paper covering. It was the portrait of his daughter, Madeline, the flower girl. The picture was that of a young girl just budding into womanhood, a girl whose laughing mouth and sparkling eyes conveyed to his heart so keen a torture that he gave utterance to a groan and covered his eyes with his hand to shut out the reproach. But in the darkness he saw a vision which sent violent shudders through him, such a vision as had pursued Gautran in the lonely woods, as he had seen the waving of branch and leaf, as had hovered over him in his prison cell, as he stood by his side in the courthouse during the trial from which he emerged a free man. Bitterly was this man, who had reached a height so lofty that it seemed as if calumny could not touch him, bitterly was he expiating the error of his youth. He folded the portrait of his child within the certificate of birth, and replaced them in his pocket. Then, with an effort, he succeeded in summoning some kind of composure to his features, and the next minute he rejoined Pierre Lamont. "You will remain with me," said the old lawyer. "It will be best." "Nay," responded the advocate, "a plain duty lies before me. I must seek my wife." "She herself is doubtless in a place of shelter," said Pierre Lamont, "and while this tempest is raging, Devastating the land in every direction, you can scarcely hope to find her." "I shall find her," said the advocate in a tone of conviction. "Stern fate, which has dogged my steps since I arrived in Geneva, and brought me to a pass which, were you acquainted with the details, would appear incredible to you, will conduct me to her side. Were I otherwise convinced, I must not shrink from my duty." "Outside these walls," urged Pierre Lamont, "death stares you in the face." "There are worse things than death," said the advocate, with an air of gloomy and invincible resolution. "Useless to argue with such a man as yourself," said Pierre Lamont. He turned to Fritz. "Go, you and your friends, into the inner room for a while. I wish to speak in private with my friend." "One moment," said the advocate to the fool as he was preparing to obey Pierre Lamont. "You were the last to leave the House of White Shadows?" "We were the last humans," replied Fritz. "In what condition was it at the time?" "In a most perilous condition. The waters were rising around the walls. It had, I should say, not 12 hours to live." "To live!" echoed Pierre Lamont, striving to impart lightness to his voice, and signally failing. "How do you apply that, Fritz?" "Trees live," replied Fritz, "and their life goes with the houses they help to build. If the walls of the old house we have run from could talk, mysteries would be brought to light." "You have been my wife's maid," said the advocate to Dionetta, as she was about to pass him. Dionetta curtsied. "Has she discharged you?" Dionetta cast a nervous glance at Pierre Lamont, and another at Mother Denise. The old grandmother answered for her. "I thought it as well," said Mother Denise, "in all respect and humility, that so simple a child as Dionetta should be kept to her simple life. My lady was good enough to give Dionetta a pair of diamond earrings and a diamond finger ring, which we have left behind us." Fritz made a grimace. "These things are not fit for poor peasants, and the pleasure they convey is a dangerous pleasure." "You are not favorably disposed towards my wife," said the advocate. Mother Denise was silent. "But you are right in what you say. Diamonds are not fit gifts for simple maids. I wish you well, you and your grandchild. It might have been—" The thought of his own child, of the same age as Dionetta, and as beautiful, crossed his mind. He brushed his hands across his eyes, and when he looked round the room again, he and Pierre Lamont were alone. "A fool of fools," said Pierre Lamont, looking after Fritz. "If he and the pretty Dionetta wed, it will be a suitable match for beauty to mate with folly. He will be father to a family of fools, who may, in their way, be wiser in their generation than you and I. Your decision is irrevocable?" "It is irrevocable." "If you do not find your wife, you will endeavor to return to us?" "I shall find her." "And then?" asked Pierre Lamont, with a singular puckering of his brows. "And then?" echoed the advocate absently, and added, "Who can tell what may happen from one hour to another?" "How much does he know?" thought Pierre Lamont, "or are his suspicions but just aroused? There is a weight upon his soul which taxes all his strength. It is grand to see a strong man suffer as he is suffering. Is there a mystery in his trouble with which I am not acquainted? His wife, I know about her. Gautran, I know about him. But the stranger he left in his study in the middle of the night, A broken-down gentleman, vagabond, with a spice of wickedness in him. Who is he, and what was his mission? Of one thing I must satisfy myself before I am assured that he is worthy of my compassion." Then he spoke aloud. "You said just now there are worse things than death." "Aye." "Disgrace?" "In a certain form that may be borne, and life yet be worth the having." "Good. Dishonor?" "It matters little," said the advocate. "But were the crimes not precious, I should be curious to learn why you desire to get at the heart of my secrets." "The argument would be too long," said Pierre Lamont with earnestness. "But I can justify myself. There are worse things than death. Pardon me, an older man than yourself, and one who is well disposed towards you, for asking you bluntly whether such things have come to you." "They have. You can read the signs in my face." "But if you have a secret, the revealing of which would be hurtful to you, cannot the mischief be averted? As far as I can expect, you have been frank with me. Frankness for frankness. Say that the secret refers to Gautran and to your defense of him." "I have been living in a fool's paradise," said the advocate with a scornful smile. "To whom is this known?" "To Fritz the Fool, and to me through him. He saw Gautran in your study after the trial." "Have I been watched?" "The discovery was accidental. He was moved by some love verses I read to him, and becoming sentimental, he dallied outside Dionetta's window, after the manner of foolish lovers. Then the lights of your study window attracted him, and he peeped through. When Gautran left the villa, Fritz followed him, and heard him in his terrified soliloquies proclaim his guilt. Were this to go out to the world, it would, according to its fashion, construe it in a manner which might be fatal to you. But Gautran is dead, and I can be silent, and can put a lock on Fritz's tongue, for in my soul I believe you were not aware the wretch was guilty when you defended him." "I thank you. I believed him to be innocent." "Why, then, my mind is easy. Friend, shake hands." He held the advocate's hand in his thin fingers, and with something of wistfulness said, "I would give a year of my life if I could prevail upon you to remain with us." "You cannot prevail upon me. So much being said between us, more is necessary. The avowal of my ignorance of Gautran's guilt at the time I defended him, I learnt it after the trial, mind you, will not avail me. A written confession, sworn upon his dying oath, exists, which accuses me of that which the world will be ready to believe. Strange to say, this is my lightest trouble. There are others of graver moment which more vitally concern me, unknown to you, unless indeed you possess a wizard's art of divination." "Comrade," said Pierre Lamont, slowly and with emphasis, "there breathes not in the world a woman worth the breaking of a man's heart." "Stop!" cried the advocate in a voice of agony. In silence he and Pierre Lamont gazed upon each other, and in the old lawyer's face the advocate saw that his wife's faithlessness and his friend's treachery were known. "Enough," he said. "There is for me no deeper shame, no deeper dishonor." And he turned abruptly from Pierre Lamont, and left the hut staggering like a drunken man. "Fritz! Fritz!" cried Pierre Lamont. "Come quickly!" Fritz instantly made his appearance from the inner room. "Look you, Fritz," said the old lawyer in hurried, excited tones, The advocate has gone upon his mad errand, has gone alone. After him at once, and if you can save him from the consequences of his desperate resolve, if you can advise, assist him, do so for my sake. Quick, Fritz, quick!" "Master Lamont," said Fritz, "are you asking me to do a man's work?" "Yes, Fritz. You can do no more." "Well and good. As far as a man dare go, I will go. But if a madman persists in rushing upon certain death, it will not help him for a fool to follow his example. I am fond of life, Master Lamont, doubly fond of it just now, for reasons." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder to the room which contained Dionetta. "But I will do what can be done. You may depend upon me." He was gone at least 2 hours, and when he returned he was exhausted and panting for breath. "I was never born to be drowned," he said, and he threw himself into a chair and sat there gasping. "Well, Fritz, well?" cried Pierre Lamont. "Wait till I get my breath. I followed this great advocate as you desired, and for some time, so deep was he in his dreams, he did not know I was with him. But once, when he was waist high in water, not that he cared, it was as though he was inviting death, and I, who was acquainted with the road through which he was wading, pulled him suddenly back, and so saved his life, he turned upon me savagely, and demanded who I was. He recognized me the moment he spoke the words. I will say this of him, that in the presence of another man he never loses his self-possession, and that, in my belief, he would be a match for death if it presented itself to him in a visible, palpable shape. "Ah," said he, "you are Fritz the Fool. Why do you dog me?" "I do not dog you," I replied. "Master Lamont bade me guide and assist you, if you needed guidance and assistance. He is the only man for whom I would risk my life." "Honesty is a rare virtue," he said. "Keep with me, then, for just as long as you think yourself to be safe. You saw my wife and Mr. Almer leave the House of White Shadows. Is it likely they took this road?" "They could take no other and live," I said. "But there is no trace of them. They must have turned back to the villa." "Could they reach it, do you think?" he asked. "A brave man can do wonders," I replied. "Some hours ago they may have reached it, but they could not stop in the lower rooms, which even at that time must have been below water mark. I will not answer for the upper part of the house at this moment, and before morning it will be swept away. Guide me as far on the roads as you care to accompany me," said he, "and when you leave me, point me out the way I should go." I did so, and we encountered dangers, and but for me he would not have been alive when I left him. We came to the bridge which spans the ravine of pines, 2 miles this side of the House of White Shadows. A great part of it had been torn away, and down below a torrent was rushing fierce enough to beat the life out of any living being, human or animal. "There is no other way but this," I said, "to the House of White Shadows. I shall not cross the bridge." He said no word, but struggled on to the bridge, which, all that was left of it, consisted of 3 slender trunks, half hanging over the ravine. It was nothing short of a miracle that he got across. No sooner was he upon the other side than the remaining portion of the bridge fell into the ravine. He waved his hand to me, and I soon lost sight of him in the darkness. I stumbled here as well as I could. Master Lamont, I never want another journey such as that. Had not the saints watched over me, I should not be here to tell the tale. This is the blackest night in my remembrance." "Do you think he can escape, Fritz?" asked Pierre Lamont. "His life is not worth a straw," replied Fritz. "Look you here, Master Lamont. If I were to see him tomorrow, or any other day, alive, I should know that he is in league with the Evil One. No human power can save him." "Peace be with him," said Pierre Lamont. "A great man is lost to us. A noble mind has gone." "Master Lamont," said Fritz sententiously, "there is such a thing as being too clever. Better to be a simpleton than to be over-wise or over-confident. I intend to remain a fool to the end of my days. I have no pity for such a man. Who climbs must risk the fall. Not rocky peaks, but level ground, with bits of soft moss for Fritz the fool." He slept well and soundly, but Pierre Lamont tossed about the whole of the night, thinking with sadness and regret upon the downfall of the advocate. Chapter 5. The Doom of the House of White Shadows. An unerring instinct guided him, a superhuman power possessed him, and at midnight, though he could keep no count of time, he found himself within the gates of the House of White Shadows. Upon his lips, contracted and spasmodic with pain and suffering, appeared a pitiable smile as he gazed at the window on the upper floor and saw a light. It was reflected from the window of Christian Almer's room. "There they are," he muttered. "I shall not die unavenged." The water was breast high. He battled through it and reached the open door of the villa. Slowly he ascended the stairs until he arrived at the landing above. He listened at Christian Almer's door, but heard no sound. Enraged at the thought that they might, after all, have escaped him, he dashed into the room and called out the names of his wife and friend. Silence answered him. He staggered towards the lamp, which stood on a table covered with a shade which threw the light downward. Before the lamp was a sheet of paper, with writing upon it, and bending over it, the advocate saw that it was addressed to him, and was intended for his perusal. A steadier survey of the room brought its revelations. At the extreme end of the apartment lay a woman, still and motionless. He crept towards her, knelt by her, and lowered his face to hers. It was his wife, cold and dead. A rosy tint was in her cheeks, a smile was on her lips. Her death had brought no suffering with it. "Fair and false," he said. "Beauty is a sinful possession." Her clothes were wet, and he knew that she had been drowned. Then, turning, he saw what had before escaped his notice, the body of Christian Almer lying near the table. He put his ear to Almer's heart, and felt a slight beating. "He can wait," muttered the advocate. "I will first read what he has written." He was about to sit at the table when he heard a surging sound without. He stepped into the passage and saw the waters swaying beneath him. "It is well," he thought. "In a little while all will be over for those who have sinned." This reflection softened him somewhat toward those who lay within the room, and by whom he believed himself to have been wronged. Was he not himself the greatest sinner in that fatal house? He returned to the table and read what Christian Almer had written. "Edward, I pray that these words may reach your eyes. Above all things on earth have I valued your friendship, and my heart is wrung with anguish by the reproach that I have not been worthy of it. Last night, when your wife and I parted, I knew that you had discovered the weak and treacherous part I have played towards you, for as I turned towards my room, at that very moment, looking downward, I saw you below. I did not dare to come to you. I did not dare to show my face to the man I had wronged. It was my intention to fly this morning from your presence and hers, and never to see you more, and also to write you the words to which, by the memory of all that I hold sacred, I now solemnly swear, that the wrong I have done you is compassed by sentiment. I do not seek to excuse myself. I know that treachery in thought is as base between you and me as treachery in act. Yet in all humbleness I implore you to endeavor to find some palliation, though but the slightest, of my conduct in the reflection that sometimes in the strongest men, even in such a man as yourself, whose mind and life are most pure and noble, error cannot be avoided. We are hurried into wrong by subtle forces which wither one's earnest endeavors to step in the right path. Thus it has been with me. If you will recall certain words which were spoken in our conversation at midnight in the room in which this is written, you will understand what was meant when I said that I flew to the mountains to rid myself, by a happy chance, of a terror which possessed me. You who have never erred, you who have never sinned, may not be able to find it in your heart to forgive me. If it be so, I bow my head to your judgment, which is just, as in all your actions you are known to be. But if you cannot forgive me, I entreat you to pity me. You were not in the house today when we endeavored to escape to a place of shelter in which we should be protected from this terrible inundation. We did not succeed. We were beaten back, and being engulfed in a sudden rush of waters, I could not save your wife. The utmost I could do was to bear her lifeless body back to this fatal house. It was I who should have died, not she. But my last moments are approaching. Think kindly of her, if you can. Christian Almer. Had he not been absorbed, not only in the last words written by Christian Almer, but by the reflections which they engendered, the advocate would have known that the floods were increasing in volume, and that, in the short time he had been in the house, the waters had risen several feet. But he was living an inner life, a life in which the spiritual part of himself was dominant. He stepped to the body of his wife and said, "Poor child, mine the error." Then he knelt by the side of Christian Almer and raised him in his arms. Aroused to consciousness by the action, Almer opened his eyes. They rested upon the advocate's face vacantly, but presently they dilated in terror. "Be not afraid," said the advocate. "I have read what you have written. I know all." "I am very weak," murmured Christian Almer. "Do not torture me. Say that you pity me." "I pity and forgive you, Christian," replied the advocate in a very gentle voice. "Thank God, thank God," said Almer, and closed his eyes, from which the warm tears gushed. "God be merciful to sinners," murmured the advocate. When daylight broke, the House of White Shadows, and all that it contained, had been swept from the face of the earth. A bare waste was all that remained to mark the record of human love and human ambition. The End. End of Book 7. End of The House of the White Shadows. End of Section 32.